Hello everyone, this is Seven, your host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition, challenging for the fight money, has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goken, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là VASCO đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show up được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển Summer Championship. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Robin, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm Awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميس. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إن أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas đến từ team CFS hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch bàn thắng thứ hai.
Now let me walk you through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through a random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best-of-3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2. Who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round? Let's find out. This was the host, 7. Thank you so much.
Tôi được bắn đồ của nó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi cảm giác là bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin there in Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Pekins from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
VASCO.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Fitcon mà là VASCO.
Round 1. Headshot.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, Beva from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele, ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
انا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طالع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الايس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس انا ما كنتش اعرفهم وكنت داخل على اساس اني هكسب. انا شايف اني اسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان اكشن.
Viva, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1. Shots!
انا كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. Me aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobit là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobit, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Eh, si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobit thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4. Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả các skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
اعتقد انه لاعب رائع، لكن انا اعرف نقط ضعفه واعتقد انني سوف انتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1, Goken versus Horus. Let's fight.
Round 1.
Xin được chào đón tất cả quý vị đã cùng đến với ngày thi đấu thứ hai trong khuôn khổ giải đấu CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 do Spygate Entertainment cùng với VTC Online tổ chức trong ngày hôm nay ạ. Thưa quý vị, và có mặt ngay tại nhà thi đấu của khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam, chúng tôi rất vui mừng khi được chào đón quý vị đã cùng đến tham dự ngày thi đấu thứ hai vô cùng gây cấn và hấp dẫn. Bên cạnh đó, nếu quý vị chúng ta không thể theo dõi trực tiếp ngay tại nhà thi đấu thì quý vị cũng đừng lo lắng. Chúng tôi đã phát sóng trực tiếp trận đấu này thông qua các nền tảng từ Facebook, YouTube và Twitter. Quý vị hoàn toàn có thể đón xem cũng như để lại những bình luận và chia sẻ niềm vui này cùng với bạn bè và người thân của mình. Thưa quý vị, vào ngày hôm qua, chúng ta đã cùng nhau trải qua được những trận đấu kịch tính giữa cả ba đội. Và ngày hôm nay, theo lịch trình thì mình cũng sẽ có phần thi đấu giữa 3 đội tiếp theo quý vị nha. Và 3 phần thi đấu giữa các đội tiếp theo. Thưa quý vị, và có lẽ là ngày hôm nay quý vị nào ở đây có mặt tại nhà thi đấu khu 7 thì quý vị hãy nán lại đến cuối chương trình. Và chúng tôi sẽ còn có thêm những phần quà hấp dẫn dành cho quý vị nào ở lại đến phần cuối. Sẽ có phần quay số may mắn dành cho quý vị khán giả tham dự ngày hôm nay ạ. Thưa quý vị, và ngay bây giờ quý vị ơi, dù quý vị ở đâu đang có mặt tại trường quay, hãy quý vị đang theo dõi thông qua màn ảnh nhỏ cùng chúng tôi. Thì ngày hôm nay hãy cùng sẵn sàng để cùng đến với ngày thi đấu thứ hai của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Và thưa quý vị, ngay bây giờ chúng ta hãy cùng nhau đến với chương trình và một lần nữa hãy cùng chào đón CROSSFIRE Star Summer Championship năm 2023 cũng như đến với phần bình luận từ các starter ngày hôm nay. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Indeed, and welcome back to day 2 of the CFS Summer Championship. Once again, looking forward to a big day of competition, Kyle. And look, we've got a lot to discuss. Obviously, yesterday's results were one thing, but moving into today, we get to meet a couple of teams that we didn't actually get to watch yesterday, and obviously follow some of the storylines through from yesterday as well into today.
Yes, some really exciting matches coming up today. I mean, we're going to see both Ranking and VASCO for the first time, so I'm excited to see them take the stage here. But more importantly, a lot of these teams, this is where push is going to start to come to shove, and they can really make a name for themselves in the overall standings, because day one, it was a lot of China dominance, but I'm excited to see what other regions might rise to the occasion here today.
Yeah, what about that final game of yesterday as well? A 2-0 for Kara House, the local roster. Obviously, things are getting a little bit heated in the server with regard to that game, but we'll take a look back first at how things playing out over the course of the week. And you can see here over the 7 days of the competition, got 300,000 USD to give away. It's not a bad prize purse.
Yeah, not too bad at all. A lot of these teams going to be bringing their all here. This is one of the biggest invitationals we've ever had for CFS, so it's going to be an interesting one to see who can pull it off. It is a very thorough format, though. We've got 4 days of the group stage, and then we'll be leading into a 3-day double elimination best-of-5 playoff format. So really not a whole lot of room to kind of get one of those one-off circumstances to get you through. It's really going to be the best of the best that can rise up.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, this is day 2 out of 3, so let's take a quick look at what's to come today, what we saw yesterday as well, and what we do have to look forward to throughout the rest of the group stages as well. You've obviously got VASCO and GV to kick things off today. We did get to see GV yesterday. They went down to BaiSha, a pretty tough game for them, to be fair, but see how they go today against VASCO, who as of yet is untested. And of course, to round things out, a couple more matches today. We'll get to those when we get to those, but all important to check back in again with how the groups are playing out. BaiSha at the top of Group A, not much of a surprise.
Yeah, no surprises there. GV, they put up a decent fight, but it's going to be up to them now to try and prove themselves in their next 2 matches. Looking at Group B, though, a lot of back and forth in that final game, but Kara House did pull out that 2-0, and they're only 2-round differential behind All Gamers, who's currently leading that Group B. Obviously, Imperial only having AG as their opponent means they could have a better time in their next couple of matches, but we'll see what plays out for them as we continue forward. But we are going to look at today's matches more specifically here as well, and, you know, looking at these 3, Jordan, any standouts for you here?
Yeah, look, I think there's quite a few interesting ones. I mean, for me, the one that I'm really kind of interested particularly for is Imperial and Kara House. I think there's a lot of implications based on how that game plays out as to how Group B will actually play out. We saw Imperial, they did lose to All Gamers yesterday. They didn't put up a bad account for themselves, I thought, and Kara House, it was a real struggle for them to actually get over the line against Pacific Makta. So, in my opinion, I would say this is probably the battle for second in the group. The winner of this one, I would assume Imperial will beat Pacific Makta. I'm assuming Kara House will lose to All Gamers. And obviously then, as a result of that, the result of this game in particular will be a particularly important one for how that group plays out. So, to me, game 2 of the day, quite interested to see what we can get brought to the table. I thought, yeah, Kara House, maybe they had a little bit that they could work on, even though they got that 2-0 win yesterday over Pacific Makta. Had to go into the tiebreaker in order to achieve that in the second map, and even then, man, it was definitely not a sure thing. I thought it was a bit touch and go.
Yeah, it really was a tough game for them. I mean, Pacific put them through the ringer, but, you know, looking into today, I think it's going to be up to these teams that maybe had a bit of a struggle in their opening game to come back a bit stronger. And, you know, one of those teams that's going to need to prove something today is GV. They lost their first match. They're going to be playing the first match of today, and this is really almost a do-or-die situation for them coming into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to work on for both of these teams, but it's time for us to get those teams on stage. First, let's welcome VASCO Esports.
Sensação muito boa, a gente está muito feliz de estar participando pela primeira vez. Com certeza a gente vai dar tudo para sair com o melhor resultado possível e estamos muito preparados para isso. Um grupo bem qualificado, acho que quem quer ser campeão não escolhe adversário. O nosso objetivo é se classificar, independente de que grupo esteja. A BaiSha é um time muito qualificado, mas todos os outros dois que estão também podem fazer jogo duro e a minha cabeça é só no meu time para a gente se classificar independente de qualquer um. Eu acho que a gente estudando cada um deles, vendo o POV, treinando, acho que isso é um dos motivos e o melhor preparativo para todos nós.
Star, reinvent.
Well, here's our opportunity to meet VASCO Esports for the first time. This will be their first match. It's AKT, VNC, Tuzinj, Silva, and MG coming in, of course, from Brazil. They'll want to try to improve upon the result that their counterparts yesterday were able to achieve against All Gamers, but this definitely does feel like a much more winnable game.
Yeah, for VASCO, they should be looking at this as a must-win to get through this group, because everybody in this group knows at the end of the day they've got to get through a very tough opponent in BaiSha Gaming, which for most of these teams is going to be an extreme challenge to try and overcome. So for VASCO, I think this is a great starting point.
Yeah, and we'll get back to GV Esports.
Yeah, honestly, we're really happy to be back here at CFS. It's been quite a while. At the beginning of this year, we created this team to dominate the region in CROSSFIRE West, what we already achieved so far. And now I want to prove that we can also compete with the best teams in the world.
No, it's fine. It's good. Yeah, it's fine. You're good? Yeah, it's good.
For us, it doesn't really matter like which teams we're going to face in the group stage. If you want to win CFS, you have to beat any team anyway. So yeah, it doesn't really matter for us. I mean, BaiSha is former world champion, so basically they're the favorite to win this tournament, as well as AG from China. But like I said, it doesn't really matter for us. We have to beat any team to win the titles. Obviously, we watched some games of BaiSha and also the other teams as well. We analyzed their play style, but honestly, we still focus more on our team play, that we fix our issues, that we have a good team mentality, good team atmosphere, and this is my main focus, so yeah, we're able to beat them in the end.
Star, reinvent.
And here comes GV Esports once again, the team, of course, from Europe. Bit more of a doable task for GV Esports up against VASCO today.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a much better opponent for them, but it's also a nervous position to be in. This could be potentially the first team that finds themselves in a position where they might not make it through out of the group stage if they go down again 0-2. So that does add a little bit of pressure in this circumstance, but I'm hoping they can show us a much stronger performance today.
Yeah, I mean, what are we looking forward to as far as GV is concerned? They opted to go towards sub-base yesterday against BaiSha. It didn't really feel like that worked out for them. I would be surprised to see them pick it again. You know, again, under the assumption, obviously, that choice was really more of an angle towards their opponent's weakness than back toward their own strengths. And even what Seven was saying in that interview there, that they wanted to sort of focus more about what they're doing as a team rather than what their opponents are doing. I almost feel like that's probably a better avenue to sort of come into this game with, rather than trying to figure out what their opponents are doing and try to sort of play around that. We'll take a look here again at the data for both of the teams before we do jump into the conversation around that first matchup. And I suppose the first most interesting point to touch on, of course, is VASCO, because we haven't seen them yet on stage here in Vietnam.
Yeah, this is a team that really impressed me the first time I saw them. A lot of these names are fairly new to the scene compared to some of the older, more well-known Brazilian rosters. Tuzin's been around a decent amount of time, but a lot of these guys, the first time I saw them was the last CFS, but they came out and looked very impressive, outperforming even Black Dragons at that event. So this is a team that's definitely a force to be reckoned with. So looking at the overall stats, MG, that's definitely one of the players I'm going to keep my eye on. He's their lead sniper here, kind of taking that role and really shining through in a positive way, especially as one of the younger players on this team.
Yeah, generally speaking, when you see sort of 4 players above 1.0 KD and 1 player below, I think that's kind of the mix that you really want to be looking for. You've got 4 players that can really do a bit of work and make some magic happen. Same to sort of be said for GV Esports. It felt like that was kind of the style that they brought to the table, right? Seven obviously focusing a little bit more on that leadership duty, but 4 other guys in the fragging department, they were able to, you know, in some cases hold their own. I think that it wasn't exactly the best showing across the board yesterday for GV Esports, but when we're going to continue to bring it up, right? Going up against a 9 who is bringing 27 kills to 1 game, it's hard to sort of put your numbers up. So we'd hope to see numbers a bit more like this from GV Esports rather than what we saw from them yesterday. But, you know, in saying that, I think as well, like Seven, it's not going to be acceptable to go like 0.33 or something like that, which I think was sort of where he was at one point in one of those games, maybe on sub-base when they lost 10-2. So lots of work to probably be done here between the GV members heading into today's game. Not much history, obviously, to have a look at between these two teams either, so there's not really anything that can tell us how this matchup might play out. I think, if I remember correctly, I might have lent the direction of VASCO as far as my prediction was concerned. I don't know, though. Like, I mean, I thought GV, even despite the fact that they lost to BaiSha yesterday, didn't look horrible. There was definitely some nice moments from a couple of the individuals, and we've got some individuals to take a look at here, the key players for this game.
Yeah, looking at the individuals we've got here, it is going to be action and awesome. So both of these guys, very strong for both of their teams. I think the big difference is going to be in this matchup, just who's really more prepared, because when you really don't know what to expect out of a team, it kind of relies on you building up an adaptation in your play style that can be very, very quick. And that's going to be, I think, what prevails here in this matchup, especially considering both of these teams are fairly aggressive. They like to play fast-paced on pretty much any map they're going to go up against each other on. So I think this is going to be a pretty intense game, maybe similar to what we saw in the final game yesterday, but definitely looking overall at VASCO being a bit stronger coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, as far as maps are concerned, I suppose that's the next conversation that we have to have. Are you expecting anything in particular, or is there just not enough history between these two teams to really make an accurate assumption as to which way that veto is going to go?
I think the only thing we might see is GV avoiding port or sub-base this time around. I think for them, those two maps can be a little bit shaky against the Brazilian region, and sub-base, I mean, in particular, was definitely a weak point in their showing yesterday as well, and that could cause them to have a bit of a mental block on that map, so I wouldn't be surprised if they take that out. But I actually thought their compound looked pretty good, so I'd love to see them play that again against a team that they have a little bit more opportunity to win those rounds against.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I thought compound, there was definitely some moments that felt like the map where particularly when they moved into that second half, actually, we were sort of almost kind of getting brought on side, but very quickly then BaiSha kind of took control back away from them. So it will be interesting to see, yeah, what the maps are going to look like going into this game, and whether either team really feels like super comfortable going into both, and, you know, are we going to find ourselves with a 2-0? I mean, just as far as the matches of today are concerned, I think we were looking at them and saying, you know, today's matches might be a little bit closer than what we got from yesterday, and I think that very much is in line with what we could expect from this first game. But let's talk maps. It's going to be Eagle Eye Black Widow going to be taken away. So sub-base again for GV, which, you know, based on yesterday's results would obviously seem quite a bold pick, but I guess they have confidence in their own play style, and so maybe they just thought, yeah, we didn't play it very well yesterday, but we still reckon we're a good team on the map. Mexico for the first time in the event so far, and then Ankara to close it out if we do indeed need to go to map 3.
Yeah, it's a really interesting ban and pick coming out from them because they not only picked sub-base, but they also banned Compound, which was their better map yesterday. So I'm not sure what the thought process might have been there, but I actually think this is going to play into the hand a little bit of VASCO in terms of the maps that came out, since Mexico, notoriously a pretty weak map for GV, but looking at the predictions here, actually pretty 50-50 across the board.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of in line with what we thought this matchup might look like, right? Yourself and I have gone the way of VASCO. The Chinese casters have done the same, as, of course, the Portuguese casters have sided with the Brazilian team. No surprises there, but Vietnam and Philippines certainly getting behind GV. And I'm not super surprised to see it be a bit more of a 50-50 split in this matchup than what we saw from the games yesterday, because, again, it goes back to what I was just saying, in that today's matches feel like on paper they are liable to go one way or the other, rather than just basically saying, okay, yeah, this team is more than likely going to win. This team is very much the favorite. In this one, I think it's kind of hard to sort of split the difference and say, okay, VASCO definitely is the favorite. I think they are the favorite for me, but I could see why you could make an argument that GV actually comes in here as the favorite as well.
Yeah, I think it's really just a difference of the young talent, a lot of firepower on the side of VASCO, but when you look at GV, it is a more experienced team. They've been in these events a lot more often, and they have that high level of play behind them where they can win a match like this. They've done it historically, just in recent history. I think the difference maker for me is VASCO has looked a little bit better recently, but overall across their careers, they've definitely shown they have a potential on a lineup like GV to make this happen. I think they're just going to have to play a much stronger game than what we saw on day one.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, now just waiting for the teams to get themselves sorted and ready to go in the booths. Shouldn't be too much longer before we jump into map 1. Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on sub-base? Are you a fan of that as a pick from GV?
I think it's a bit of a risk here, but it's one of those situations where if they can overcome it and win it this time around, I actually think it gives them a really good opportunity to pull off the 2-0, because Mexico's a map where it plays very similarly in the play style, and if they can conquer a map where they not only lost, but lost very overwhelmingly so, they can have a lot of confidence going into that second map to where they might just be able to run away with the series. But knowing how the Brazilian teams like to play on this map, it's going to be a really challenging one, and one I'm kind of surprised they left in the mix, because just being honest, I think they had a lot of problems on it yesterday, and I don't see them having that much time to correct them all.
Yeah, definitely. That said, you know, were those problems exacerbated by the fact that they were playing against such a dominant team? I think it's easy to look worse than you actually are when you're playing against a team like BaiSha, who, to be fair, yesterday seemed like they were all firing, so maybe we'll get a bit of a better look at GV Esports today. I'm seeing a few fist bumps go around in the booth right now, and so hopefully we're underway in just a second. It's got to be a little bit of a nervous, tense situation sitting in the booth there, but it looks like it's time for map 1, which will be sub-base between VASCO and GV Esports.
All right, here we go right into it. Map number 1, sub-base. It's going to be GV starting on the blacklist side, so they'll be attacking first. VASCO defending on that GR side of the map, and already we've got a collision in the B control room. It's going to be a nice little control play coming out from VASCO, and GV, they don't even want to meet this head-on. They're going to be playing really reserved and not making any contact here.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's that same kind of fight over control room that we were seeing yesterday early on in the round. Both teams want to take control of that area of the map. This time it's gone to VASCO, although they have very much given some ground there. It's still going to take GV a bit of time to get through that area of the map, and you do still have action even with another set smoke that's going to keep GV at bay.
Yeah, right now at this point it is going to be a bit slow moving here on the side of GV, trying to find that opening pick. MG almost able to connect on the cross to the lower A bomb site. He's going to have some trouble though. GV actually going to push through into lobby, trying to find those picks on the upper A bomb site. It's going to be Silva though, who finds himself a nice kill. MG gets the double kill trade as well. And now it's going to be VNC shutting down FaZe, leaving Seven alone, who does manage a nice headshot here on the bottom of site, but the bomb is down and he is in a really tough spot now.
Yeah, that's a very irretrievable looking bomb as far as I'm concerned, but let's see what Seven can do. Had a bit of a slower day yesterday. Maybe he can kick off today with a bang, trying to secure the 1-on-3. He has at least got time to play multiple avenues, and Action may give him a 1v1 if he decides to continue pushing down those stairs, which it seems he will. Has taken a bit of fall damage there and made a bit of noise, and so Seven's well aware of that possibility. Discipline may be lacking a little bit there for VASCO. No need to go hunting for that frag. Still a 2v1 though. Not the end of the world.
Almost a hit shot there as well. He's getting a lot of 1v1 opportunities. I'm surprised Tuzin isn't just going to wait for his teammate in this one. MG, though, repositions to play for the 2-on-1. They're going to spot him out. Seven, he knows he's got to go. Only 15 seconds on the clock. He gets the third kill. A little bit too close for comfort, but they still grab the first round over to VASCO.
Yep. Well done in the end to VASCO. But I would like to see them be a little bit more disciplined, because we are on the elite stage, and if you give those kinds of opportunities over to the best players in the world, they are going to take advantage of it. Nice start for Seven, gets two-zinged. And so MG is going to opt to pick up that Orm instead. Now's where I think it's fine to have a bit of aggression from VASCO, right? You do need to try to equalize those numbers.
It's not going to work out too well, though, but Action, just as I say that, picks up the double to answer back. Evens the score, 3-on-3. It's going to be Creeds, though, still putting that pressure onto the B bomb site. He finds the kill onto Silva. Now they've got the man advantage, and they can sneak through with this bomb if they choose to, but they're actually going to double back all the way over towards the A bomb site. The rotation has been full force from VASCO to try and retake B, leaving this A bomb site just wide open for the taking now.
That's not a bad shout. VASCO are doing their due diligence, though, and trying to get a bit of information. And as a result of that, they have been able to at least send VNC back over to A. I'm not sure he's really going to be there in time to make much of a difference. Has indeed actually gotten onto the side and stops Awesome from crossing. Brings it back to the 2-on-2 and wisely backs away as well. Now knows that he's brought the numbers advantage back. And so they can try to play out the 2-on-2. VNC spots Creeds. We'll just wait for his teammate. I like that from VASCO. Now let's see what they can do. Trade fragging their way into the site. Creed's already down to 7 HP. Not feeling very healthy. Flashed out as well. But GV are taking their time on the way in, or I should say VASCO are taking their time on the way in. They've still got plenty of it. Seven's the last alive in the clutch once again. Needs to hit some clean shots. His position now known. Action peaking. VNC, where's the trade? Hasn't been able to quite get it just yet, and eventually jumps up and over the top to grab it. VASCO, another clutch going their way. GV, that probably should have been their round, all things considered.
Yeah, a lot of it came off the back of that initial one-on-one. VNC was able to take that alone on the bomb site. No trade comes through from GV, and then he fully repositions with his teammate on the retake, and that's something GV couldn't afford to let happen there, but I'm interested to see how they might adjust. It is going to be one player now pushing aggressively, and it's going to be Tuzin who picks up the first. The trade immediately comes through, but Snox, he's caught alone here. This aggression has worked perfectly from VASCO, and now they have full control of A long and force this bomb towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, they also know that there's absolutely nothing over on the A long side of the map, so they'll be able to rotate their way across. MG well prepared and set for Creeds, trying to work into the B site, and so far not missing a beat. Eventually does get taken down by FaZe, but he's done his job. That's so far the most confident looking round from VASCO. That was a bit of a quicker one.
Yeah, really great entry fragging here. I'm hoping that GV maybe changes the pace, though. They're giving a lot of control, especially in that B control room, over to VASCO. And even on A long, they're letting them just push up right to their spawn. And you've got to find a way to answer that at some point, because right now, the passive play they're putting forth isn't really working out for them on these early round picks.
A little bit more of a passive start again for GV, although they do take control room early on. That was more or less given to them, though, by VASCO, who this time decided they didn't want to contest for that area of the map. In fact, VASCO is really not contesting a whole lot at the moment. Happy to play a bit more of a reserved style in round 4.
Yeah, it is going to be a slow rotation from GV as well. They haven't really left their spawn just yet, trying to get some information towards this A cross. It is going to be MG holding on to that angle. He's completely smoked off at the moment. He does have a chance, though, to spot them on this shoulder jump if they're not careful in how they cross towards the lower A bomb site. Action, though, already going into position here, could potentially hold off this push if it does come through, but the C4 is actually still down in the GV spawn area here, so they haven't fully committed anywhere just yet, and it doesn't seem too likely anytime soon.
Much slower approach, that's for sure, this round. FaZe is going to go exploring in the vent. Always a scary position to be pushing. C4's not collected yet either. GV are really running that timer down.
Yeah, they've got to make their move very soon now. 40 seconds on the clock to get this bomb down, and they still haven't got any control towards either bomb site. They're going to be grouping up now, though, for the full A hit, leaving FaZe in the vent for that lurk position. And it's all about the timing from FaZe here to help them get in. GV going to get the early frag, 7, able to find 2 actually on the entry. They get the upper A player as well. FaZe drops down, has control of the upper A bomb site, and now it's going to be a full retake situation, but FaZe, he's already found himself a nice frag there. MG able to get the follow-up trade, but it's still a 2-on-4.
Yeah, this is going to have to be the one that you don't let slip away as GV, right? This is almost an assurity. A 4-on-2 retake is never going to be easy to secure, but if for some reason VASCO were to be able to get this over the line, that starts to feel like maybe a nail in the coffin for GV Esports. Luckily, it looks like that's not going to be the case. A sublime round from 7, 2 big entries, and then closes out the 2 frags on the back end as well. GV have been handed their first round on sub-base and their first round today.
Yeah, really just a night and day performance from 7 specifically. I mean, this was the map he had that 0.3 KD you were talking about yesterday. He's already 9-3 so far in the first 4 rounds. You can tell he really wanted to make sure he was an important part of what his team could do in this matchup today. And so far he's proved it, but I'm kind of hoping some of these other guys start to step up around him as well. Awesome and Snock still not yet on the board. These are guys normally entry fragging machines for this team of GV, and they really need them to bring something here. And it's got to be pretty quickly. It's already 3-1, not a great first half. They do get this 1 round on the board, but they've got a lot more work left to be done.
Patience of virtue once again for VASCO. Not getting up to too much in the last couple of rounds here. And that really has given GV the run of things. Obviously, that didn't work out very kindly for them last round. But you could maybe make the argument that it was a little bit more of an individual failure on the site holds rather than anything else that kind of let VASCO down in that previous round. BNC looks like he'll get a nicely timed nade right onto a couple of the GV members. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, pretty surprising too. They haven't fully committed either off of that nade set. It is going to be a look towards B now. They've got 2 players on the outside of it in mid. The other 3 trying to force their way up lobby, but the counter utility so good here from Action in this position. Forces them to push into the smoke. He's going to be able to back off and bait for Tuzin on this angle. Tuzin good for 1. Action gets another. Creeds does manage the trade, but it may not be enough here. Silva and MG hold on to the back of the bomb site. Now Creeds, he's left alone. He's taken down as well, and it's another round over to VASCO.
Yeah, you do get the sense, though, that we're going to get to see something pretty quick soon. Whether it's this round or next round, both teams have kind of had that handshake agreement over the last couple of rounds where things have kind of slowed down a little bit, and I'm at the point where I sort of feel like GV might want to change something up. And yeah, immediately, very quick, straight into control room. They try to take that fight. Tuzen also getting aggressive, but it's action once more to find a multi-frag. Kills all over the map and ends up being a 2-on-1 at the end of the action. Who found 4, he wanted more. He wanted to get the ace. Has left MG alone, but MG has found Snox. Will be a little bit too late on the shot. At the very least, sees him, gets that information. Now down to the 1-on-1, and what a crazy round, considering the previous couple. We had 10 players alive until sub 1 minute left on the clock. Now, even with 2 minutes left on the clock, you only had 2 players alive.
Yeah, right now it does put a lot of pressure, though, onto Snox on the back of the B bomb site here. He has to get this bomb planted soon and really think about where he wants to position himself for the post plant here, because MG, a really tough player to be going up against in this one-on-one situation. He's got the arm in hand as well, so he can play a little bit more safely on the distance here. He's spotted already. The staircase position going to be a tough one to hold, though. He has to try and get the information that he's not pushing up, but one bad peek here, and you're going to be down and out.
Well, it's pretty good already for MG to have actually found the info in the worst case scenario, and he's going to go on the hunt, but didn't bank on Snox being in the vent, and so another round over to GV. Wonder if that could have been played a little bit better on the back end by VASCO. You get the sense maybe that Action, once he got that first couple of frags, he wanted more. He kind of got that rush of blood to his head. He got 4 kills, thought, here's the hero moment, I get the ace, but what if he just takes a step back and slows things down, plays it out 2-on-1? Could have been a different story. Still, VASCO, I suppose they can afford to play on the front foot when they're up 4-2.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting response now from them. Awesome, already sneaking into the lower staircase position as well. Snox right there trying to bait it out. VNC, though, gets the headshot. No follow-up from Snox. He's going to go down as well. Beautiful entries coming out from VNC, and now they've got a massive advantage. FaZe able to get that late trade onto him, but the damage has already been done.
Yep, definitely. VASCO just finding it a little bit too easy to find these multi-frags. How many times have you seen one individual grab 2, 3, 4, even in some cases, kills? And you're just not really getting that same sense from GV, with the exception of 7 in that one round. He found the multiple entries onto A. So individual mechanics and just general firepower has kind of been a little favorable for VASCO thus far. FaZe knows there's a player close here on the left.
GV still no control here, trying to work their way slowly in towards B, but MG, he's got the angle. If he can hit the shot here, it should be the round over to VASCO, but the timing could actually be a little bit brutal. He moves off the angle, gives that opportunity now for FaZe to sneak into the rafters. This could be a really valuable position. But again, the C4 still down in the back of spawn for GV. They've had this kind of slow mistake of waiting until the last minute to pick it up, and now they're almost forced into a really aggressive play on B to try and make this happen.
I mean, to be fair, 35 seconds is still enough to work with, but you do have 2 players to deal with on this B site. Silva just on the corner angle. It's going to be a difficult one to dig out without bringing MG into play as well. So tough nut to crack here for GV. They're going to have to hit some good entries. Silva dancing around, will drop to Creeds, and MG just lets it happen. Happy to try to play out the 3-on-3 for the retake. Here's a good opportunity, though, for GV. Util's getting tossed into the bomb site, not really harassing Creeds all that much. He's just playing behind site. Big linchpin here is going to be Action, and if he can find his timing through that smoke, whether or not he finds the double kill, the multi-frag could be huge. Time of the essence. Big spray from Action gets the better of FaZe, and now it's down to 2-on-3. Tuzinj and Action combine, and that looked a little bit too easy in the end for VASCO. 3-on-3 retake. You can't be going down without even getting a single frag.
Yeah, really smart play, though, from Action. Even though the smoke was in front of him, he just started pre-firing into it, trying to bait those players onto his position, and it worked so well. After that bait, the rest of his team was able to swing in and just help clean things up as they pushed into sight. Now they've got a 5-2 lead, a pretty massive one here over GV as they continue forward. It is going to be GV looking for that opportunity to maybe answer back in these final 2 rounds of the half. They're going to go ahead and try and get this counter boost rolling on the side of VASCO, though. I like the call here, getting that player up nice and early. It's going to be MG holding the off angle, but GV, they're already pushing straight into the B-bomb side. It's going to be Snox to fall. But look at this response from Action, the triple kill, and Silva finishes the job here, 6-2 now.
Yeah, Action is absolutely nuts at the moment, isn't he? Just feels like every single round he's finding a way to get himself involved in this contest, and in a really positive manner as well. So many multi-kills from him, 14 and 4 at the moment. Definitely not making it easy for GV again, and it's not looking too good in the first half so far for GV. They'll be wanting to grab the third to close it out, give themselves a bit of a chance in the second half, but the way it's looking right now, it just seems like VASCO is storming their way towards a victory right now.
Yeah, it seems like still a lot of the same problems on this map. Again, very surprising to see this be their map choice in this series, but we'll see if they can find a way to redeem themselves. But Action, this guy's on a bit of a tear here, gets the opener. The follow-up this time is going to be there, though. Snox, 2 big headshots, takes down both Action and Tuzin. Now they've got control of the A lobby. It's going to be MG looking for the response. Almost able to find it, does manage that shot onto Snox, but awesome right there for the trade. And finally, GV do start off this round with the advantage.
Yeah, you got that 1-1 split, though, from VASCO, so both the sides are covered at the moment. Silva might be called to rotate back over to A right here. Looks like he almost wants to get aggressive, and I don't really mind that, trying to maybe find a timing here, and very nearly does onto Creeds. The shot's just a bit too good from the GV Esports member, but that does give info to VNC, and he's already quickly on the rotate. Again, can he maybe find a timing that GV aren't anticipating and quickly bring this back to a 3-on-2? Well, now that he's been spotted, the answer's probably going to be a no. Wise move from Seven. Just gets out of there. Allows his teammates to toss the util in and waste time. I like the fundamentals from GV. I think the way they play the game is quite intelligent, but just mechanically doesn't seem like they're quite there. And well, VNC gets a headshot onto Seven, but does not much more than that. And so 6-3 at the end of the half. Not sure that that third round really fills you with a whole lot of confidence, Kyle, but at least it's something.
Yeah, I feel like for GV, even though it was a 6-3 half, there was quite a few rounds that came down to 1v1 situations, so I wouldn't say they're in a position where it's over just yet, but they definitely need to have a stronger performance in the second half to really solidify what they can do here, because it seems like the early round is where they've suffered. Their post-plant situations actually haven't been half bad. It's just these entries where they're kind of getting picked apart pretty consistently.
Yeah, and I wonder how that, how they're going to grapple with that when they're the ones now having to defend the sites. And generally when you're defending the sites, the advantage that you have is obviously you're fighting players coming into you. And so they have to sort of clear multiple angles, whereas you're really almost always watching the angle that they're going to be coming from. The disadvantage, of course, is that they have the numbers. And when they've got the numbers, VASCO seem like they're just slightly that better team. Their trading is a little bit better. Their mechanical aim and ability is just a little bit better. So do you wonder how GV is going to fare on this defensive side?
Yeah, for GV right now, it's all about trying to get that information as to where they're going. It is going to be a pretty massive stack towards the A bomb site. Creed's holding the off angle here. Could be running into some trouble very soon. He's got a couple players approaching his position, but they're not doing it too abruptly here. It is just going to be kind of like a crab walk almost into that room. It's going to be up to Creeds to really get this angle at the perfect timing. He's going to get spotted out, though. VNC takes him down right away. Now they've got full control of upper A. They're going to be pushing down right onto site. MG finds another onto Seven, catches him rotating, and now Awesome. He kind of just has to camp in this off angle and hope they don't check it.
Oh, I thought they weren't going to, but eventually he does get found by Tuzin, and FaZe, this is not the weapon that you want when you're trying to retake a site. Has to switch over to the pistol instead. Not going to help him out too much. First round of the second half goes the way of VASCO.
Yeah, really great position now for them to be in on this first map, especially with them knowing it's their pick on the way for map number 2, with Mexico being the second map in this series. And it could be very fast approaching Mexico unless GV have that response here. They're going to be going for the full BC control. It is going to be 3 players working their way in aggressively. But there's no contest on the side of VASCO. They don't want to go into this one too aggressively. They're going to back off, reset, and start to funnel their players back towards the A bomb site. But this is the most turtled up we've really seen them so far, and I'm actually surprised with how well they've been doing in the gunfights. They didn't want to contest there.
VASCO really deciding to play a little bit more reserved in this round and waiting to see if there's going to be a push from GV. Doesn't look like they're going to be given that opportunity. Snox might be in the position to make the difference right here. Action, though, is going to be a difficult one to break. He's been really solid, and look at that. Just the ease at which he breaks open control room is something else. Doesn't quite manage to get 7, but still the trade is going to be there for VASCO, and I'm afraid when you lose 2 players that quickly, that easily, there's not really much of a chance for you in that round.
Yeah, right now, GV, they're in a really tough spot to try and bounce back out of. They only need 2 rounds on the side of VASCO to take this first map, and GV, the sub-base, just not looking good so far at this event, and we'll see if they can do something more maybe to try and bring this one to a much closer situation, but they've got to change the playbook fast here. They're running out of time to make this one happen, and you can see it in how VASCO's playing. There's no hesitation here, no lack of confidence on their side. They're just going in guns blazing whenever they want to, and it's working.
I mean, it's a marginally better result so far for GV than what they faced yesterday against BaiSha, but if they were to go down 10-3, that is still a pretty damning scoreline. Twice on your own map pick as well. Really going to have to rethink things, but unfortunately, at that point, right, you go down 0-2 in this group in terms of the match results, and you're done, right? You then cannot qualify for the next day's play.
Yeah, it'd be pretty much down and out for them. I think the only maybe situation they would have is if there's a 3-way tie where somehow everyone 2-0s each other in the bottom 3, but with who else is in this group, it doesn't seem like that's going to be a likely outcome here, especially if this is the VASCO we see against other teams as well, because this could be not only GV just having a bad time, but VASCO, you've got to hand it to them as well. They're playing very, very well and looking like one of the stronger teams in this group so far. It is going to be a full push, though, coming through into the A lobby. Snock's going to be a little bit overwhelmed, has to back off here, but VASCO as well, they're not full committing here because Silva, he's got that anchor position already on the bottom of site, but FaZe gets the quick scope onto him, takes him down, and now GV's got a nice advantage here.
VASCO is not even committing to A. In fact, they're going to exit and go back over through the top side of the map. But where do they reroute to from here? They just need to hit some really crazy entries. They've only got 20 seconds left to work with, but they're going into B. 7 is the one watching. He's fallen. B is open. And in the blink of an eye, VASCO go from one side of the map to the other, and they make it work. VNC here to cut off the rotations. How do you even expect someone in the vent at this point in the round? Unless Tuzin goes down incredibly quickly, you would expect VNC on that flank will be able to make the impact happen, and that is 9 for VASCO. I love the mid-round calls from VASCO.
Yeah, just very positionally aware in what they're doing here. VNC, perfect timing on that late flank to make sure they won the round. But GV, this is the situation they keep running into. Even the rounds they're getting in the advantage, they're still having them converted against them. And now they're already in a situation where they could fall here if they're not careful. But FaZe pushes up mid, gets one, almost another. Snox as well, about to find Action, who does get the kill before going down to the trade. But this push has worked wonders for GV, already finding themselves 3 kills.
Yeah, just once again catching their opponents with pace. Tuzin will fall. Pretty quick round. GV grab themselves that. But it's not the kind of thing that you can get away with multiple times, right? It'll work once or twice in a half. But they're going to have to fall back onto the fundamentals to win the rest of these rounds as well, GV. It's a big, big ask. 5 in a row to equalize. We saw a 3-round deficit get brought back into the tiebreaker yesterday evening. That was Kara House up against Pacific Makta, but 5? I don't know about that.
Yeah, for GV, it doesn't seem like it's going to be their reality here, but you never know. Crazier things have happened before, but VASCO, they're just playing so well, especially when you look at players like MG in action, just getting consistent frags for their team and really making it so hard for GV to feel like they've got any advantage in these situations. GV, though, playing pretty spread out to start off this round. It is going to be a 2-1-2 setup, only one player holding on to that lobby position, and that's going to be a little bit of a risk, I think, considering how much attention VASCO has put on that upper lobby control.
Yeah, GV going to be hanging on for every single kill they can get. So far, no advantage in this round. 7. Take that peek, but both he and VNC will walk away from that relatively unscathed.
Very late rotation coming out from VASCO, going in for that full A execution with everybody except the bomb carrier, though, surprisingly so. The bomb still towards B, but it's not going to matter. Awesome gets the triple kill on the A staircase. Now it's a 5-on-2, and they're still looking for more here. Awesome gets shut down on the repeak, but this is where they have to be careful not to go in 1-by-1 on the side of GV. Snox, though, beautiful nade, takes it down to a 1v4 for Silva. FaZe gets it done, and GV at least live to fight another day.
All right, there's a little bit of something. Just no trade coming through from VASCO, and probably the second time for this map where we've seen one individual pretty much pull GV through a round. The first, of course, was 7 in the first half. This time, Awesome, his position just wasn't cleared, and so able to take advantage of that. FaZe this time gets the better of VNC. It's another aggressive round out from GV. This Global Risk side is starting to heat up a little bit for GV. Action, not able to do too much. Another very fast round. This has got to be a little bit tilting for VASCO, knowing that they are so close to getting this over the line, but just can't find that final round.
Yeah, this is where it becomes difficult here, getting that final round on the board. That pressure of that map point can get through to a lot of these teams and make it just so challenging to find that last point here. They still have 3 more opportunities, though, without risking overtime to make that happen, and they still have a lot of strength in how they execute towards this A bomb site, and I think that's going to be where they put that attention here, but GV seems to know that as well. They've got 4 players stacked now, playing pretty aggressively towards A.
Action in a sneaky position behind the box, only good for 1, but there is still more frags to come for VASCO. This could be the round that they have been looking for. 4-on-2. FaZe and Snox with a big job to do. You had the sense that eventually this run would come to an end for GV. They'd been working hard on the defensive side, but it was a little bit too much to bring back. They just didn't give themselves enough rope. So now it feels as though we're only moments away, but have I spoken a bit too soon? MG brings it back to the 2-on-1. FaZe now alone to try to save the game for GV Esports. Where's the C4 going? This could be interesting if the C4 runs into FaZe. But Silva seems to be rerouting back toward B.
Yeah, at this point, it is going to be a grouping on the B bomb site. The plant should go down here. It's going to be up to FaZe to try and keep the dream alive on sub-base, and they've clawed back pretty hard to get here 3 rounds in a row to do so. But this is going to be a tough player to get through. MG holding this angle on the back of the quad boxes. Spots him out. FaZe, though, not going to happen. What a headshot to finish the map. 10-6 VASCO. They're going to take this first one and start off the series with a win on GV's map pick. A pretty bold statement to start their life in this tournament.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I mean, a couple of confidence-building rounds, I guess, towards the back end there for GV, but to bring it from maybe, you know, a 10-3, 10-4 type scoreline to a 10-6 still isn't going to feel great when it is now, you've lost your own map pick, you've lost the first series that you played, and if you lose this series, there's pretty much no chance that you're going to go through to playoffs. So backs against the wall now for GV, and knowing that they have to move into their opponent's map pick as well, there's that added element of pressure. Can't be feeling too fantastic in that booth right now, but look, as far as VASCO is concerned, 10-6 scoreline, very happy with that. I thought, in particular, action looked really good in the vast majority of those first half rounds. Did slow down a little bit in the second half, but, you know, even found himself some kind of impactful rounds there in the second half as well. So, yeah, look, credit where it's due. I think he's probably going to be the one that I would be voting for as far as MVPs are concerned. And right now, you know, feeling pretty good about our prediction. Looking good for a VASCO dub.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a 50-50 at this point. I mean, VASCO, even though it came down to a 10-6, GV just wasn't able to get the ball rolling there, and even when they had that effort at the end, it just felt like a little bit too late to even have that impact to try and come back and win. So as we look at some of the highlights here, I think it is going to be, for me, kind of like what you said, looking at action as that key player, probably pulling up the MVP. I think he had somewhere in the low 20s for a kill count here, and I think he was one of the major differences in shutting down that GV aggression, because you could tell GV wanted to be aggressive, but after action pulled off some of those plays, there was a lot more hesitation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's at least one of the multi-frags that you got through from action. Here's another one. Was this almost the 4K maybe from him, or was that the previous round? Not sure. Doesn't really matter. At that point, VASCO were so far ahead of the game that, you know, it always felt like GV was kind of playing catch-up, and unfortunately at a certain point, you give so much away, you just don't give yourself enough opportunities. It's not as if their global risk side was too bad, actually. They kind of went about 50-50 on their second half in terms of the rounds, but at the end of the day, right, when you're down already 6-3 after the first half, you're just eventually going to run out of time, you're going to run out of rope. So that is exactly what happened, and now they have to turn their attention over towards Mexico. VASCO will be obviously feeling quite confident. They've got individuals firing, they're moving on to their map choice. No complaints from their side, and you know, dare I say, I feel like, yeah, 2-0 is definitely on the cards today, and GV at that point, goodbye.
Yeah, and it's disappointing as well, because I feel like a lot of it is kind of exacerbated by this sub-base pick they seem to really want throughout the event so far, but they haven't looked great on it throughout the tournament as well. So I'm hoping they rethink that approach, and maybe if they can pull this one back, there's a chance they could claw back here, because I actually think looking at this map selection, again, the opponent's map choice might be the map where they perform better, because Mexico is not a bad map for them regionally. They're very dominant on it. They're one of the teams that's undefeated on it in the region as well. So I think this is a good one for them to maybe claw back on and make it happen. I'm just worried that action is still going to have another devastating half to go up against, because that's the player for me it seemed like they had no idea how to deal with.
Yeah, it's unfortunate really for GV, isn't it, that this has kind of happened to them 2 days in a row. First they have to deal with 9 yesterday from BaiSha on compound, dropping 27 kills, and then same kind of thing happens here up against VASCO with action, but as of yet not sure exactly how many kills action ended up with. We'll get into the stats in just a moment, but yeah, he kind of sort of took that first half away from GV in a couple of occasions, and you know, I always feel like it's the same kind of story as what we saw in that game on compound yesterday, where there was definitely moments for GV. It wasn't as if they were out of that contest completely, but they sort of felt a little bit too few and too far between, unfortunately. And yeah, I mean, again, another fairly dominant display from their opponents that is indisposed by 1 or 2 decent rounds from GV, but at a certain point, you know, 1 or 2 rounds is not really going to be enough.
Yeah, and it was crazy too, because I feel like they had one of the missing pieces there for GV. I mean, 7, he started off this map 9-3, even though they were down 1-4, but on the other side of that, you also had Awesome 0-9 in the first 7 rounds, and that was the biggest surprise, I think, for me coming out of GV, because I felt like 7, he was ready to come into this map and play really strong, and he was. The rest of his team just had a really slow start here. Yeah,
definitely. So we're just waiting now for the MVP to get put up on the screen, and then we'll be looking forward to jumping into map 2. I mean, for GV, right, they do have a lot of thinking to do going in here, so they're probably enjoying the fact that there's a little bit of an extended break for themselves heading into map 2, just because now it's do or die, really, for GV. If you do not win this map, you're probably out of the competition, and well, I suppose then you've got a bit of an extended stay in Vietnam. You can go around and have a bit of a holiday, but realistically speaking, even though they have one more match yet to play in this group stage, that match probably will not make a difference, and it's just going to be a match to try to avoid the wooden spoon prize of coming last in the group. VASCO have a lot to think about, though. They have a lot of work that they still have to do, and it's kind of nice from their perspective to be able to find that 2-0 start, if that's what they're going to get today, build up that confidence heading into day 3 and 4 of the groups, which is going to be their important matches as well.
Yeah, especially when you talk about round buffers maybe needed, because this is where you want to get them on the board if you're VASCO, knowing you've got those harder opponents on the way. But even in GV's position, I think there's still a world where they can maybe bring this back here. I feel like Mexico, for them, very strong, and you know, even if they pull off a 2-1 here, there's maybe a small chance they could make it out of the groups, because at least for me, when I was looking at this group on paper, I actually think ranking might be the worst performer overall that we see, because GV, they haven't looked that bad. I just feel like they had probably the hardest schedule to start, and they kind of ease into it as they go.
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, they're going to need to do a little bit more than what they are at the moment, regardless of how the schedule plays out, you know, for or against them. I suppose since we're just sitting here talking, we can talk a little bit about the other matches that we've got today. Imperial and Clara House, I think it's going to be a big one. Never mind that, it looks like the stats are ready to go, so we'll jump into that one and take a look at how that last game did play out. And no real surprises. You are going to see action at the top of the scoreboard there. You know, good attempt from 7, and even to an extent Snox, but this time it was Awesome that sort of went a little bit missing, even though he did have that one really big round in the second half. You can't be getting away with scorelines like this, unfortunately, for GV.
Yeah, definitely not, but across the board, I mean, MG and Action, the real difference makers, and I'm assuming it's going to be one of them who gets the MVP as well. Most likely Action, almost pulling a 2.0 KD. We are going to see it here. He is the MVP for this first match, rightfully so. I mean, this guy had so many impactful plays, probably one of the better performances we've seen so far in the whole event, probably only being topped by what we saw from N9 against the same team yesterday. So I feel like for him, if he can keep up this kind of consistency, he has a lot of value to bring to the table here.
Yeah, one of the things that GV probably do need to have a look at is just not allowing one individual on the other side of the field to kind of take the game away from them, right? A lot of multi-frags coming through from Action there. He gets away with a lot, right? You need to be trading that down. He can't be allowed to find 2 or 3 or 4 kills in any given round, multiple rounds in a row. So look, I know it's probably a little bit too late to be kind of making adaptations, right? You need to sort of be relying on the practice and the work that you've put in the lead up to this event, but they do need to change something up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I hope moving forward we see a lot of changes here coming out of GV, and hopefully for them, I'd like to see a situation where they take this to at least a map 3 situation, just because for them, I feel like we haven't seen their best yet, but it would be great to get a good glimpse of it before it's all said and done here.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, let's hope that that's what we're going to that's what we're going to get from GV. We'll kind of keep our hopes in their department, in their direction, but for the moment, it's time for a break. Don't go too far. We'll be back for map 2.
Championship point, all gamers will be
Welcome back to the CFS Summer Championship, of course, here with Kyle in Vietnam. It's been pretty fun, pretty good stuff so far, and we are now jumping into map 2 for our first series of day 2. There's a lot of days still to go. We've got 7 days of competition here, and day 2 out of 7, so still lots of CROSSFIRE yet to come, but VASCO looking pretty good against GV is the current situation that we find ourselves in. It was a 10-6 scoreline on sub-base. GV's map pick. Is a 10-6 even representative of how that game felt? I almost felt like maybe a 10-4, 10-5 was a little bit more what I was expecting, and GV kind of hung on a little bit in the end for those last couple of rounds, but they felt like kind of nothing rounds, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. I mean, it got to the point where it was 8-3 at one point on the board, and that's when GV started to push back, which is kind of what we saw in their compound match as well. They push back, but it's almost a bit too late, and they're just not able to get anything going earlier on in these matchups. But when we look at Mexico as the next map here, this is a map where you really have to get the ball rolling from round number 1 if you want to have a chance here, especially knowing they're going to be starting on the GR side of this map, and this is one of the most GR-sided maps in all of CROSSFIRE. So for them, this first half is a must-win half if they want to take this map, because a lot of teams, they can struggle on that blacklist side to really open it up because it's a very narrow choke point map. But for GV, they've got to come out swinging here.
Yeah, most definitely. They've got to find a way to get some momentum and also take it away from VASCO, who were really running away with things in a couple of rounds in a sort of illegal fashion. It felt like Action in particular, obviously the MVP for the last map with those multi-frags that he was able to grab, was just getting a little bit too much work done unpunished, and there was a couple more instances where that happened against GV. So they'll need to work on that as they head into map 2, which will be Mexico. All right, here we go on to Mexico and VASCO with a bit of a job to do here, starting off on the attack. As you mentioned, could be a little tough for them. Out the gates really quick, though. And they do beat GV for pace, which, you know, may not be the worst of strategies when you've just come off of a big break like that.
Yeah, really good decision coming out here. Playing the timing on that mid-peak is going to be everything. GV, they just weren't ready for that at all. And now they've got the man advantage to work with. Still, the smoke cycle is going to come through from GV, blocking off that mid entrance. And this is what you're going to see a lot of teams do on this GR side of the map. It's really just smoke walling that one main entrance into mid and waiting to see if they'll push through either the alleyway or through the sewers. So for GV, they've got the right idea, but they don't really have the strength in numbers this time around. And I'm curious to see if VASCO is going to keep doing that, because playing off spawns on this map on the blacklist side is a really key way to try and open up mid before the other team can get there.
Well, things certainly have slowed down since that point. Well, sooner or later, VASCO is going to have to go, and at the moment it does seem like they're a little bit more interested in that A bomb site. Smoke for A main, though. Could give them the opportunity to work a little bit deeper in through mid and head toward B.
Seven going to be playing solo here on the back of the B bomb side. No real support system if that push does come through. But it is going to be VASCO starting to work their way into what looks like a split on the A-bomb side. The counter flash comes through as a fake towards B. The rest of these players now collapsing on the A-bomb side. Silva's going to spot one. MG gets the kill. Action finds the other on the back of site here. 7 left in a 1-on-3 situation as the bomb goes down, and this is not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, real tough ask. Hasn't seen any action so far in this map. He's been kind of anchoring toward that B bomb site, and there is action to show him exactly what it is like when they meet. 1-0 to start things off for VASCO. Obviously, great start.
Yeah, really good start. I love how they're just positioning themselves and setting up to trade on the blacklist side of this map because it's not easy to do, but you can tell they've done their homework. They know all of these spawn timers and where they can get away with pushing earlier on. This time, though, GV goes for the full nade stack early on to stall that push, making sure there's nobody who can sneak out mid early on. The smoke goes down, and now they've got to figure out how to play behind this full wall of smokes here.
Well, I mean, once again, VASCO just stalled, but the difference maker is this time they have the numbers disadvantage rather than the advantage. FaZe, he just loves his XM, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, FaZe with this gun on this map is no surprise here, especially considering how close these aim duels are going to be. I mean, the AWM doesn't have quite the value on a map like Mexico compared to a lot of the others, so I'm sure you'll see him the majority of this GR side, either using that or an AK in his hands. It seems to be his kind of go-to strategy on this, and not a lot of other teams we've seen so far are willing to pull out that shotgun, but FaZe, he's had some good rounds with it. The problem is when you have to challenge a long angle on a retake, getting stuck with this gun, not so ideal.
Well, this is looking like the perfect angle to use it. And SV find it a little bit difficult to even check this angle. Snox is working it from range. Awesome there as well. It's a much better looking round this time from GV. The response to losing that initial round, quite a confident one. And very quickly back to equalizing the numbers at one apiece.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need on this side of the map because it is very GR-sided, so I feel like for them, they're probably looking for a 6-3 half here. That's usually pretty standard for the GR team on a map like Mexico. So if VASCO can pull even 4 or 5 rounds here, they're going to be feeling like that's a pretty decent win on the way this map plays out. So moving forward, I feel like GV, they've got to bolster this down and keep playing like they did in that second round. Putting that early utility pressure, though, on the backside of mid, very key, not allowing them to just run out on them. And this is going to give them a lot of ability to control the timer as well. The smoke cycle usually runs the clock to about 50 or 40 seconds left before you can actually push through without a smoke. You can see action there, getting a little antsy to fight behind it, but it's so hard to find those blacklist openings on this map.
I mean, the fact that they haven't lost a player just yet is actually not a bad sight for VASCO. But they haven't really been able to take any map control yet, have they? So, got to use those numbers wisely. A little bit of a change in approach this time around. Not going to work their way through mid. 7 is watching for their exit, but it's going to be taken down quite quickly by MG. So, once again, another man advantage for VASCO.
Yeah, this is where the patience has to be there. 7, he got a little bit antsy and over-peaked on that off angle outside of the sewers. He's going to pay the price for it. VASCO just running down this clock, waiting to see if they can find another using the same style of play, just trying to see if anyone is going to give them that chance at a free 1v1, because the advantage they have in this matchup is they've got the shots to bait out these players and win these 1v1s if they can make that happen. But here comes the smoke screen into mid phase. He's going to be left alone here, able to find one before going down. But look at this from Creeds and Snox. They swing right back into position. There's only 20 seconds on the clock. They've got the advantage, but Action, he is still here. He grabs the bomb, works his way towards the B bomb site. There's nobody on B as well. They can still get this plant off.
Yeah, has to push through a smoke, has been able to do so, but Awesome is there to shut it down, and MG now surely has no time to make this happen. Can't even land the shot onto Creeds, and it was a wise move from GV to sort of cheat that rotate over to B just to catch the C4. If they hadn't been able to do that, if they had have allowed him into the site, the plant goes down. It's a 2-on-2 post plant. It's anybody's guess how that goes, but GV do just find that timing.
Yeah, really good round from them, especially converting that from a 4v5 disadvantage. It really shows what they can do on this side of the map, but they've got to keep that ball rolling if they want to win this second map. Right now, it is going to be a lot of early pressure again on the middle of the map. MG looking for that pick in the sewers. This time it is going to be smoked off and played a little bit safer by 7. I like the repositioning choice here, not playing close up, just playing that off angle towards B. Now it's going to be up to VASCO to decide how they want to pull off this pressure play, but they've got 5 players in the sewers ready to go here, and it's only 7 on the other side of it.
Has changed his position up. But quick peek comes through and he's going to be forced away, so all the control outside of sewers established for VASCO. They're not going to slow things down at all. They want to go straight into B. 7 and FaZe here to defend with. Only the 1 kill coming through from the site defenders. Awesome is there to bring it back, but MG watching for the rotations. Whips out the pistol, gets the headshot onto MG, and now it's on to Awesome in the 1-on-3. Has the first bomb out in no man's land. Not sure what was happening there, but it's all good in the end, as VASCO will secure their second.
Yeah, really good response there from them. I'm not sure what went wrong on that B bomb site hold, though. I feel like GV, they had the advantage in how they were set up on that positioning. VASCO just getting the best of them in these 2-on-2 fights, and they're going to have to find a way to address this from GV's perspective. They're not winning these even number situations a lot of the time on the entries onto site, and that's going to be a big problem moving forward, especially considering a 2-2, very favorable for the Blacklist side in this circumstance, because it does lean to be a GR-sided map, so you can't really afford to be trading rounds if you're GV in this opening half.
Yep, not a good sign. Once again, standard, the way things are playing out so far in this round. VASCO are exploring all parts of the map, though. This time out to the extremity toward A. But very slow early rounds on this map, isn't it?
Yeah, very slow here, coming out from GV as well. Not really poking around for any aggressive plays, not going for full mid control either. They're playing reserved, except for FaZe here. He's just pushing up all by himself, shotgun in hand, trying to actually full clear this angle, gets the kill onto Action, drops into Alley, gets another kill onto MG. Just pure madness ensuing now as Snox picks up a 3rd kill for the side of GV. Now Tuzin, he's left alone. Awesome comes in for the backstab, and somehow it's already just down to Tuzin and FaZe. 3 kills on the shotgun. He gets it done, and that is a huge round over to GV.
I guess you can see why he likes to pick it up. Probably the only player we've seen with any kind of individual flair in terms of the weapon selections at this event so far, but has definitely been able to make it work. Still those 2 rounds from VASCO looking relatively threatening, and this time going quite quickly into A. The flash is just getting tossed over into the sights. It is a big choke point, but they're fighting their way in, barging their way really, like a battering ram straight into A goes VASCO. 7 trying to salvage. He's a one-man army himself, but now stuck post-plant at the forklift. Silver's rotating across, needs to help out MG. Does tap that bomb, and so draws out the peak from MG. 7 doesn't quite clutch it. A good attempt, but good is not good enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, really close round there, but at the end of the day, VASCO getting it is very big for their momentum now moving forward. Still keeping those rounds very even back and forth. 3-3. 3 rounds left in the half as well now. And this is where GV has to try and pull off a decent lead to close out the half. Out of these last 3 rounds, they really need at least 2 of them, probably all 3, to feel safe going into that next half, that they've done their job in the first here on the GR. It is going to be a quick setup, though, in this round from VASCO. A lot of utility being set up for the backside of mid here to try and nade out anybody playing on that quad box position. It is 7 who does like to play there, but they're just narrowly missing with those utility placements. He's going to be able to get away with no damage dealt, but I like the initiative coming out from VASCO there.
Oh, that looked like it was going to be a good nade. Didn't quite do too much damage to Awesome, but sends him packing back into the A site. Back to square one for VASCO. Do get the sense, though, that these faster plays have worked out really nicely for them, so it is a little bit surprising to see them defaulting back to a slower play, but I suppose if you throw that many fast plays in a row, it does tend to get a little bit predictable.
Yeah, at this point, I think VASCO is just trying to create these unique situations and hope that GV is not going to be ready to deal with them. And so far, it has worked out pretty decently for them. 3 rounds to 3 isn't too bad on this side of the map. And they're going to be putting that early pressure onto the midsection this time around. This time, though, GV not going to be holding any players to defend it, just playing a lot more safe and reserved on the sites. And this could be a good change of pace from them as well. I don't think VASCO is going to be prepared for 3 players sitting in the backside of Sewer.
Utah's getting tossed over by VASCO, but time is very much of the essence for them. Are they going B, or are they deciding to go pretty much around the world into A? Snock's already taking a duel. Will eventually fall 1 for 1, maybe not quite enough. They just want to take a bit more presence, phase through that smoke. Caught one off guard, can't do much more than that, but even still, it's not looking too shabby here for GV. Creeds needs to ensure he doesn't make a mistake, very nearly did. Shots don't connect though for MG, and GV have found another round.
Yeah, you can tell the energy is there. 7 trying to get them riled up after that one to get that energy high so they can push forward and really close out a strong first half. And they are making it happen for themselves a lot more so than what we've seen from them so far, really on any other map here. So you have to at least give them that credit so far on Mexico. But this is where VASCO needs a very important round. If they can bring this to a tie and maybe steal the half away on the blacklist side, that would still be a huge implication for their luck going into the second half to probably pull off and win this one. But right now, GV, it's all about what they decide to do on mid control. This is where they've had a bit of a hit and miss performance, but as we can see this time around, they're not going to be playing anybody in mid.
Once again, that nade stack not going to connect. 4 players leading toward the A side of the map for VASCO at the moment. Makes that a tough nut to crack. I mean, they're allowed to do that because VASCO hasn't taken any control of mid. There's just no pressure on B at all. So you can just leave that completely unguarded. When is VASCO going to pull the trigger?
Yeah, it's so tough with that mid-smoke cycle still going down. It's still going to be another potential smoke they could throw here as well. I believe they've got 1 left to work with. Even so, it is going to be VASCO, though, working their way into mid-control, but there's not a lot of time to work with on the clock. They've already got to start pushing right after the smoke screen. FaZe, though, caught on the gun switch. A crucial error. It's going to be a full clear on the bomb side if they can take down Creeds. Tuzin opens up with the double action, gets the follow-up. 7, now the last alive, already has 2 kills for himself and the bomb down. There's a chance he could do it.
Look at this wrap, though, into mid. Surely that's been heard. MG looks like he's ready for it. Peak comes through. Lots of damage done, but 7 is now down to half HP, and Tuzin has to clutch this out solo. He's got 27 seconds left to get that plant, which will be given to him by 7. Another clutch attempt here from 7. Talked about how important those clutches were on sub-base. Here's another opportunity, and most of them have gone the way of VASCO. 7 going to be peeking into Tuzin, makes it easy. And VASCO with another round. That's a painful loss for GV when they consider they've lost 2 of the same kinds of clutches. They could be plus 2 rounds right here in the first half, and that would make a respectable looking scoreline. But the fact they've lost those 2 rounds, 4 apiece, I mean, you think 4 already for VASCO is a pretty damn good result.
Yeah, at this point, VASCO's done a great job in this opening half. If they can get a 5th round even out of this, it's just kind of icing on the cake at this point going to their GR side, where I expect them to have a lot better time compared to GV in this situation. So VASCO, they're going to be playing pretty split this time around, trying to figure out exactly how they want to navigate these smokes, maybe a little bit earlier on. GV, though, exhausting them a little bit sooner with that extra smoke onto the alley bridge as well. So they've only got themselves down to 2 smokes already. So that's a good sign for VASCO. They're going to have a little bit more time to work with on this execution, but they still have to be careful in how they take this peak out of the sewers. This is where a lot of teams run into trouble if they're not set up to trade properly.
Well, running up your way back out of the sewer. So here's another nade lineup. Doesn't look to have quite connected onto 7 though. It was close. He was just backing away as they tossed it. Had they gotten it a little bit earlier on, they might have done a bit more damage. Pays once again with a big job to do in mid. And time running down for VASCO, so they're going to have to go.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to go ahead and go towards this A bomb site. GV, they've got a lot of presence in this direction, but they still have to have that rotation through mid to provide the coverage. But here comes the counter flashes from GV. They know this push has to come in now. FaZe able to help Awesome secure that first kill. Tuzin answers right back with 1, but they've got to get these trades rolling. Tuzin able to find another on the end. Silva takes down 1 through the smoke as well. 7, he's caught in the corner, but he still gets the double kill anyways. Creeds comes back swinging, and the 2v4 is now down to a 1v1, and it's 7 once again in this position.
Yeah, he's not feeling too happy about it, I dare say, considering he's below half HP. Time is really of the essence right here for MG. He's not going to be able to slow down at all, but he has gambled correctly and gone to B, whereas 7 has chosen the wrong site to sit at, and he's even going to take his time clearing that out as well. MG down to the pistol now. You'd back him probably to close this out, considering that HP advantage now, especially considering his opponent's position is known. Nate is going to buy even more time, and right now it's really just a case of trying to buy that time. 7 spots him out, a little bit of damage, but certainly not enough, and Util going over the top. Well, there we go from 7.
Yeah, that's a huge round. I'm actually surprised, though, MG went in for that last-minute peek. If he went back into the alleyway, he probably would have won just on time alone, but I'm sure 7 is thankful he finally was able to close out one of these 1v1s, because otherwise this would have been 4 1v1s in this map already where he took the loss for his team. So definitely a big way to close out the half, at least securing the overall half score in their favor. As we go into the side switch now, it is going to be 5-4 in favor of GV, but this is the big question mark in my mind. What are they going to do on this blacklist side of the map? Because this is a much more difficult side to start piecing together rounds on.
Yeah, I mean, how big of a difference maker will that one round be? At the very least, GV can say that they won one of the clutches, because the vast majority were going the way of VASCO in that first half. And now GV are the ones in the position that VASCO found themselves in, just stuck outside of mid behind a smoke. It's quite a slow map, really. Not much room for the attackers to do a whole lot until a lot of that util has been used. Cycle through the smokes on that one choke point.
It's interesting to see how teams approach this, because it always surprises me how this one smoke seems to keep most teams at bay and prevents them from pushing until that smoke screen actually goes away. Sometimes you'll see a team try and flash execute through it, but very often it's just them waiting for that opportunity for all of those smokes to be exhausted on the GR side, and then they can go in. But at that point, it only gives you about 40 seconds to play with on the round. And as we can see here, GV using that extra time to maybe work their way in for this sewer position. But MG, he's got the pick set up, able to find one. The quick trade comes through from Snox VNC. He's going to try and hang on. He's called for the support here as well. He's just going to lay down some damage and get back onto the site. And this is a great call actually coming out from VASCO, because even though they've lost the position, they haven't lost anything on the sites yet.
Nope, and they still have that solid 2-2 defense as well. Not to mention GV is kind of sandwiched in between that, so if they focus their attention too much in one direction, there's the potential for a swing to come from elsewhere. So they're feeling a little bit under the pump at the moment. They're going to have to go. Given time for 7 to sort of wrap around back toward A long, but they're not going to have a lot of time to actually make it work here. Smoke down toward B, might start to give the game away. The A defenders surely aware, and they are. Silva doubling down. It's just 7 left, and he's dealt with as well. Bit too easy for VASCO in the end.
Yeah, a lot of that round just came down to the play call to give them that control outside of sewers and just anchor both of these duos on the bomb site. Once they made that decision, I feel like the round was just theirs to take away because GV, they were forced to execute from that awkward sandwich position, and there was just no clean way to take control of either side at that point. I feel like maybe they would have had a better time if they went towards B, but now it's going to be GV going for the same play again, but a lot more aggressively. Action able to find one through the double doors. He's able to fall off as well and get the gun switch. Now it's going to be up to GV to find the response here, but there's nothing to be had. Again, they are stuck in this trap.
Yeah, I really like the way that VASCO is playing around this, right? They're happy to allow GV to get in there, but they want to take a pick on the way out, and they do. And this time they do it cleanly without even losing a member, so it's an even worse position to find yourself stuck in for GV. Yeah, I mean, they've got more time to play with. That's nice, but I'm not sure that the time is really a factor at the moment, more so the numbers disadvantage and the inherent bias that this map shows to the global risk side. It's not a great spot to be in here for GV, but they are, in a sense, gambling correctly to go towards B. And you'll see AKT Action has a fairly quick rotate in that direction as well, if necessary. And Tuzin on an off angle. That does catch 7. It's a decent hold so far from VASCO, and VNC will get it done himself. VASCO not missing a beat on this defensive side just yet, and further reinforcing what looks like it could well be a 2-0.
Yeah, right now for VASCO, they've made the right call in terms of how they're approaching that sewer aggression coming out from GV. I love the way they're just kind of allowing that to happen, but this time FaZe actually gets the perfect spawn to catch someone on the mid-cross. Snox does the same thing on the opposite side of the map as well, and now they've already got themselves a 2-man advantage. This is a huge potential round for them, but Action, he's trying to spoil that fun here, but 7, he's holding it perfectly as well. It's already a 5-on-2, and this is exactly what GV needed.
Yeah, that's really well done from GV. Again, like I said, those fundamentals you tend to sometimes not see from other teams are kind of on display when you watch GV play. Aware that the defenders they know are going to try to play a little bit more aggressively when they're down numbers because they want to go looking for info. They want to try to equalize the numbers, make it a little bit of miscellaneous play and find out timing. But 7 has it on lockdown. So really well done from him. And now GV slow things down. I think at this point, you know, you probably just group up and try to hit a bomb site and expect to trade down, see what VNC has to say about it. 2 quick kills already. Starts to make this look a little more precarious for GV. Let's not count this one as over and done just yet. They're also headed in the right direction. They will be smoked off. Creeds as well, catching VNC on that rotate. But Tuzin, yeah, he's not going to have much of a chance as now he's stuck on B and GV's gone back to A. So there was a moment there where VASCO looked like they could still win that round, but should be GV every day of the week now.
Yeah, Tuzin winning this round would just be kind of insane at this point. 7 gonna spot him out, but Tuzin, he's already found one of the 3, and this is where they've got to make sure they're set up to trade on the side of GV. If they allow Tuzin some 1v1 situations, this guy's been hitting those headshots all day long today, so they've got to be very, very careful here. FaZe going to be spotted out. Tuzin, he gets another one. He gets the 1-on-3. Oh my goodness, VASCO steal away the round in the 2-on-5 overall there, and that is not a round that GV could afford to lose.
No, absolutely not, and that's a shocking display as well in the post plan. Unfortunate for GV. I mean, just as I have to give them credit earlier on in the round for watching for those pushes and, you know, ensuring that the numbers advantage doesn't get brought back earlier on, you have to say, 7, why is he taking such an isolated peak, right? Why is he looking in a position where he can take a 1v1, right? Can they not just sit on the site together, play out the post plant, trade each other down? I mean, that opens the door, and granted, you still have to win a 2v1 there, but that's got to be a killing blow for GV. And VASCO are coming back with a vengeance. Numbers advantage in this round. They're not looking to let it slip. This has not been ideal from GV.
Yeah, especially now the C4 is down in the back of the B alleyway. 7 is going to have to find a safe way to recover that. They are pretty much giving him that position, but this is kind of what they've done all along on the side of VASCO. They don't really care too much about contesting directly on the sewer exit here. They're just reluctant to even take that fight because it can be an advantage over to the BL side on that, but now it's all about how they want to approach this towards the B bomb site. You can tell Seven and Creeds are starting to head in that direction. There's only one player defending it, but he's got a nice angle here. Tuzin playing in that back corner might have a chance of going unchecked here, but this is really going to be on GV to find the openings because so far they haven't got around this half.
Yeah, still some late round util here available to VASCO as well. It's going to just keep Creeds at bay in mid. He'll, in the end, opt to work his way across, as you said, towards B. Tuzin very safe in this position. Can even just play for the post plant. Doesn't need to take a peek right here unless he gets cleared out. Looks like he will get peeked there in the end by Creeds. They're doing their due diligence, clearing the site. But at best, that's going to put it into a 2-on-2.
Action, though, already working his way in the B alley here. He's going to be spotted out early on from Seven, who's going to be able to reposition here. And this is where Seven can do a lot for his team. Just making the right call and how they approach these alley players is going to be everything. It's going to be Action, who's taken down by Creeds. Now Silva is left alone, and he doesn't have any time to work with here. And Creeds gets it done on the back of the bomb site there. And just like that, we're back to a one-round game.
Yeah, a little bit of a better response this time around from GV. Unfortunate reality about this map for them is that you could probably put this down to like 2-3 individual clutches from VASCO that are making the difference. Had that not been the case, GV might actually be in a position where they're in the lead right now and in a position to actually close this map out. But it still feels like it's VASCO's to lose for now.
Yeah, right now, GV, it's still a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They've only got one round to match the 3 from VASCO on this side of the map. VASCO only 3 away from the victory here as well and taking this one 2-0. It is going to be VASCO putting a lot of early pressure as well into the sewers. They actually send 3 players to full clear this position, leaving VNC as the rest of them back off. So if it is a late player coming into this position, VNC should have the advantage there if that happens. But right now, GV, they are very turtled up, almost all of them just back towards their spawn.
As has been pretty standard on that blacklist side. Not really likely to see too much aggression out from VASCO, at least certainly not any further than what they've already displayed in this round by pushing into sewer. No need to do anything too silly. Lots of util still available for GV. And starting to run down for VASCO, but time starting to come into play as well for GV.
Yeah, only 45 seconds to go. The smoke screens should be fading soon on the side of VASCO, but VNC, again, getting greedy in this position. It's going to be Seven who finds him once more on the other side of it. Now they've got the 5-on-4, 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to start pushing in soon, but they've got the advantage to do so.
And that's the second time that Seven's got himself a kill from that exact same spot. So I dare say VASCO, if they push again, they'll be looking at that direction. Now, though, the hit comes in. MG, 2 nice shots with the orb. Tuzin, a very long spray down there against Seven, but gets the job done. B has been, to an extent, cracked open by GV, but numbers disadvantage is not going to help them out too much. Creed spots one, but there's players getting close to him on the side. Awesome! Clutches up in a big way for GV. This map is a long way from over.
Yeah, GV doing some pretty big work, especially on these post plants on the B bomb side. So I'm interested to see if VASCO might change their approach and how they hold down that bomb site, because the problem they're going to run into is MG. Solo holding that with an ALM is a very easy thing for them to exploit if they're aware of it on the side of GV Esports. So I hope they maybe shift things around, because the big difference you're going to see between these two teams is VASCO's very dead set on running that ALM on a very close quarters map, whereas GV, they don't have any problem just running 5 AKs or M4s in this situation, which I think could play to their benefit in the long term.
Yeah, I do think one of the issues that VASCO is kind of running into as well is just maybe a little bit of over-aggression when we're talking about these late-round situations. You can understand why they want to go for that push, but maybe it's still a little bit too early to be doing it when there's 40 seconds on the clock, right? You need to maybe be doing that 30, 20 seconds left when GV have actually properly rotated their forces off to commit to one side of the map. When there's 40 seconds still left, they definitely have enough time to continue to play that default before committing to an execute in one direction or the other. But that said, I mean, the clutches in this second half as well have been good for GV. VASCO getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine. And with the scores locked at 7 apiece, it does still feel as though it is anybody's game. Sure, the argument to be made that maybe it should be VASCO's, given the side that they're playing. But GV have been working hard in this second half, and it definitely does not look impossible for them to win the map from here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really important round for GV to try and grab a hold of. FaZe, though, he's got the shotgun in hand here. Not an easy one to make work on the executing side, but he's been really good at actually opening up some of these sites with it before, so we'll see if he can make that happen here and now. Silva going to be holding the backside of the mid-ramp, waiting to see what comes through. GV grouping up for the split push onto the A-bomb side. It's going to be only him and Action to try and lock this one down, but they've got the angles to try and make that happen.
Well, that's a lot of util getting tossed in, but no one spotted Silva just yet, so he gets the chance to strike for 2. Awesome has a lot of work to do here. He's already traded down 2 of his teammates, but he'll have to do the rest of the job himself, alone against a couple of members. They've been given time to get in onto the site. Wins the first duel, doesn't get a chance at the second, can't turn around in time, and VASCO will get their 8th. And just as GV feels like they are clawing their way back into this fight, they're now a step behind again.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit disappointing, though, how many of these rounds have gone against them just purely in 1v1 situations that they've lost, because if they had gone either way a little bit more consistently than mostly in VASCO's favor, this could be a much different game on our hands. But you've got to hand it to VASCO for keeping that composure and winning, I think, all but one of the 1v1 situations we've seen on this map. It's going to be Snox, though, who actually takes a lot of early damage, gets a little bit pummeled by that nade. And they're going to have to play a little bit safer now, but with that smoke screen down, this is where VASCO has that time and comfort to reposition and go for some early picks pretty much however they see fit, because GV has pretty much established in this half that they don't want to push through the mid-smoke, and if they're not going to, they're either going to wait out the clock or they're going to go sewers.
There has definitely been a lot of waiting out the clock going on in this map so far. I do wonder if, you know, is there a better way to use the time on the attack than just sitting outside of mid? You know, maybe do you look to clear out sewers? Do you look to try to take a little bit of a peek in sewers and then reroute yourself back toward mid? Because you're just not really going to get a whole lot done toward mid. Was that a bit of spam through the smoke from Awesome? Either way, one of the VASCO members down early.
It is going to be MG looking for that follow-up to respond. He knows Awesome's going to be playing behind the mid box. He's just waiting to see if he's going to make that mistake of peeking a little bit too soon. Snox as well, kind of dancing on the off angle here. Awesome, able to get that jump across and get out of the mid prep position. Now it's going to be up to VASCO to identify where this push is going to come through. GV, though, they don't seem to have a full decision just yet where that's going to be, but they are putting pressure on the sewer position. They've got 3 players grouped up and ready to go, but Tuzin on the other side of it means they've got to be careful. This guy's been hitting all of the shots today.
Yeah, he also has the backup of VNC, who's also there to sort of help him out, but he's completely flashed, has given away his position with those shots. Now MG in for 1 only for VASCO. They're going to head back in his direction, tries to get the quick shot with the scope, doesn't need it. Pistol comes out, Action in a 1-on-2, everybody low at this point. Pistols out across the board, taps across there as well. This will have to be a tough one though, right? With such little HP, you can't afford to make a mistake.
Yeah, he's got the HP to maybe make this work on the other side, though. It's one bullet anywhere, and they'll both be done, but the double peek comes through, and GV again bring this one to a tie situation, and it's still anyone's for the taking as we go into the final few rounds. And you've got to really respect what GV's been able to do, especially on these post plants on the B-bomb side. I feel like, especially on that side of the map, they've looked so good in the second half so far.
Yeah, they've been rock solid in those post plants. And not a bad start to a lot of these rounds as well. They've been finding a lot of opening kills, a lot of picks. VASCO need to have a bit of a look at that and ensuring that they're not kind of giving away free kills here and there. But we are back to the tried and true. A little bit more going on the defensive side this time around with that alley push coming through from VASCO, but not deciding to go any further.
It's a very unique setup, though, coming out from VASCO. They've got 2 players, alley, 3 holding the B side of mid, but actually nobody in mid itself and nobody directly on the A bomb site. So if GV were to just rush mid to A ramp, there's really no coverage there for VASCO other than that late player that can help support a little bit from the double doors. So they're pretty exposed to an aggressive mid play here.
It is a bit of a gamble, I suppose, from VASCO, but they'll be taking the guesstimate that GV is not going to play super aggressive or super quickly. They haven't been playing super quickly throughout this entire half. So it's an educated guess from VASCO that looks like it's going to pay off, at least for now. But how long do they persist with this alley position? And if they do, are they actually going to get much out of it? It does kind of look like GV could be headed in this direction. FaZe ends up getting himself just the one. That's early info for VASCO that the A hit is definitely possible, but still enough time for GV to go one way or the other.
Yeah, they are going to move Tuzin into the double doors position to hold off the A ramp push. They still only have action directly on this bomb site, but it's the right call from GV to keep committing here and playing for that information. That flash is going to be pretty devastating as well, hitting everybody on the GR side, covering that sewer position. Tuzin, though, able to find the first. That's huge. GV, they've got to get moving. They're running out of time. Action gets the double kill, gets the triple. A huge hold coming out of VASCO, and it puts them on match point.
Yeah, critical round 2 he's stepping up in. And you can see the difference that the 4-on-5 does make. Makes it look so much easier for GV when they get that opening pick, but when the numbers are even, it's not quite so easy for them to make their way into those sites. This time it was 4-on-4 after that exchange in alley. They just looked a little bit lost getting into that A site without the numbers advantage. Now a lot of heavy mid presence out from VASCO that is not going to be challenged by GV. And here's a chance to seal the deal and make it the 2-0 that VASCO are looking for. 10-8, it would be the closest map we've seen so far that obviously didn't go into OT, because we did have an OT last night. And I'm sure that's the result that VASCO is keen and eager for.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be up to them to close it out under the pressure of the situation. GV, though, this could be their potential life on the line in this event if they go down here. So if they can somehow take this into overtime and win the map, it could be the start of recovering their potential at a playoff spot. So it's definitely a lot of pressure to deal with for both teams as they try and close out this final round of regulation. GV, though, they are running down the clock. They don't want to push through these smokes, so it's going to come down to a very late round execution here.
As has been very much the case. But with 3 players in mid, this is an awkward spot to be in for GV if they try to make their way in that direction, particularly if Silva is able to open the account with a good initial shot. Has been smoked off now, though. And here come the flashes. Counter util is out as well from VASCO, but Snox up over the top. Only good for one so far. BNC doubles down alongside action, and this is looking dire for GV. They need 7 to clutch. He can't do it. It is 10-8. VASCO will secure the 2-0, and barring some shenanigans, that pretty much knocks GV out of the CrossFIRE Stars Summer Championship.
What a way to close it out from VASCO, and it looked like it could potentially see some overtime there. But at the end of the day, those final 2 rounds, they were able to establish perfect control and get themselves across the finish line. But you also have to give GV a shout out for the best map they've played probably so far as well. Very competitive, very close. But it all comes down to, I think, a lot of those late round situations. So many 1v1s in this map.
Well, exactly. That was what I was going to say. I think the difference maker really particularly was that first half. There was at least 3 one-on-one clutches. One of them went the way of GV, but 2 of them went the way of VASCO. And I think there was probably even a couple more clutches that went sort of back and forth over the course of that game. But it did feel like, particularly those ones in the first half, and even we're talking about that, what was it, like a 2v5 that got converted by VASCO earlier on as well, was perhaps going to be the difference maker. And we even discussed that at the end of the first half. We said, how impactful are those rounds going to be? Well, when you finish at a 10-8, which is the closest possible scoreline you can get, beyond going into OT, then yeah, it was pretty important. So unfortunate for GV, but VASCO, they did what they had to do and they got the dub.
Yeah, and they looked really good in doing so. I mean, strategically, I feel like GV played a really strong game here, but shot for shot, VASCO just looked deadly in the server. I didn't feel like they had to do anything crazy in their strat book, because the way they were taking these fights and winning these clutch situations really took them to a new level in these fights. So I think for them moving forward, I'd like to see a little bit more cohesion in how they play off of each other, but at the same time, what they did worked here.
Yeah, it did indeed. And so VASCO, what are they feeling now heading into some of the other opponents that they've got later on in the tournament? Probably not too bad, right? After getting that 2-0 dub, and we get to see the highlights here of that previous map. Very, very back and forth, wasn't it? But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how close you get. If you're GV and you can't get a map on the board, inevitably elimination is going to be what awaits. And so for them, like I said, they would need a situation to play out that is very unlikely. They would need to win their next game, hope that VASCO loses both of their next games, hope that some other shenanigans go on in this group, and ultimately we would sort of find ourselves in a 3-way tie where maybe somehow they win on round differential or something like that. But chances of that happening pretty slim. And also the issue with that is you're taking the destiny out of your own hands, right? You don't really get to dictate how that actually plays out. You're really just hoping that other teams and other results are going to go your way, and it feels like you don't really have a whole lot of agency in a situation like that.
I mean, they definitely don't at this point, but to be fair, I mean, they've already had 2 matches to try and prove it. They've fallen short, and now that's kind of the best case scenario they can hope for, is somehow everybody else 2-0s each other and they come out with the better round differential in that situation. But I feel like this VASCO could easily become the #2 seed in the group with how they played. Just the pure firepower alone, looking very solid. Talk about, Action and Tuzin looking insane in this matchup with the headshots they were hitting. It felt like they were a level above everybody else around them. You combine that with these guys really solidifying what they can do on the blacklist side of both maps. They're going to be a big threat moving forward to deal with.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me was the clutch potential as well. The VASCO seemed to really put them over the line, at least on this second map. And so if that's something that persists throughout this tournament as well, then obviously that's going to put them in good stead for a high placement, maybe a top 4. I probably would have had them in my top 4 coming into the event. Obviously the jury's out as to whether they're going to make it out of this group and get into playoffs, but at least a good start for them so far, and can't really complain about a 2-0 start. So that is the first dub for the Brazilian teams at this event so far. They follow on from Imperial grabbing a 0-2 yesterday against All Gamers. To be fair, really tough game for them to win. Expectation was, at least as far as we were concerned, that VASCO would come in and grab themselves a dub here. They did do that. So far, 4 from 4 for our predictions. Gone along pretty nicely.
Yeah, I think as we go on, though, it's going to be a little bit harder. I think there's a couple of close matchups on the way. But yeah, so far, it's been spot on here. But I feel like a lot of these opening matches were, I'd say, aside from maybe this one, fairly predictable in what to expect. But I still feel like in this situation, GV did a lot more than even I was expecting. I mean, a 10-8 on that final map on their opponent's pick, still an impressive showing from them here, and I hope they can at least carry it forward and have a good final match against Ranking to close out their group stage.
Yeah, most definitely. They're going to have Some unfortunate thoughts this evening, though. You know, going into tomorrow, it's at this point kind of not really a big factor for GV. And I think tonight, all night, you're really going to be going over in your head how some of those rounds played out, how some of the games played out over these last couple of days, and thinking what could we have done different to maybe be in a bit of a different position right here.
Is because I feel like with him specifically, there was so many situations. He was that player in the clutch. He had a 1v4 or 1v3 in front of it. He would get down to the 1v1, but then he would fall short in the 1v1s, which is a really tough position to be in because you already shouldn't be in that 1v4 or 1v3, but those 1v1s I think are going to haunt him a little bit after today's scoreline.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you can't necessarily blame him, you know, for not winning the 1v1s. I think there's more of a conversation to be had around not allowing the rounds to get into that position, and it's not as if, you know, that one last remaining player is the one that's at fault for losing rounds like that oftentimes. Take a look at the MVP here. Is it going to be action back-to-back? You would think maybe that will be the case. 3.49 KD is pretty hard to go past. We saw back-to-back MVPs yesterday. ZY in that game between AG and Imperial went back-to-back, and then Dola went back-to-back for Karahouse up against Pacific Markdar. And I have to say, yeah, I think probably Action deserves to do the same here for VASCO.
Yeah, I think so, that it's going to be likely we see him in that position. He had a phenomenal day, I think, even looking back at that first map, crazy impact, and even here now, 3.49 KD.
Yeah.
If he can keep up this level of play throughout this group, he's going to be a really deadly player, and this is a team I'm actually looking forward to a lot when they're going to match up against BaiSha because they've got pretty comparable firepower in some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid stuff. Can't really complain about what he brings to the table, and big reason why VASCO was able to get over the line today. I wonder if he's going to be doing the winners interview, which I believe is getting set up in a moment. Take a look back again to remind you how that match played out. The results here, of course, it was a 2-0 for VASCO, 10-6 on map 1, 10-8 on map 2. And that results in a 2-0 victory. So good start to the Group A matches for VASCO. That was their first game. We didn't get to see them yesterday. So where do you sort of sit them in the grand scheme of things based on what we've seen so far? Are they a top 4 team in your mind at the moment?
Yeah, I think considering especially the group they're in, outside of BaiSha, I think they're going to have a pretty comfortable time picking up wins in this group. Their other match going to be ranking, who I would probably put towards the bottom of this group. So I think VASCO is definitely a shoo-in for me for that number 2 spot. Maybe even a situation where I think they could potentially pull a map off of BaiSha, but I don't necessarily see them winning that series. But with this win, I think it definitely establishes them as the team to beat for that second spot currently.
All right, well, something that we'll have to keep an eye on as we go through the rest of this group. And obviously at this point, yeah, now we start to turn our attention toward the next match of the day. Imperial and Karahouse are going to be coming up after this one. Vietnam and Brazil taking on one another. There's not a huge crowd in today. I don't know if even there was anyone from the public allowed in today. We didn't really see anyone when we sort of got here on the bus waiting to come in, so it might be something that you know, is going to be more of a factor when we do get onto Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but I guess there's still that hometown advantage for Karahouse, not having to deal with time zones and stuff like that. Here's the groups as they stand. VASCO not quite having as dominant of a performance as BaiSha, but do still quite solidly sit in that second place position for Group A. Over to Group B. All gamers up on top. Nothing has changed there since the start of the day.
Yeah, now it's going to be kind of looking forward to that one team we still haven't seen play yet. That's going to be Ranking, who are going to be playing in our final match later today against BaiSha. I'm excited to see the other Vietnamese team take the stage and see if they've made those improvements coming in from the last time I saw them at CFS, where they looked a little bit shakier compared to Cara House. But of course, our next match, I think, is going to be one of the most anticipated of the group stages as well here, because Cara House and Imperial, for me, if you ask me what's the two closest teams you could put head-to-head in this group stage, it's those two teams.
Well, indeed, as we've been talking about this entire time, the next matchup, Cara House and Imperial, that is going to be coming up in about 20 minutes or so. So if you're interested in that, don't go too far away. It'll be a winner's interview from our previous match, and then a little bit of a break, and then we'll be jumping into that match right on the other side of it. That is a Group B match, and you've already sort of given me the implications of that, Kyle. It's a fairly important one to me. Like I said when you asked me at the start of the day, what's the match to kind of look out for? I would have said, yeah, absolutely, Imperial and Cara House, and indeed I did. I think when we sort of talk about the next two matches, BaiSha and Ranking, you'd probably expect it to be a fairly one-sided affair. BaiSha looked very good yesterday, and we'll be looking forward to seeing our second match in just a sec. So, obviously, as you can see, the interview is getting set up on the stage at the moment, and that'll be coming shortly. Just the unfortunate reality for GV at this point now that they've kind of had their run. They've got one more game yet to play in this group stage, and they'll be looking forward to perhaps having a bit of a holiday in Vietnam after that. I'd say that's kind of what's ahead for them. Whereas for VASCO, who we're about to hear from, we will be seeing them tomorrow and the next day trying to qualify for a spot on playoffs. Time for us, though, to go down to the stage for an interview. Check this out.
Thưa quý vị, như vậy thì cộng đồng CROSSFIRE trên toàn thế giới vừa được theo dõi một trận đấu rất là kịch tính giữa hai đội là GV ESPORTS và VASCO của chúng ta. Và qua trận đấu vừa rồi thì mình cũng đã tìm ra được đội thắng cuộc rồi. Và ngay lúc này thì trên sân khấu của chúng ta đang là sự hiện diện đến từ nhân vật MVP ngày hôm nay. Xin được chào AKT, và trước hết xin được mời AKT từ phía VASCO có thể chia sẻ một vài lời chào này đến với khán giả tại trường quay cũng như là thông qua các nền tảng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE, có được không ạ?
AKT Podu Paladu Công Todus Utias Podu Paladu Công Todus.
Me sinto muito bem, estava confiante para esse jogo, estou confiante para o campeonato e creio que era esperada essa vitória, a gente esperava que seria um jogo que a gente tem que ganhar e estamos muito bem, não só eu, assim como o time, tenho certeza que está tudo bem.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, ngày hôm nay tôi đến đây đi cùng với đội của tôi và đây là lần đầu tiên tôi đến thành phố Hồ Chí Minh.
Dạ, lần đầu tiên đến với thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Nhưng mà Thu Hà được biết rằng là kể từ sau giải Grand Finals năm 2021 thì đến năm 2023 đây cũng là giải quốc tế trực tiếp đầu tiên mà đội tham gia, đặc biệt là tại Việt Nam nữa. Thì không biết là cảm xúc của bạn cũng như là cả đội của mình như thế nào ạ?
Depois do campeonato do 2021, este é o primeiro campeonato do 2023. O que acha é esse?
Primeiro campeonato de 2021, foi meu primeiro campeonato internacional, então, querendo ou não consegui dar o meu melhor. Vim jogando os campeonatos agora internacional, estou me acostumando com o jet lag, com tudo mais. E me sinto melhor nesse campeonato agora, me sinto confiante.
Đây cũng là giải quốc tế và tuy nhiên thì chúng tôi cũng đã cố gắng hết sức để có thể chơi được những màn chơi mà mang đến cho mọi người một cách đẹp mắt nhất.
Dạ, và Thu Hà vừa nghe là chúng tôi đã cố gắng hết sức và sẽ cố gắng hết sức để có thể mang tới được những phần thi đấu thật là mãn nhãn và kịch tính. Nhưng mà Hà muốn hỏi kỹ hơn rằng là đội của bạn, cả bạn này và các thành viên của VASCO đã chuẩn bị ra sao khi đến với CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 ạ?
Qual é o seu preparação do equipe antes de vir aqui?
A gente já sabia que é um campeonato com equipes muito fortes, querendo ou não, são os melhores de cada região. A gente se preparou bem, tentamos estudar os times, extrair o máximo que a gente pode de informação e essas coisas, e estamos bem confiantes porque hoje foi a prova que os nossos estudos deu certo e o que a gente fez encaixou.
Chúng tôi cũng đã có chuẩn bị từ những trận đấu trước và đây là trận đấu quốc tế thì chúng tôi cũng có tự tin về giải đấu này và cũng đã tìm hiểu về rất nhiều thứ xung quanh trận đấu ạ.
Dạ, và thêm một câu hỏi cuối cùng đó là bạn có thấy rằng là đối thủ nào là đối thủ nặng ký nhất của mùa giải hôm nay, cũng như là bạn có tự tin rằng đội của mình sẽ giành được chức vô địch hôm nay hay không ạ?
Có lẽ mai Adver ba Sabio. Có lẽ mai Adver Sabio é forte, mais forte. Não, equipe.
Eu acho que não tem uma mais forte. Eu acho que, querendo ou não, a China e a Imperial, para mim, são os 3 melhores times. Acho que os 3 estão muito parelhos, independente do resultado de ontem entre a G e Imperial. Eu acho que os times estão muito parelhos e eu acho que esses 3 são os mais fortes para mim, mas não tem um mais forte assim.
Tôi nghĩ rằng là AG và Imperial thì đều là những đội rất là mạnh và đối thủ nặng ký của giải đấu này. Tuy nhiên thì chúng tôi thì cũng có tự tin để có thể cố gắng trong hết sức và có thể mong muốn là giành giải trong giải đấu này.
Dạ vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn bạn rất nhiều. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho MVP ngày hôm nay AKT, cũng như là cảm ơn phần hỗ trợ chuyển của chúng ta rất nhiều ạ. Thưa quý vị, như vậy là mình cũng vừa được lắng nghe phần chia sẻ đến từ đại diện từ phía VASCO. Và quý vị cũng đừng quên là hãy tiếp tục theo dõi chương trình ở phía trước. Chúng ta sẽ nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút, nhưng mà sau đó chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay với trận đấu tiếp theo vô cùng kịch tính giữa hai đội. Từ phía Việt Nam sẽ là Carahouse Last Legion và chúng ta có một đội từ Brazil, đó là Imperial, sau ít phút quý vị nhé. Và đừng quên, đối với quý vị nào chúng ta đang có mặt ở nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thì quý vị nhớ là nán lại, bởi vì càng về sau chúng tôi sẽ càng có những phần quà hấp dẫn gửi đến quý vị trong ngày hôm nay. Một lần nữa xin cảm ơn ạ.
bây giờ thì không ai của Imperial đây cả ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có giật hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Một trận đúng chết từ bóng cho mình luôn gọi là và Shady lên thành này. Cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng cho mạnh. Nào Imperial đang bị mù. Đây là một góc 1-3 phát hiện ra người thứ hai đối với Yomi. Và đó là IQ bắt được Siroka. Nhưng trong của Nga có người và IQ đang móc 1-3 thắng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ đây. Một thắng và IQ đã bổ kill. Imperial vẫn chưa cần.
Montanha Russa, 자기소개 먼저 부탁해볼게요. Tá, meu nome é Adriano Faria, meu nick em game é DRF, tenho 25 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Felipe, meu nick dentro do jogo é FF e eu sou o capitão da Imperial.
Meu nome é Caio, meu nick é Goten, tenho 23 anos, sou da Imperial.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nick é Lucão, tenho 22 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Davidson, tenho 24 anos, meu nick em jogo é Riozão e eu faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Vinícius, meu nick no jogo é VN, tenho 21 anos, faço parte da equipe da Imperial, sou substituto.
E o programa vai ser dividido em 2 dias, como eu tinha falado para vocês. A gente vai comer umas comidas aqui do Jeju e vamos fazer umas programações, fazer tipo umas atividades pequenas aqui em Jeju. Vocês acham que vai ser que tipo de gravação hoje?
Só conhecer a cidade, não?
Jogar boliche, pô.
Conhecer a cidade, conhecer a cidade.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar
futebol.
boliche. Não,
jogar
futebol. Futebol. Brasil.
Comida.
Vocês falaram de comida, tem alguma comida que vocês querem comer?
Churrasco.
Barbecue.
KFC. A comida tá aqui, cara. Daqui, porra.
Picanha.
KFC. KFC? Então fala pra ele.
Pô, já falei já, cara. KFC,
Não,
cara.
KFC, Lucas.
Vou falar que eu nunca comi, cara.
É, das coisas que vocês falaram, nenhuma tá preparada.
Ali, só tá tentando...
Não tem. E aí vamos terminar dando um adeus, assim.
Ni hao? Ok.
1, 2, 3.
Posso fazer um history disso, mano?
Pode, cara.
Olha isso aí, cara. É BBB agora aqui na Coreia.
Caralho, olha aí, cara.
É brincadeira, hein, amigo?
300 câmeras, cara. Ah, ainda vem mais uma aqui, ó.
Essa aqui é a nossa.
Essa aqui é a melhor.
Tua vida de cineasta, cara. Agora é isso aí.
É um dia com a Imperial, mano. Nós somos pessoas very happy.
Vai cair. Mano, acho que a gente vai fazer um passeio muito divertido num parque. Eu também.
Pessoal, a gente está indo para uma das praias mais famosas aqui em Jeju.
Como é o nome da praia? Como se chama?
Kwakji. Ele pergunta qual será a pontuação de vocês no CFS.
Campeão. Primeiro.
Champion. Fefe, você que é o capitão da equipe, Fefe, você acha que o nosso time está confiante?
Exato.
Acho que nosso time tá preparado, bem confiante. Só manter a calma dentro do jogo que nós tudo certo.
Tanto
E
mentalmente
você,
quanto emocionalmente.
Emocionalmente tem que ir só dentro do jogo. Você acha que a gente está preparado mentalmente para essa batalha?
Essa empreitada?
Não?
Não, acho que sim. Então, eu confio muito no meu time e
é isso. É isso aí mesmo.
Cara, eu acho que tipo assim, a gente vai ter vários obstáculos, sabe? Pô, teremos vários obstáculos, mas acho que com foco e determinação, nós conseguimos chegar lá.
Pessoal, aí vai ter um mini jogo agora. Sabe o jogo Janquepo? Tesoura, pedra, papel? Aí cada um de vocês vai competir com o produtor. Se quem ganhar, vai ganhar 5.000 won para poder gastar na praia.
Quantas vezes? Uma, duas...
Cada um de vocês.
Uma vez só?
Isso.
Mas é sorte, cara. Quem começa?
Eu começo, já tô aqui na frente.
É pra vocês decidirem quem começa mesmo. Você que vai começar, né?
Sim.
E em segundo, terceira...
Assim, BN, Adriano, quem?
Quando vocês descerem no degrau, pode começar.
Ok.
Tá. Ok. Falta muito tempo? Muito tempo pra ficar. Muito tempo pra chegar? A gente quer... Fala que a gente quer ganhar logo deles.
O cara desejou um bom jogo pra nós.
Não quer ganhar do cara.
Não quero um bom jogo,
Esse cara é pouco competitivo, né?
Pode descer por aquela ordem.
Vai lá.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Janquepo. Janquepo. Janquepo.
De primeira, cara. Então
Ganhou ou perdeu?
Ganhei. Agora vai dar ruim, vai começar a mudar, cara.
Vai sim.
Ele vai de
Vai mesmo. Então tá muito burro, né?
Hello.
Janquepo. Ganhou? Eu falei que ele ia matar de novo, cara. Ele botou o quê, cara?
Botou
pedra de novo, botou pedra de novo. Botou Janquepo.
Ô, amor.
Janquepo. Janquepo.
Decidi?
Ok. Janquepo. Só empate, cara.
Acabou, ganhou aqui.
Janquepo.
Perdeu o mecânico.
Já era o mecânico.
Já era.
Janquepo. Vai! Perdeu.
Pô, ele começou botando pedra? Pô, vocês têm que ir pra pô, tá na diretriz, cara. Ele vai botar sua pedra de novo, ó.
Ai! Janquepo.
Perdeu?
Cara, nós ganhou 3, perdeu 3. Cresce, cara.
Na minha vez, a Xuxa é branca.
Pô, vou te falar. Eu vou tirar meu chinelo. Não é não?
Aí, rapaz, coisa linda. Tirar o chinelo.
Na água.
Vamos para a água.
Dá não,
Bora.
dá não.
Muito frio.
Moleque, muito gelado.
Tá maneirinho. Porra, mas então não mergulha então, Luiz.
Vai dar não, hein? Dá não, velho.
Cara, tá igual a praia do Rio, cara.
Bora correndo, bora. Só pra ver se o cara
Vai correr atrás daí. Gravei muito. Calma, deixa eu muito
gravar aí, cara. Caralho, tá matando
Ué, aquele ali é atleta, tá? Meu time só tem maluco. Crazy.
É, que o anãozinho correu muito. É bonito.
Ô, Adriano! E aí, cara?
Pra cá. Pô, vai dar
Por
não.
quê? Bota CFS, cara.
Bota aí logo CFS. Vem assim, cara, ó.
Quê?
Caraca, bravo. Da hora.
Aí, ó, vem pra cá. Aí você vai ficar pisando no meu, né?
Essa merda aí nem faz, cara. Pô, mas faz um C decente aqui, pô.
Caralho, Boqueiro, pegar sol. Não, na moral, no pé. Só no pé.
Pessoal, ele pergunta, ele fala para vocês comentarem, falarem entre vocês, como é que vocês começaram a entrar no jogo?
Vai, puxa aí alguém.
Puxa aí. Pô, vou puxar então, mano. Eu acho que, tipo assim, eu comecei a jogar em 2012.
Mas quem te apresentou o jogo?
Quem me apresentou?
Uhum.
Foi a galera da rua. Todo mundo da minha rua jogava. Aí todo mundo jogava entre si. Aí acabou que depois foi passando os anos, todo mundo foi parando, eu fui o único que foi continuando, jogava com meu irmão na época também, mas ele parou. Aí eu continuei, consegui ganhar o campeonato de acesso pra elite com meus amigos, né? Pra jogar a CFL.
Que ano que você jogou?
Foi em 2014. Aí eu fui jogando e consegui, tô aí até hoje, né?
E seu nick é ADRF, surgiu da onde?
ADRF
E o porquê?
ADRF significa o ADR de Adriano e o F de Faria, que é o meu nome e sobrenome, entendeu?
E você, Bucano?
E você, Go, my idol.
Comecei a jogar uma house.
Quando, Bucano?
Aí eu jogava por diversão, né?
Distração, né?
Isso, não tinha nem computador, né, cara?
Eu não tinha nem intuito de ser profissional, de estar aqui onde eu tô. Aí eu comecei a jogar um pouco mais sério. O primeiro time profissional foi com o Viana, só que eu tomei ban do jogo, injusto. Deixei de jogar um ano.
Atrasaram um sonho.
Um ano sem jogar porque eles achavam que era raio. Aí saiu o ban, me chamaram de profissional. Aí eu comecei a bater nos caras que eram profissional, jogava com tudo ruim, os caras com tudo bom, os caras apanhavam. E é isso.
E essa é a caminhada do Bucano.
E você, meu mano Fifi? Como é que você começou? Qual foi a sua trajetória?
Comecei a jogar em 2013, no final de 2013. Tinha beta, só beta, era uma criancinha.
Servidor de clã, né?
É, eu tinha 12 anos. Conheci o jogo através de um amigo meu, que tava lá na roletando. Aí eu falei, o que eu comecei aí? Aí eu comecei a jogar, ficava disputando pra ver quem pegava a maior patente. Não, em casa mesmo. Aí ficava jogando, até que eu descobri um competitivo, me interessei e comecei a tentar desde 2015. Subi profissional no final de 2017 e tô aí até hoje.
Como é que você me falou isso, né, cara?
Terceiro mundial e é isso. Muito feliz de estar aqui. E você, grande Riozão, começou a jogar quando? Foi em 2012 que eu jogava com Arms na Lan House, só que aí depois meu pai comprou um computador, só que era muito ruim, tá? Aí não rodava com Arms, eu fui jogar CROSSFIRE em casa com 40 FPS, 30. Quando eu ganhei o primeiro acesso foi quando a Brave me chamou. Quando eu ganhei o campeonato do Sonho em 2016. Desde lá então, sempre foi isso.
Subiu pro profissional em que ano?
2016, na Brave. E por que o nick Riozão? Meu nick era Ryu Dead, em inglês. Ryu, era Ryu. Só que, tipo assim, eu botei na intenção, na época de Betinha, né? Botei na intenção de chamar de Dead, né? Só, tipo, com 12 anos, 13. Aí só que chamava de Ryu. E nem pra ser Ryu, porque carioca. Aí o Zão eu botei que, tipo, todo mundo do time tinha, tipo, era PHzão, era GBzão, eu botei Zão. E eu botei Rio, porque só chamava isso, Rio. O Rio, eu falei, vou botar isso aí.
Cara, que interessante essa história, cara.
Mas e você, velho?
Ih, velho, então vai.
Pô, comecei a jogar CROSSFIRE lá em 2011. 2011 ou 2010 na Lan House. Mas nunca tinha me interessado pelo competitivo. Acho que em 2020, porque eu tava passando por uma fase muito difícil na minha vida, foi quando eu comecei a jogar competitivo e comecei a gostar. E hoje, depois de 2 anos, estou aqui.
Da hora, mano. Mas por que VN?
Porque VN é a abreviação do meu nome Vinícius. Aí só o V e o N. Criativo.
Nick Vinícius. Criativo. Parece muito, me lembra muito o ADRF.
Sério, muito criativo.
Criatividade.
É igual o Fefe, né?
Cara, mas
não, mas o Fefe não é Felipe.
Bem criativo.
Fefe
não,
mas aí, mas não fui eu.
E aquele da Fefe?
Meu sobrinho só botava o nome de Fefe.
Aquele Fefe.
Chamava de Fefe.
Felipe.
Não, mas não é por ele. Eu não, cara, meu nick não era.
Não tem criatividade.
Não tinha um nick antes
cara,
de Fefe.
Sabe qual era meu nick?
Cara, meu sobrinho só me chamava de Fefe. Aí eu botei Fefe. Sabe qual era o meu nick?
Cara,
Fefe 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Cara, Fefe
Fefe, cara.
Não é de exclamação, não.
Não, Fefe é filha do meu cunhado que se chama Fernanda, cara.
Tá, velho. Tem vários. Tem Fernanda que chama Fefe, Felipe.
Cara, mas meu nick antigamente era SWAT, cara. SWAT.
Cara, não, cara, isso é Calanco.
Não, ninguém quer saber desse cara, não.
Como que você começou a jogar? Eu quero saber como que você começou a jogar CrossFire, que você só chutava pouco. Fala.
Cara, eu conheci o CrossFire em 2011, em uma Lan House. Na época não tinha o servidor BR ainda, eu jogava no servidor NA americano. Mas no ano seguinte eu parei. Aí em 2015 eu tive um problema de saúde muito grave, que eu fiquei em casa 5 meses, sem poder sair pra rua. Foi quando eu ganhei um computador e voltei a jogar CrossFire. Na época eu tava muito na onda da era competindo beta. E eu comecei a jogar e um cara falou que tinha potencial para jogar Elite. Então eu tentei de 2015 até o final de 2019, fui para Elite. E o ano que eu decidi parar de jogar funcionário profissional.
E nesse mesmo ano você foi campeão mundial,
No mesmo ano eu fui campeão mundial, exato.
Acho que você foi o único jogador que subiu do profissional ganhando tudo, né? Brasileiro, internacional e campeão mundial, né? Como que você se sente com isso, com esse feito?
Muito feliz. Cara, o Lucão com o M veio... Na época todo mundo usava muito A e O, né? No aumentativo. Eu decidi fazer algo diferente e botei o M no final.
Bem criativo.
PHzão,
o seu nick me parece... Hein, cara? A criatividade dele me lembra muito o VN e o ADRF, cara.
Lucão.
Não sei você também. Cara, o único nick bravo é meu Deus.
Cara, mas quem que falou que o nick é brabo?
Mas assim, que não tem nada a ver com o nome, tá ligado?
Ah, tá. Agora sim.
Mas é brabo.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Hello, welcome back. It is the CrossFire Stars Summer Championship. We're back here in Vietnam, and we are looking forward to our second match of the day. Speaking of Vietnam, there is a Vietnamese team taking part in this second match up against the powerhouse from Brazil. It is Imperial and CROSSFIRE, both teams that we saw yesterday. One team got a loss yesterday pretty handily, 0-2 for Imperial, and then CROSSFIRE, they pick up the dub, 2-0 over Pacific Makta, but took them a little while to get that one done.
Yeah, it was a tough road for them in their opening match, but a win is going to make them feel a lot more confident going into this one, whereas Imperial, they're kind of in the same boat GV was earlier today, where if they go down here, it could mean their group stage life is where they finish this event, which would be crazy to see for a team that's been notorious for top 4 finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you have had them in your top 4, though, going in? Like, if you would have made a power ranking, surely Imperial was in the top 4.
Knowing the groups, I probably wouldn't have put them in the top 4, actually, and I think you'll see in my prediction here as well, I may have gone against them in this one just because I feel like you've got that home field advantage here for CROSSFIRE,
yep.
And even though they looked a little bit scrappy in their opening match, the thing that's in the back of my mind was the comeback they showed us in that final map in their opening set for CROSSFIRE. It was really impressive because it looked like for many moments that was going to a third map.
Yeah, look, I mean, the thing for me, I think, is if CROSSFIRE looked like they had in that 4-5 round period for the entire game, I probably would have been maybe backing CROSSFIRE a little bit more. I would have been really quite stoked with what I was seeing, but I thought there was a general level of scrappiness yesterday from CROSSFIRE, which obviously did mean it was a little bit more difficult for them to get it over the line against Pacific Makta. But we'll take a look at the group stage bracket here again and update you guys as to where exactly we're sitting in the group stages so far. Not quite halfway through. By the end of today, we will be at the halfway point of the groups. Imperial and CROSSFIRE is what we have to look forward to right now, and then BaiSha ranking up next.
Yeah, and as we look at the group standings, we can start to see how things are piecing together, and this could actually be, if CROSSFIRE were to win here in this match, I believe our first team somewhat guaranteed to go through at this point into the top 4, because back-to-back 2-0s for them is an unbreakable position. I think at the worst they could be is second place in the group at that point. So for them, it would be a fantastic position to find themselves in, only really having to play their final match for seeding. But, you know, looking at those group standings, definitely, I would say, nothing overwhelmingly unpredictable just yet.
Yeah, but this is the point at which we do have to talk about the implications of this particular matchup. CROSSFIRE sitting in second at the moment, Imperial in 4th, to be fair. Doesn't look great for Imperial, but if they were to win here, then that's where things start to get interesting. Their last remaining game would be against Pacific Makta, who we do think probably will find it a little bit difficult in all of their matches actually in this group. Once again, here are today's matches. We've already seen VASCO have found that 2-0 over GV ESPORTS. It wasn't the easiest of tasks for them, particularly toward that second map, but we got the job done, and now we're waiting to find out whether or not we'll get to another 2-0 today. I mean, it's been all 2-0s so far at the CFS Summer Championship, or are we finding ourselves the first 3-mapper?
Yeah, for this one it's tough because part of me wants to believe CROSSFIRE is going to come out, fix some of their problems, and have a perfect run through this one. But Imperial historically has been a really big block of a team for pretty much anyone outside of the Chinese region. So I think for Imperial, they're definitely, even though I'm siding with CROSSFIRE slightly in this one, not a team I would guess is down and out by any means in this matchup. This is definitely very winnable for them, and I could see a world where if they get that early momentum, they could just as easily take this one themselves.
Yeah, I mean, what about that matchup between the two snipers for these respective rosters, Gokun and Rambo was picking up the sniper a little bit yesterday, Shade. I mean, see, the thing is, like, it's not really fair to say it was 2 snipers, actually. I think there was probably 2 or 3, maybe, even, for CROSSFIRE yesterday. But sort of seems like maybe there's going to be a conversation to be had there. I don't think Gokun really was able to do enough in their match against AG, but obviously he's going to be someone that we're going to really keep an eye on going into today's game. First, though, of course, we do have to welcome our teams to the stage. The first one on will be Imperial.
Estou muito feliz por ter vindo esse ano, porque no ano passado a gente veio aqui novamente e eu gostei muito do Vietnã. Eu acho que todos os times do CFBL evoluíram muito, incluindo principalmente o VASCO, e tem muita chance para poder ganhar esse campeonato. O nosso grupo é um grupo mais forte do campeonato e com certeza devemos prestar atenção no time da AG e no time da Celeb. O nosso objetivo nesse campeonato é ser campeão.
Star, reinvent.
They might have to be careful of AG and Karahaus, and interestingly, that's the match now that awaits from Karahaus, potentially a difficult prospect for Imperial.
Yeah, they're a big threat of a team, but at the same time, in recent history, Imperial has looked like the better team in those head-to-heads. So they do have a little bit of weight coming into this one. I think the big thing that might work against them, though, is that slight home field advantage you're going to see in Karahaus. They've got the fans behind them any round they get. May not be quite the presence we had yesterday for them in the stadium, but I think these guys...
Trải qua một hành trình dài, chúng mình lại một lần nữa trở lại với đấu trường quốc tế để tìm chức vô địch đầu tiên. Cứ sau mỗi lần thất bại, các hậu đều cảm thấy mạnh mẽ và quyết tâm hơn.
Bảng B có thể coi là bảng đấu tử thần. AZ, Imperial hay Pacific Meta đều là các đối thủ rất mạnh. Tuy nhiên, Karahaus sẽ cố gắng hết sức để trở thành tử thần của bảng đấu này.
Đối thủ mà mình chú ý đến chắc chắn là Ôn Gamer. Để bắn với Ôn Gamer, chúng mình cần phát huy tối đa sức mạnh và chuẩn bị những bài đánh bất ngờ để có thể chiến thắng họ.
Mình đã xem rất nhiều giải đấu của họ và phân tích lối chơi của từng thành viên. Mình nghĩ rằng Karahaus sẽ là một Karahaus rất khác so với mùa giải CFS Summer Championship 2022.
Khát vọng vô địch thế giới chưa bao giờ ngừng chảy trong trái tim. Vì vậy chúng mình có mặt ở đây để đánh bại người chung trên đất Việt.
Hành trình đến với CFS Summer Championship 2023 sẽ còn rất là nhiều trở ngại. Chúng mình sẽ vượt qua bằng mọi giá để nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch trên đất nước của mình.
Star, reinvent.
And here comes Karahaus once again, back after their day one performance, their day one win over Pacific Makta, and they do have that home crowd advantage, which might be a little bit of a help here against Imperial, but it's sort of interesting to note the two discrepancies in the interviews there between Imperial and Karahaus. Karahaus more or less focused on all gamers rather than Imperial, so maybe they're coming into this one feeling a little bit more confident or a little bit less concerned about Imperial than the other way around.
Yeah, it's almost the mentality you have to have in this group, though, knowing you have to be top two. You can't be too worried about everyone else, but at the same time, I hope they did put in their homework against this Imperial lineup, because as much as they looked a little bit off their day in their match against all gamers, against most other teams in this event, I don't think we're going to see that same Imperial. I think they're going to look a lot better today, and I'm hoping Karahaus is ready to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was sort of trying to get into the discussion with before the walkouts there. The one interesting thing for me yesterday was that when we were watching Imperial play yesterday, obviously Gokun was doing a pretty good amount of work, and he's someone that a lot of the players have sort of highlighted as being a key focal point for Imperial and an individual that they want to focus on trying to shut down, so to speak. But on the other side of the coin, Karahaus were once again, like even on Ankara and Black Widow, we saw like multiple orms coming out. There was 3 of them on Ankara, even on the attack, and then on the, Black Widow, I think there was a double orm set up as well for them. So it just seems like they're going to be bringing that to the table, and I wonder how Gokun's going to have to deal with that kind of presence, because again, he, like even on the stats here, you can see is very much the focal point for this team.
Yeah, Gokun, I think he's going to be a really solid performer in this one. It's just going to come down to how he deals with the versatility of weaponry on the other side of the field here. Karahaus, we could see anywhere from 0 ohms to 4 ohms. We've seen it across the board with them, and just being able to create that pressure regardless of who he's up against is going to be key for Gokun. But on this side of things, I'm definitely looking to someone like Rambo to have an improved performance, because it felt like in the first map, he came through, he helped them pull it off, but the second map, it was these other players like Lucas and Dola who really helped them close that one out. And looking across the board here in their overall stats, not really surprised to see Lucas at the forefront, because for me at least, even though Dola was the MVP, he felt like kind of the star player on the day in my eyes.
Yeah, Rambo very much was a non-factor in that second map. That was potentially part of the reason why it actually got as close as it did. I thought Shady was phenomenal toward the back end of Black Widow, so see what he's going to be able to do with the Orm. It sort of seemed like it was Shady and Rambo really to primarily take that role away, but as you said, anyone's guess as to how many Orms we are going to see throughout this matchup. Now, just a bit of the history between these two teams, a little bit favoring Cara House. Obviously 2-0 in terms of the overall match scores. But each time Imperial has been able to grab themselves at least a map victory. So we'll see whether or not that will be the case again today, or again, can they find themselves that initial dub against Cara House that they've been searching for.
Yeah, I think a lot of this one's going to come down to what the picks and bans are going to look like. But before we get there, we're going to look at the key players in this one. Lucas, of course, being consistently one of the highest KD performers on the side of Cara House. No surprise to see him up here. He's also very versatile. He can snipe when he needs to, but he doesn't necessarily have to. You put any gun in this guy's hands, he's going to make impact.
Yeah, definitely. I think did he win the Fight Club twice in a row as well? So in terms of just the individual 1v1 mechanics, he's certainly been able to display those, so very impressive stuff. And yesterday he had some really good rounds as well. So, I mean, just looking at the firepower of these two teams, it is an interesting matchup. I think I'd almost give the benefit of the doubt to Cara House there, personally. I do think, again, and I've reiterated it multiple times, I'm not such a fan of the style that Cara House brings to the table. A lot of the time it does feel quite individualistic, but if they can sort of take a step back and play a little bit more in unison, I think they're a very scary roster to sort of speak to.
Yeah, I think so. Going into this one, I think it's going to be whoever's going to be bringing those more strategic approaches to the table is going to have a much better time, because the way I see it is I feel like Cara House is going to try and kind of approach it the same way as their last match. They kind of like to play a little bit more chaotic, and they like to force that on their opponents. And if I'm Imperial here in this situation, I think they need to play a little bit safer, play more strategic, and they could actually have a really good time in handling this roster.
Yeah, let's have a look at the maps. All important, of course, Mexico, Eagle Eye gone. We get back to Sub-Base, Compound in there as well, and Black Widow as the decider. So Cara House back to Black Widow is an interesting one for them, given that it was such a struggle to get over the line yesterday against Pacific Magda. We even saw Black Widow for Imperial as their choice up against AG. Didn't go too well for them, but Sub-Base and Compound, as of yet, haven't seen these two teams play those maps.
Yeah, I think it's a really balanced pool. I'd say the first map here, Sub-Base, probably going to play in favor of Imperial, because Cara House, they're going to have to deal with not being able to be as versatile on those setups. You look at the other two maps, though, I would say they definitely lean in favor of Cara House. You've got those longer angles. They can kind of do what they want to in terms of how they place things across the map. But as we look here, this is going to be our first difference of opinion, and I think maybe our only one in our predictions for the group stage as well. I had Cara House as my pick here in this one, but you went with Imperial. Curious to know why.
Yeah, I mean, I think just based on what I've seen personally from Imperial, I keep kind of touching on this sort of unity, team cohesion kind of aspect. I think they looked a little bit better in that one. Also, I know just from looking at previous years as well, the peak that this Imperial roster can hit is quite high. So I've kind of factored that into my prediction as well. I'm looking forward to kind of seeing some of those more experienced members in the Imperial roster having quite a big impact in this matchup. But again, yeah, like based on what I saw yesterday, I'm, not like this is one where I'm sort of splitting hairs, right? I feel like this is a really hard one to actually call. I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see Cara House walk out with a win today. They looked like they had the chops yesterday when they were playing well against Pacific Magda, but I felt a little bit of inconsistency there for Cara House, so that's why I voted against them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good justification here, because this one for me was the hardest match to decide a prediction on, just because in my mind this is a very even 50-50. Wouldn't be surprised to see it go all the way to a close third map situation here, but for me it's just that Cara House versatility I think gives them that edge, because I feel like Gokun in this matchup, he's got a lot to deal with. All of those snipers, if he's the only one really trying to meet them with the answer, I think that's going to be a big thing for him to try and go toe-to-toe with, because it's not just like Rambo's the only good sniper and you have a couple other guys just backing him up trying to make things happen on their own regard. All three of the snipers they can pull out are very efficient here on the side of Cara House, which is going to be a tough answer here.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but I think just from all of the individuals in the server, I'd say Gokun's probably up there. If he's on his day, if he's hitting his shots, it was him really that felt like he was kind of giving Imperial the chance against AG in that first map they played on Black Widow. So it wasn't until you know, things really started to get out of control. ZY and ZQ kind of starting to find a lot of those entry frags that Imperial actually did start to suffer. Up until that point, it was feeling actually a bit 50-50 in that game against AG. So I'm going to really keep my eyes on Gokun for this one. I think Imperial's not in with a bad chance at all. And Kara House, for me personally, I would say have to step up the performance that we saw yesterday. I think they are going to have to do better than what they did against Pacific Magda if they want to win this, and especially if they want to win this cleanly, if they want to get themselves a 2-0. They're going to have to do a lot better than what they did against Pacific Magda, who really did push them, much to the surprise of both of us even.
Yeah, Pacific had a really good showing to push them as far as they did, but yeah, I think for both of these teams, this is really the key matchup of the group. It's ultimately probably going to decide who goes through and maybe who falls short into that 3rd or 4th place position overall, and it's going to be a tough one as we hop into it. All right, back to sub base here for map number 1. We've actually got a pretty decent amount of play on this map already in the tournament. Surprised to see how much it's been picked from some of these teams so far, but already Kara House. Wow. It's going to be full A control play in the making.
That is very fast. And it is really at the moment just Feifei that's kind of keeping an eye on this side of the map. To be fair, he's got some backup from ADRF, but this is an awkward bit of information to gather. Now his position is known. He's doing well to survive, but can't ultimately lock it down. It is just up to those rotators now to try to retake the site 4-on-4, but that's blistering pace being set by Kara House already.
Yeah, great aggression here in the opening round. They've got the plant down as well, but Imperial, what will they do here? They've got a lot of players on the upper bomb side. Actually, their entire team now, all 4, trying to find that opportunity to slide in and start this retake. And here they come. It's going to be a full force play down the back of the ramp here, but that flash is going to hit everyone on Imperial, and they just mow them down. Adrian, the only one left, able to find 2 at least, but Kara House, that is a huge opening round.
Yeah, very solid stuff. Not leaving too much time to Imperial to really think about things. It's resulting in a bit of a cheer from the crowd. Everyone was happy to see that. And I am too. I mean, that looked sharp from Kara House, right? That was the Kara House that looked like they were going to be really comfortable in that matchup against Pacific Magda. It was on that second map where they started to sort of let things slip. Feifei once again is going to get that early info. Does again prompt the response from Kara House. And maybe they've identified a bit of a weakness here on Imperial's side, that they don't want to put those numbers towards A. And Kara House deciding, yeah, like, we can isolate Feifei. And if we can do that, we can take him out of the picture and play out a 4-on-5.
Yeah, now they don't even need to commit here. They can just go for the full rotation, knowing they've got the advantage, and try to pull even more players out of position. And I really love the play calling coming out of Kara House so far, especially the first 2 rounds. The sneak here of getting Shady into that pocket position on the lower staircase is going to be a vital situation they've got to deal with on the side of Imperial moving forward, because that's netted them the opening pick 2 rounds in a row now. But now Imperial, they've still got an opportunity to win this round back. If they can maybe get a pick here, they can get the ball rolling. But so far, Kara House, they've gotten really, really passive at this point, and they're waiting to see if Imperial is going to make another mistake.
Looks like it's going to be the tried and true for Kara House once again. Rambo to watch the rotations, and the other 4 to hit the A side, just going down the stairs. LDX is floating around a little and has got his way all the way into control room. Maybe we'll just see a bit of a 1-2 punch here from Kara House, see what LDX can do. If he can, yeah, find an opener over towards B here. That's going to draw another rotation across. Gokun does catch Rambo. And now it's time to spring the trap for Kara House, but they do actually opt to move away from the A site. LDX has to do some work here and continue to lock down B. Time is of the essence now for Kara House.
Yeah, the key here going to be that lurk of Lucas, but it's going to be Gokin who finds himself a second. Lukum finds another, and it's already down to the 2v2, but the backstab is there. Lucas has it. They're going to be able to plant here, but they've got to move quickly. It only takes about 4 seconds, and they do it just in time. Now, it's going to be ADRF in a 1-on-2 situation, but Karahaus, that backstab from Lucas was really everything there.
Yeah, well executed. Now they've just got to ensure that they can convert the 2-on-1. Which, the way that LDX is playing at the moment, you would say probably shouldn't be much of a problem. Time running down for Imperial to win this round. Haven't found either of those two side defenders, and so it ends up being pretty easy. 2-0 scoreline so far. And we got a tech pause.
Yeah, we are going to have a quick pause here, but so far, Karahaus, I've got to hand it to them. Very impressive showing. Lots of aggression to deal with, but during this pause time, I hope they come back recognizing on Imperial's side what they need to do differently on this A bomb side. I feel like that's going to be a continuous problem for them coming out of this pause because they've consistently already ran into trouble with the way Shady just sneaks into the staircase position right away, and then Feifei hasn't really been able to hold the line so far, and if that's a continuous exploit from Karahaus, they could have a lot of success just going A over and over again.
Yeah, 100%. It looks quite exploitable. The issue at the moment is just a microphone issue, so nothing to do with the game at the moment. A mic issue, I believe, on the side of Imperial, it looks like. So hopefully that will get sorted out pretty quickly. And, you know, maybe you look at that and say, okay, well, that could be part of the reason why they're struggling so far. Some of the info coming through, I believe it is for LKK. You know, might not be getting across as it needs to. So I just want to make sure that gets all sorted nice and ready for the rest of this this map. But so far, you know, you're down 0-2 on your map choice. You think about Imperial, if they were to lose sub-base here and go into Compound, then I don't think that's a very good-looking sign. Compound is another one of those maps where you can expect the Orms to have a lot of room to play with, and I dare say Karahaus is going to pull that out if they get the opportunity. Sub-base not really one of those maps.
No, but even though it's not their pick, they're really having a much more strategic approach, which is really pleasant to see. It doesn't feel scrappy in these first couple rounds so far from them. You can tell they've definitely started to piece things together in a much more positive way, making sure they set up to trade at the very least. And the way they're just taking control towards A, it feels like they're really prepared as a unit to tackle how they want to approach these executions. So I'm really liking that change from them because I was really worried coming into this one if they played a little bit too scrappy, it was going to prove to be a difficult time. But so far, it almost feels like Imperial, they were expecting the same thing here, and they're just not prepared for these 5-man executions right at the start of the round.
Well, so I think maybe the issue looks like it's fixed at this point. Got headsets back on in the Imperial booth. But maybe there's something on the side of the Vietnamese team now. That looks like someone saying, please turn the aircon on. It does get pretty hot here in Vietnam. It was raining a little bit earlier. I don't know if you saw that. Bit of a rainstorm just popped up, said hello.
Yeah, a bit of extra heat, maybe to add that extra pressure here as well. But at least for the home field team, I'm sure they're used to that a little bit more so, but as we get back into it shortly. Currently 2-0 during our tech pause. Karahaus with the early lead, still very early on though in our best of 3, but I might have to prod at you a little bit more as this one goes on to see if you're going to hold true to that prediction throughout, since
I mean, yeah, at the moment.
I'm kind of feeling the 5-0 here. I'm not so sure.
I'm kind of feeling it too. Like, I'm feeling that Karahaus is looking a little better than Imperial at the moment. I just don't think Imperial have kind of woken up so far on sub-base. So, look, I'm not at the point yet where I want to swap my prediction over, but I will say I'm a little bit disappointed by what I'm seeing so far from Imperial, just as an Imperial backer. And if they were to not make it through this group, then yeah, that would be a very disappointing result. One of the more disappointing results of Brazilian teams just in general at international scale events, because they've always, in my mind, been, I mean, even in some cases, actually, the best region in the world, obviously ahead of China in a couple of occasions, but at worst case, top 2. But maybe Vietnam is going to look to sort of take that title away from them.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, Vietnam in recent history is looking more and more like they could be that second-tier region right behind China, whereas Brazil, they went from, you know, kind of the big dogs for 2 years in a row. They were #1 in the world, but then you had a lot of these newer players starting to come into the mix, and this is where a lot of these younger guns have to prove themselves in moments like these to show that they are still that commanding force and that they can still potentially be one of those teams to come through and see if anyone can take out BaiSha or All Gamers later on. But that's a story for a different time here as we return. It is going to be 2-0, but Gokin already hits Rambo with a quick one. It's going to be a 5-on-4 to kick off the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit more like it, isn't it, right? For Imperial, you really want to be seeing Gokin getting involved early with that Orm. And what that has allowed is Ryu Zhao has been able to push even out of control room. So a very aggressive push from Imperial, which gives them a lot of info. And as a result, they're stacking back over toward the A site. Another kill goes their way. A little bit of a timeout for both teams has, by the looks of things, favored Imperial quite substantially.
Yeah, some really good adjustments in this round. They've put Lukum as well with Feifei, so he's not alone in this push, but they still have to hold it down, and they're going to hold it down perfectly. 3 players fall right around them as they find their first round on the board. Uncontested, no players fall, and that is a really good adjustment coming out of that pause break, and now Cara House, they've got to answer for it.
Yep. Yeah, Imperial took a little bit of time to get involved, but that last round, very impressive indeed. Ryu Zhao once again wants to get aggressive. Doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew right here because you got LDX coming in to try to challenge, but Ryu Zhao is out of the picture now. And maybe the mentality here for Imperial is that if Cara House is going to play so quickly toward the A side, maybe we can try to play quickly on the B side of the map just to ensure that we're not letting them get away with everything for free.
Yeah, Cara House taking their time in this one, though. No early control play. Just trying to slowly work their way up towards the A lobby. It is going to be ADRF here on the other side of it, holding it pretty patiently, waiting to see if they'll cross his line of sight. It's going to be Lucas, that first potential challenger here with Dola. They go for the double peek. Adrian, though, going to back out of this one. Lucas gets the initial pick. The trades go in favor of Cara House, but Gokin, he's still alive here. Gets 2 jumping around with the Colt in hand. Shady finally able to put a stop to it, but it could be a little bit too little too late here. Rambo left in a 1v2 now.
Yeah, Feifei moving quite quickly through the map, is already into control room as well, and Rambo won't be expecting someone behind him this quickly. Is going to go looking for that C4, but first just going to try to isolate a couple of the angles. Has spotted out Feifei, who is playing with fire by taking those peaks, but was just baiting for LKK. And 2 on the trot for Imperial. They're right back into the driver's seat.
And now a little bit of worry here for Cara House. Since the tech pause, they haven't looked quite as polished around the edges here. And this is where they need to find their quick response. It's going to be Dola able to find one to try and shut down this push. Dola getting a second. LDX finds them a third. And now they can steamroll their way towards this A bomb site. It's going to be Gokin alone on the site. Rambo, though, he's already on the lurk and finds the kill onto Ryu Zhao. Gokin left alone to try and clutch, but this one might be a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, those fast plays toward A have worked every single time so far for Cara House. Very fast round. Less than 40 seconds to get it done.
Yeah, now it's going to be An interesting one for Imperial. They had a couple rounds where they responded with some good aggression towards B, but I still feel like they haven't solved that A bomb site problem. Anytime Kara House has strong-armed them on that position, they still haven't really won any rounds there.
Bit less aggression in this one from both sides. In fact, Imperial not trying to fight into control room. And Kara House taking things a little bit slower as well.
Ryu Zhao trying to make contact here onto Rambo. But look at Rambo here. Crouch walking all the way up to the corner, but he's not going to be ready for Ryu Zhao playing that off angle. Lucas, though, looking for this trade position, has a chance to fight onto the challenger from the edge of the vent, but he's not going to have much opportunity now. But look at that repeat. What is that from Goken? The quick little boost there. They take him down, and a beautiful display of team coordination.
Yeah, Goken is as Goken does. And that's why he is one of the highlight players for this roster. He's 5-2 at the moment. Spoke about his impact and the ability to change the course of these games for Imperial. We're seeing that again. Fei is the one that has looked like the weak point so far for Imperial. Kara House is going to try to exploit that once again. They have found their mark, but it's only going to end up being a 1-for-1 trade, which is just not enough when you're down on numbers. Rotation has come through, and it's down to just Dola, who won't be able to do too much in the end. Another round on the board for Imperial. It's really tit for tat at the moment.
Yeah, nothing too crazy either way, but an important shutdown for Imperial to show they can make it happen on that A bomb site execution hold. Now it is going to be Ryu Zhao going for the quick play. 3 players pushing control room. Rambo running into trouble. Lukum takes him down in mid, and now the rest of Kara House, they're almost forced to make this play to answer back onto the A bomb site. It's going to be Goken, though, this time around, and they are not ready for an on the back of this bomb site. He takes down Dolo right away, still looking for more, gets the second kill. LDX is down, and now gets the third kill onto Shady, and now Lucas, he's left alone and completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, he's just a little bit too good. You can't be letting that happen. You can't allow him to get away with that many repeats without punishing him. And it's moments like that that have me saying that I think he's one of, if not probably the most individually talented players in the server in this game. So Kara House will have to try to ensure that they don't allow him to really get the ball rolling. Yesterday he was popping off against AG, which is one of the best teams in this competition. What's he going to be able to do against a team like Kara House?
Yeah, it's a tough answer, especially on this map, considering you've only really got one other AWM to try and deal with Goken as well, so you can't rely on the strategies they've used on other maps like Black Widow, for example, where they were able to run 3 AWMs to overwhelm the enemy AWM. They can't really afford that kind of risk on a close quarters map like this. It's really going to rely on Rambo finding ways all on his own to answer that problem of Goken, but he's been on 8 kills just since the pause. That's only 5 rounds here, so definitely a huge step up for the side of Imperial, because at the start of this map, it didn't look too great for them, but the adjustments are working out really nicely here.
Well, nade out from Imperial up the stairs. The smoke there as well. They have a bit of an idea or a read or an understanding of where Kara House might be. Using their util relatively effectively to burn through that time. Half is really hanging in the balance right here. The next couple of rounds can make a big difference one way or the other. Imperial certainly searching for the 6-3, which would put them in a really good spot to close this map out.
It's definitely in the cards if they keep playing this well. Rambo, though, almost able to catch that pick onto Adrian on the off angle. They're going for the vent peak as well. This is going to be a huge potential to get this early round to go their way, but it is going to be Gokin on that rotation, trying to spoil the party here. ADRF good for a first. The trades quickly come through, but Imperial still holding on to that man advantage as the push tries to force its way onto A, but the bomb is down, and look at the time on the clock. There's only 10 seconds. They've got to go now, and there's no clean path in. It's going to be the round going the way of Imperial. Lukum goes in swinging there on the A bomb site to make sure it happens, and we are going to see attack pause rolling out from Karahouse.
Yeah, they've got a lot to talk about, and this is my issue with Karahouse, is that they do have a lot of these individualistic plays. Like, why are you leaving the bomb there on its own to try to make its way downstairs? It's just not going to happen, and even if it does happen, you're starting to run out of time. You're really banking your entire round on essentially one aim duel. If one aim duel goes wrong, doesn't matter how good the rest of the fight went. Unfortunately, the round's not going to be winnable from that point onwards, so Karahouse, yeah, just letting the situation get ahead of them a little bit in that round, and now we're in a position that Karahouse could end up actually facing a 6-3 deficit in the first half, and they recognize how important this last round of the half could actually end up being, so they've opted to take a tactical pause.
Yeah, coming out of this, I'm very curious to see what they're going to do, because they had those 2 early rounds with the burst play onto A. That works really well, but Imperial is playing a little bit differently on that side of the map, so they might not go for that in that last round gamble, but it seems to be the only thing that's consistently worked for them as well. Their B executes just haven't really been there.
Something to work on. But I suppose there is also the conversation to be had that they are moving on to the second half shortly. New half, new me. Hopefully the case for Karahouse. But hopefully they'll also be able to win this final round. 5-3 scoreline. 5-4 versus 6-3 is a very different tale. Do they go back to that fast play into the A bomb side? It certainly seems they want to. That's worked out for them, but Lucas under the pump with all that util.
Gokin some nice trades though, as the bomb works its way in towards A, but ADRF gets another double kill, this time on the upper A position. LDX left alone in a 1-on-3, but he's already found one. The bomb, however, is down in the A lobby. He knows he has to go through and play very safe to recover it. But Imperial, all they've got to do is make sure they get the trade in this 1-on-2, but Gokin, that HP is dangerously low to work with.
Yeah, but he has got the Orm, so there is at least that one benefit. 1 shot, 1 kill, if he gets the opportunity to connect. And I don't mind the setup there as well. If the push were to come down the stairs, Gokin takes the first contact. Maybe he gets the kill, maybe he doesn't, but you generally want to leave the higher HP player as the second point of contact, because they have more of a chance to win the duel. But I don't also mind the fact that they are working their way through the map as a pair as well. This could definitely catch LDX off guard if he's expecting them to be tucked away in one of the bomb sites.
Yeah, the timing here is really going to be everything from LDX. If he waits too long, the wrap's already going to be right behind him. But if he moves soon here, he could have a chance to get this A bomb site uncontested. If he goes back on to B, this is where things get a little bit dicey, could potentially run into trouble on the plant, but it does seem to be him wanting to take this on for the B plant, and this is where Gokin already has the position, but the timing, he didn't actually see him cross to take this plant position. Now he can try and sneak back underneath, go for the repeat here, but there's already a player right above him, and he's got no idea. Gokin takes him down, and that is going to be a 6-3 half secured for Imperial.
Yeah, and that's where it really doesn't matter if you're the sniper of the team, whether you've got full HP or 0 HP. If you're the first one to get that shot and you connect that shot, there is no recourse at that point. So Gokin, extra gun in the game in that 2-on-1. I mean, had it been a 1v1, Gokin might have won it solo at that point, but very good first half from Imperial. It started poorly. They were down in 0-2. When that tech pause happened, we were having conversations and we were thinking, actually, might not be looking too good if you're a fan of Brazil. But the Vietnamese crowd haven't had a whole lot to cheer about in that first half.
No, unfortunately not, but now it is going to be the GR side coming up for Kara House, which from what we've seen is a pretty good side for them. They're a really strong defensive team. This allows them to play a little bit more individually as well, because this is just a side of the map where it's a little bit more warranted to make those kind of moves. So I do think they are going to play a little bit better in this second half. But Imperial, 6 rounds in the opening half is a lot of work done. But you'd almost kind of expect this, considering this is their map pick. It's just unlike any series we've seen so far, because for some reason we haven't seen a lot of teams winning their own map pick so far.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess there's those 2 zeros to sort of talk about, but maybe they're just mismatched matches. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Try to say that quickly. But we're back into the second half. That's what we all want to see. Big question will be whether or not Kara House can start this half off with at least the first or the second round. If not, then Imperial are really getting within striking distance of closing the map out quite quickly.
I like the light boost, though, coming out from LDX. Not a spot you see too often. It's very hard to get this position on the boost quickly without being noticed, but they do it perfect in the execution, and this is all going to be on that first player coming through the doorway from Imperial. They've got to check this, otherwise LDX, he could have a heyday here. But the patience not going to be there. He gives up the spot maybe a little bit too soon, and now he has to fall back, but it almost seems like an opportunity squandered there.
Absolutely. If you're going to hold that spot, I think you have to hold your trigger finger a little bit better than that. ADRF already finding the opener, and Imperial will just back off as a result of that. They're happy to let Kara House feel a little bit more awkward now on that defensive side, give them a bit of time to stew, so to speak.
Rambo creeping up here, has control of the A-long position. If the rotate comes through, it's going to be right into him. A close quarters fight, though, Om in hand could get dangerous if he's not ready to react quickly. He's about to have 3 players walking onto his position. It's going to be Feifei who challenges it first. He's going to go down. The follow-up not quite there, but it is going to be a late trade coming in from Adrian to make sure they hold on to the 4-on-3 advantage. So already looking better and better for Imperial in the round. And Kara House, they're running out of time to respond.
Yeah, would like to see that be a little bit cleaner from Imperial, but ultimately the job was done in the end as it needed to be. Dola on the defense. He's a superstar for this team. Needs a little bit more than just the 2. We'll get it. LKK goes down as well. It's the one-man hold from Dola that saves the day for Kara House in what was looking like a pretty rough round. Ryuzhao does not have the bomb. He's only got 15 seconds. Cannot really win this round. So Kara House will start the affair on the second half with a win.
Yeah, a lot of that just credit to Dola. The 3-kill hold on the bottom of the A-bomb side, and this is where Imperial have to realize the A anchor on the Kara House side is a lot stronger than theirs and play accordingly. Dola on that bomb side may mean they want to put a little bit more attention towards some B executes. So we'll see if they maybe change their plans, but it is going to be a change of players as well on the A bomb side. LDX and Lucas actually playing it this time around for the side of Kara House. Dola playing pushed up in the B control room, and they have a lot of forward pressure already on the side of Kara House.
That's good map control. Not as though Imperial have really contested them for it just yet, though. Very passive start from Imperial in this round. Goken's been given room to try and clear out the control room and is starting to do so. Not spotting too much in there. Still time on the clock for Imperial to make their move. It really does seem as though they're relying on Goken to find them this opening frag.
Dola is going to find one. Adrian gets the quick trade. They'll fall back now to reset Imperial, at least keeping things even should give them a slight advantage now with these defenders being a little bit spread thin, but you can see the rotation already starting to happen from Imperial, putting that emphasis back towards this B bomb site. It's only going to be Shady in direct contact here. They do have Rambo in the back of Cage to maybe assist as they come in, but they actually sense this rotation off of the push from LDX. Now they have a full stack on the B bomb site. This is going to be a huge advantage now. Rambo already finds the first, Lucas finds the second, and things are surely falling apart for Imperial at this point. It's going to be just a complete disaster now. Adrian goes down, Feifei alone can't hang on, and Carahouse find another.
Yeah, very intelligent stuff. Good rotation. Carahouse, maybe they didn't look so great on Blacklist, but now that they've moved over to Global Risk, it seems like the pace is picking up a little. And so Imperial still have that round advantage, but that is being squandered quite quickly.
Rambo again starts it off on the right foot as well. Gets a pick. Shady finds one as well. Dola takes down Feifei, and we're already down to a 4v1. Goken the last standing as Rambo finds his second on the round. Goken wondering what has gone wrong here. They had a 6-3 lead coming into this half, and it is already about to be diminished down to a tie.
Yeah, Imperial have very much woken the beast, haven't they? Carahouse looking indomitable in the second half right now. Not a good sign for Imperial. Tough angle to entry from for Goken, and he's now been spotted as well, so he's going to have to pick the pace up. Too many angles to worry about for a sniper right here. Shady makes it look pretty easy anyway, seeks a piece secured. Carahouse are no strangers to fighting from behind.
Yeah, that was really the big standout for me in their match yesterday, is even when it seems like they're starting to fall behind, they find that way right back into their matchups. And I think that's going to be a key element for this team moving forward if they want to contest even some of the stronger teams that may lie on the horizon for them in this event as well. But Imperial, they're putting them through the ringer on this GR side. They haven't given up a round yet on the GR, and this is where Imperial has to find that opening, because it's not crazy to see them having a little bit of trouble, but Goken having 0 kills, almost unheard of in a half.
I mean, that could be a big factor for sure. Nothing too fancy happening on the defense this time from Carahouse. Fairly early util usage. Smokes out at about the 1:40 mark. Not going to bother Imperial too much because they're still happy to move slowly through the map.
There's going to be a lot of pressure onto Lucas now. He's got the right angle. That nade could be brutal to go up against as well. And look at that utility damage. Has to be more than 200 being felt across the board, but he still has to hang on and grab some of these entries. He's not going to find anything on the entry. Dola on the late peak. He can't find anything either. He's going to go down. Imperial somehow getting the better of it, but then Shady swings right in for 2. LDX gets another 2, and things have been turned down to a 1v1 as Ryuzao takes down Rambo. It's going to be Ryuzao versus LDX for the round now.
Yeah, LDX, though, he's been able to get off of the site itself. He still controls the bomb. Ryuzao's going to have to come to him, and he's gone all the way up the stairs. He knows exactly where Ryuzao was when that last kill came across, and now gets that info as well. Behind the box, is just crouching down, playing the time. Knows that Ryuzao is the one that's going to have to make the move here. But I almost preferred LDX's position at the top of the stairs. And unfortunately, he's forced to fight. If he goes down the stairs, he's forced to fight. If he stays on the stairs, he can play the timer a little bit easier. So, tactical pause once again. Imperial win themselves a really important 1v1 there. Just to get a little bit of momentum actually built in this first half. Second half, I should say. First map.
Yeah, right now it's going to be Imperial who are looking to maybe change things up. They called the pause, even though they do manage the round there. I'm sure they're not happy with how this half has looked for them overall. The only round they've won, and it comes down to a very close 50-50 in that 1v1 situation. So I feel like on their side of the fence, they've really got to change their approach in what they're doing, because the defenses of Cara House have just looked unstoppable across the board, and I'm really hoping they play a little bit more unified at the start of these rounds, maybe go for a quick A or a quick control room hit like we saw work well on the opposite side in the first half.
Yeah, still a big conversation being had for the Brazilian squad. And hopefully they've got a plan in mind coming into the next round. Has been a very touch and go first map, hasn't it? Kind of hard to make an argument that one team is looking better than the other. Both have had really impressive rounds. Both have had some individual clutches. 7-6 the scoreline. There's not much in it. Cara House on their opponent's map choice though, and they're going to try and go quickly. Goken shutting that down with a nice quick two-piece and will be traded back by Feifei. This could be the nail in the coffin for Cara House. If they lose this, go down by a couple of rounds. It's now starting to get within striking distance for Imperial, should they win the round. Feifei completely caught out by that wide swing from Shady.
Still going to be tough to hold in the 2-on-3. Rambo, though, what a headshot. Takes down one. The trade quickly there. Shady left in a 1-on-2.
Oh, he's quick.
It's going to be a tough one for this plant, though. Shady, he's already there. He gets one. Shady, surely not in the 1v2. Ryuzao stuck behind the boxes. The bomb is also downed in that situation. I'm not sure Shady noticed it in that chaos, but now it's going to come down to yet another 1v1.
Well, Ryuzao has decided to hold in the correct direction. Just clearing out his back, and now gets spotted out by Shady, but in similar fashion, that's information for both. Ryuzao again in that one-on-one, and again he'll win it. A big round for Imperial. Back-to-back clutches.
Yeah, I mean, those two rounds at the end of the day could be the key difference in how this map plays out. So Ryuzao, even though he's not necessarily the top fragger overall for his team, the frags he's getting have to matter more than anything else right now. And now Cara House, this is where they have to find an answer quickly. Otherwise, it is going to be Imperial on map point if they pick up this one. And Rambo, he's getting a little antsy here. The boost into the vents. Ryuzao not ready this time around. Rambo takes him out, and they obtain a really solid advantage now on the side of Cara House.
Nice sharp shot from Rambo. A little bit of a faster start to the round than what we've been seeing. Cara House changing things up on the defense. First time we've seen that pressure through the vent. But Imperial will default back to A. Two players at the bottom of the steps they have to worry about. LDX in that nice position that Awesome was able to grab the triple kill from. And Lucas timing on that nade is going to look really good. Nice damage out from him. LDX and Lucas combine, and they make it look easy. Cara House with a very clean round. It's about as good as you're going to see from them.
Yeah, now they've got to carry that through, though. They're still down by one, and there's not a whole lot of room left for error. If they want to win this one in regulation, it would require 3 in a row. Pretty much an uncontested close to the half, but 3 in a row is how they started out this second half as well, so it's definitely something they've proven they can do, but this is a bit of a gamble here. 4 players pushed up onto the B locker's position. No presence on the middle of the map really at all from them. It's going to be a wide open A lobby and a wide open L turn as well in mid, and this is a bit of a dicey call, but it could be paying off dividends, as it seems to be where Imperial wants to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the read really is there for Cara House. Is it more of a gamble stack than anything else, or are they sort of saying, well, we haven't seen Imperial on this side of the map, we're expecting them to go in that direction next round? Either way, it seems like they've made the correct call. Imperial are very much headed in this direction. They haven't committed to it just yet, so they haven't walked into the trap, but they look mighty close to doing so.
Yeah, it really comes down to the patience here from LDX. He hasn't gone for this full swing here, but they're going to go ahead and fully execute into it now, and they're going to know the rotation is coming through. It puts the pressure back onto Rambo. He's alone defending this A bomb site, but Imperial, again, a little bit of hesitation has now given LDX control over their spawn, and somehow they're prepared for it. Feifei takes him down. Lukum finds one onto Dola as well, and the counter aggression just doesn't work out at all.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty bad for Karahaus. You'd say a 5-on-3 should be converted. That would then be 9-4 Imperial, and it would be map point. Karahaus were able to bring it back from a pretty scary-looking scoreline yesterday against Pacific Makta, but I have Imperial as a little bit of a better team than Pacific Makta. I don't think they fall away from a 9-7 lead. We'll get to find out if they do, because that is 9-7 secured for Imperial. Potential for them to be 1 round away. Well, I mean, they are 1 round away. The potential is that they can close it out here with 1 round.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here for Karahaus in the final rounds of this first map. But it is going to be Imperial putting a lot of attention towards the A staircase to start off this round. It's going to be Feifei and Ryuzao working for that early push forward into A lobby as well now. Very passive setup, though, from Karahaus. They've got one player posted up pretty forward in the vents, and this is the player that's really going to have to find that initial pick. Rambo holding on to that position, but it's a little risky having that Om in hand here. He basically has to play for the 1 kill and fall off from that position, but the gamble stack is starting to come to life again here. A lot of pressure being rotated towards the A bomb site now for Karahaus, but the bomb hasn't really been picked up in that direction yet. What a shot there.
Well, yeah, Rambo has it on lockdown. So what is plan B for Imperial? Definitely been suffering in the vent at the hands of Rambo. Might have to send multiple members in that direction if they want to explore it next time. Shady spots out a bit of info there as well. And we'll get a helping flash to go through there from his teammates down on A. It's Rambo's round at the moment. Looking for even more, but will eventually fall to Feifei, which is enough to keep Imperial interested in this round.
The time is ticking, though, and they're starting to work their way towards the A bomb site. LDX going to be playing on the staircase, but now they're going to go for the full push out of lobby. They might even double back into the B bomb site, but Shady, he's right there and ready for it. Goken secures the quick trade, but they still have Dola in the back of the blue room corner waiting to see if these guys are going to push right onto his position. He's going to have a chance to fire off here. Gets the first. It's going to be Lukum left alone. Dola gets them both, and now they've got a shot at overtime.
They do indeed. It would be the second OT that Karahaus has played in this event, if they get there. Yeah, the last one they won. The last one they came back from a 9-6 deficit. This one they're looking to come back from a 9-7 deficit. Not quite as difficult of a job. Would put Karahaus in a good spot going into map 2, which is their map choice if they could manage to secure the overtime and obviously win it.
Imperial grouping up for the B hit. They seem ready to go here. Only 2 players on the back of site, playing very patiently. It's going to be Shady and Dola. Shady gets spotted out a little bit too early. He's got to back off and wait for that rotation to come through. I'd be surprised if they don't send a player soon towards the B bomb site for the side of Karahaus. They are going to have that 1 player rotating in. Dola still hasn't been spotted in the rafters, but he's going to have to make a big play here. Spots 4 players, goes for the drop down onto the rafters peak. He's got the support of LDX underneath. Dola opens it up with 1. He's looking for more, gets the second, and it could be enough here. 4-on-3 for the hold, but Ryuzao on the lurk in mid, sneaks in, grabs 2. Shady, he does manage to trade onto Lukum, but still, Karahaus hold onto the numbers. Goken, he's stuck in the back of rafters here. He's going to be taken down as well, and it's all onto Ryuzao.
Well, he's been the clutch king for Imperial so far on this map. Typically, though, in the 1-on-1s, not the 1-on-3. Ryuzao at least has time to work, but this is a very tough ask. The bomb is in the control of the defenders, and Powerhouse have equalized once again. They secure another tiebreaker. 9 apiece is the score.
Yeah, and it almost seems like a really familiar story for these guys going into overtime. They claw it back, but can they do it again here? This is going to be a harder team to face off for them in an overtime situation. Imperial, they looked good, but the pressure of finalizing this first map just seemed so difficult for them. Securing that final round is going to be crucial going into overtime, but a lot of it, I think, just came down to the GR sides. Both teams really, really solid on the GR, but I'm looking to both teams to maybe try something different on their blacklist sides, because across the board, not so impressive on the attack here for both teams.
Yeah, Imperial will be pretty disappointed to allow that to go through to the tiebreaker, though. They would know that they've sort of missed a trick here, and particularly if they do end up losing this map, then their backs really are against the wall. Sort of talked about the implications of what that game meant for GV in our previous matchup, and that would kind of be the same case for Imperial after having lost yesterday to All Gamers. If they lose again today to Kara House, their run is pretty much over at this event, which would be a pretty shocking exit, a pretty early exit.
Yeah, it's crazy to think this could be one of the first few teams we see not making it through the group stage. And meanwhile, we still have a team that even hasn't played yet. It's going to be ranking, waiting in that next and final match of the day. They'll be taking the stage for the first time in our third matchup here. But right now, it's going to be up to Kara House to show us they can close out their opponent's map pick, because that's a pretty bold statement for them, because Imperial, this was the map out of the three I thought they would look the most favorable to win one on. And if they can't win this, it raises a lot of questions about how they're going to move forward in this series.
Well, they've got a lot of time to think about it, which I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. Pressure's definitely on as they go into the OT. And they're being given the chance to sit there and stew in it. Imperial in particular are the ones probably feeling that pressure at this point. Kara House breathing a sigh of relief that they've at least got another chance, another crack at this map.
Yeah, the tough part now is I believe they'll be the team starting on the blacklist side for Kara House, and they need a much better showing on this side of the map to really keep that momentum moving forward for themselves, because after the opening 2 rounds, they only won one of them in their first half, which was not really a good look coming out of that tech pause initially. So I hope they've got something new in store for us. But when you only have 3 rounds to play with, maybe they just go back to that kind of old faithful execution very quickly onto the A bomb site, because it did net them all 3 of their rounds.
Yeah, I would expect to see something of that effect. Looks like we are just about ready to go. Hard to say who's really been the standout player on either of these teams in this map so far. Ryuzao maybe for Imperial has been able to clutch up a couple of solid rounds. Now I've got a tech pause. So I'm not sure exactly what that is. No information on that one yet. But the other Brazilian team, VASCO here in the crowd cheering on their countrymen.
Yeah, I'm sure on their side they've got a little bit of relief now after their win on the day, but a much more difficult match on the hands of Imperial here. And you could tell how much this means to both teams. They know this match is going to potentially determine their life in the group stage, and they're playing like it here. You can see these guys are very serious and ready to go on the side of Kara House, and it almost seems like on the Imperial side, they've lost a little bit of that confidence going into the discussions it looks like they're having here. You don't see that same energy, that same aggression in what they've been able to do here. These guys are normally very vocal, but it it seems like they've gone a little bit quiet, and I hope they don't allow themselves to kind of get backed into a corner here just because things haven't worked out in the last few rounds, because at the end of the day, the way this map started, especially in that first half, they looked like the superior team by a mile.
Yeah, well, right now both teams are hoping that this OT is going to kick off. I like that Cara House. They look like a well-prepared team. Yeah, I think they might be ready to go, which is good to see. Relieve some of that pressure, and we're into the game. Imperial starting on defense. Goken once again will be that key difference maker initially.
Good time to step up here. Goken as well, going to get boosted into the vent position. Nobody on the other side. We are going to see a bit of a slower pace now coming out from Cara House as they look to try and equalize in this round, but so far there's not a whole lot of opening to work with. LDX trying to sneak into a position in the middle of the map here. You've got Dola and Lucas as well, putting that extra pressure towards the B bomb site, which seems to be where they want to take this. It would be probably the right call here. Only one player directly defending from the rafters is going to be Ryuzao. They've got Lukum nearby for that late support, but it's still going to be a difficult hold if this push comes through.
Cara House have to figure out what they can do with a numbers deficit. Ryuzao, it's going to be a tough player to pick off in the vent there. Cara House are taking their time working through the map, that's for sure. And they've, in the end, just decided to set Rambo up to try to make something happen solo. Not going to work out for him.
Yeah, now it's an even tougher position for Cara House to be in as they try and creep their way up the lobby. It's going to be Lucas who actually gets the opener. The trades start to come through as Lukum takes down LDX. Dola and Lucas left in a 2-on-4 situation. There's only one player, though, standing in their way on the A bomb site. They're going to take down Feifei right away. And this is where things could go wrong very quickly for Imperial if they're not careful.
Yeah, Lucas is on a sliver of HP, but he's at least able to get that plant down, and Dola will try to hold the line. They've both at least gotten off of the site. That nade came in a little bit too late. Had it gone down while the plant was occurring, maybe there was a pick to be had, but definitely for Cara House right now. They're going to have to hit some sharp shots, though. Certainly on the back of Dola right here. Big swing round the corner. Almost able to get that second player. Ryu Zhao is low. Lucas holds on to the spray and puts it down to the one-on-one. He just has to play time. Why doesn't he just play time? Instead, he goes behind the boxes, gets wall banged. And it is Imperial to win the first round.
Yeah, you've got to hand it to Cara House, though, keeping it a lot closer than it initially was. It was a 5-on-3 situation. They had an opportunity there, unfortunately, with just 1 HP. Not enough to win that 1v1. The box damage is going to be enough to put Imperial in the early lead, but that's kind of what we'd expect on this side of the map. They looked a lot better on it in regulation, and again, it's going to be a quick collision on A long. This time, though, it's going to be Adrian who actually gets the backstab double kill. Lucas, he's very low on HP as well. This could be a huge round, once again going the way of Imperial. LDX, the only player with full HP, knows he has to try and help Lucas out of the situation, but Lucas actually catches ADRF off guard. Ryuzao now stuck here on the top of the A staircase, but Goken, he's kind of just hanging out by himself, not really assisting here.
I mean, the crazy thing is LDX could have actually gotten into the A side and potentially planted the bomb in all of this meanwhile. But it's an awkward spot to be in for Imperial now with so many isolated players, though they were not expecting one so close. It's another round for Imperial. Very similar way this game is playing out to the Pacific Makta game last night for Cara House, right? Making the comeback, going into the OT, losing the first couple of rounds of OT. Still looks pretty dire right here.
Yeah, now they've got to find a round on this side of the map. If they go down 3-0, it's pretty unlikely, even with a really good second half, that they'd be able to pull this one back, because if they go down 3-0, it's really just relying on that golden round situation to try and win it. If it did go to a golden round, though, it would be Cara House on their more favorable side, the GR side, if it does go to that full distance. But this is going to be a really important round for them to hold on to. Look at this pixel angle, though, from Goken. Right on the other side of it is going to be LDX, who sneaks his way towards that vent position. Nobody on the other side of it, though. It's just ADRF going for the occasional spot check. But you can tell Cara House in this round, there's not a whole lot of confidence in where they want to move yet.
Well, they know the importance of this round, right? Do not want to be dropping this one. Gives Imperial a lot of rope to play with. But at the very least, they haven't lost a player early on in the piece. And getting one on the attack would be the pass score. It's a really nicely timed nade. Here come the flashes, here comes the execute from Cara House. Not a great start. Feifei and LKK combined. LKK can't land the third frag, even though it looked pretty good to start with. Onto Rambo, it's onto LDX to make that difference. He needs 2 here and gets it. Cara House are still in the contest.
Yeah, a huge double kill from LDX. Ryuzao, though, still as well has the HP advantage, and that nade could finish Rambo. Oh, the plant doesn't even go off. That's a bit of a blunder here, and now it's going to be up to LDX. He's done all the heavy lifting so far in this round. Can he do it in the 1v1 against Ryuzao? This bomb not being planted, though, could cause some trouble as that time is ticking away. Only 20 seconds. He knows he's got to do it sooner or later here. He's going to stick the plant. Now Ryuzao has to make the decision how he wants to fight onto this site. He really likes this upper A position for the peaks, but LDX, if he keeps challenging here, this could be a bit of a misplay. But Ryuzao, he's going for the full flank, rotating into the stairs position. LDX, he's got to be ready for everything here, but he doesn't seem too prepared for this quick flank coming through. Checks it just at the right moment here. This is all about the timing. Ryuzao is going to go for the little peek across the top, but LDX, he gets the better of it. What a huge round to win. And Cara House take it to just a 1-round difference as we switch sides.
Yeah, that's big. That is big. If they go down 0-3, then obviously Imperial, they are poised to then take the map, but now it's still going to take a little bit more work, and Cara House are moving on, debatably onto the more comfortable side, the side that we saw them have a bit of a better time on. 6-3 on both halves. And now into the OT 2-1. So things are still very much following that trend, right? That's the equilibrium. Someone has to break it.
Yeah, the tough part for Imperial now is losing that final round means if this one goes all the way to that final overtime situation, the GR side will go to Cara House. So they've got to win it on the blacklist side, but they do have at least a round lead to work with going into this. So they only need 2 rounds for them. There's still that opportunity on the table, but they did not look good on their blacklist half, so I do worry a bit for them in this position.
Yeah, me too. And again, it looks like we're going to have some time in between the halves. Just trying to organize things in the server. Make sure it's all ready to go. Hopefully that's not weighing on the minds of the players all that much, you know. It's not ideal, right, when you get a bit of momentum going and then it all just sort of gets reset.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the initial setup's going to be on the GR side now for Cara House. We'll see if they keep true with what they were working on in that second half of regulation, where they did put up a 6-3 finish, so things for them looked pretty solid on the defenses, but you never know what curveballs you're going to have to face when the pressure of this overtime hits, and they've had some trouble crossing the finish line a few times themselves, so it wouldn't surprise me if this one goes all the way down to that final round situation. But the way they've been playing in this overtime, bringing back that final round could be the biggest difference they were able to get.
Not much more to say about it, really. We might be getting in. Hearing the yells from both of the player booths.
Yeah, it seems to be about that time, and with the second half of overtime on the horizon, it's really going to be a true indicator of where the series might be heading, because we're still just in the first map of this best of 3, but now we're going to see who can do it as we switch sides in overtime. It's going to be Cara House on the GR, Imperial on the Blacklist side, and both teams off to a familiar start in this one. Gokin, though, gets lagged already from that early position. He's down to 20 health. It's a good start for Cara House.
I'm not sure that's going to slow him down, quite frankly. He seems to be the kind of player that doesn't really have a lot of fear. Cares not whether or not he's on 1 HP or 100. He'll take the fight if he thinks he can win it. Still in a fairly precarious position, though, as he's been given the job of the entry duty. Not sure what's happened to Dola there, but whatever the case, it's less than ideal. 5-on-4 is going to be what will ensue, and for Imperial, that's fantastic news.
Yeah, they've been given a gift here in this one, but they still have to be able to close it out. Gokin being fairly low will give them a chance to quickly equalize, but not if Feifei catches them off guard on the rotation. It's going to be Shady and LDX both found out there. Lucas and Rambo trying to find a way to convert. Putting that backside pressure onto them is going to be Adrian, who finds one. Lucas left alone, 1 versus 5. Imperial on the cusp of taking this one to map point, but Lucas, a really deadly player, but he needs something insane now to find his way out of this position. It's not going to work out, though. Imperial find that map point.
Yeah, really not a whole lot you can do in a 1-on-5, is there? What on earth happened in that round that put Cara House down 4-on-5?
Yeah, it is a tough one. I know there is a bit of a glitch that can happen sometimes on the corner of a box where you just fall through it. I have a feeling that's probably what happened to Cara House in the previous round, but now it's going to be Imperial who are in the driver's seat of this one. They get the opening kill. Rambo down early on here, and now it's going to be all about this 4-on-5. They have to find a way to convert because they have no other options here on the side of Cara House. It's going to be just the solo hold from Dola, position towards the B bomb site. It seems to be Imperial leaning slowly in that direction, but they know the pressure is on to Cara House, so they're waiting to see if they're going to take a risk.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get too much in that department from Cara House. Shady holding the close angle, but no one's going to push in his direction. I mean, it seems like Imperial are a little bit worried about that position, but have decided to bypass it. I mean, look at how undefended that A site is. It is down to just LDX to try to hold it solo. If he drops, it's game over, but does at least get a bit of info, and ADRF has somehow died himself to fall damage. So we're back to a 2-on-3 at the very worst case for Cara House. It is still a winnable round. Bomb's not yet planted either. Cara House have to win this if they want to stay in the map.
Yeah, it's do or die here, and it's on to Shady and Dola. The two we saw had a 2v5 earlier on in their tournament. They've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders to make this happen. Dola, what a shot though, through the smoke, takes down Gokin. Ryuzao going to be called out on the back of side is where Dola. Can he do it? It's not going to happen. Imperial, they close this one out 13-10. In overtime, they'll get it done. They win their map pick, and they are one step closer now to their first win in the Summer Championship.
Yeah, very much a tumultuous map, though, wasn't it? It doesn't feel like a convincing win by any stretch of the imagination for Imperial. And with the knowledge in mind that Cara House is moving on to their own map pick, I'm not super sold that Imperial's going to be able to clean this series up in a 2-0 fashion, or maybe even at all, right? We had our reservations about how one-sided this matchup would be, and I think that's very much rung true with that first map, as 13-10 is about as close as it's going to get. 13-11 yesterday night for Cara House. They did get that dub over Pacific Makta, but if you keep allowing teams to get into that OT, eventually you're going to lose one. And quite frankly, there was a very real possibility that they lost that map in regulation time as well, Cara House. So, they do need to sort of work on closing those games out a little bit quicker if they want to get those dubs on the board.
Yeah, for now, it's going to be up to Cara House going into map 2 to show us what they can do on their own map pick. It wasn't a bad showing from them on this one, just a little bit shakier comparatively, especially in that high pressure of overtime. It felt like Imperial a little bit more prepared for that overtime to go their way. And even on their blacklist side, you could tell they made those adjustments. They improved just enough to make sure they had a better time on that BL side, and that made all of the difference for them in securing this first map. So now I'm curious if they could pull off the 2-0. We haven't seen anything besides a 2-0 yet, but this could be the first one we see go that full distance.
Well, I guess the big question is, how good are they on compound? Is there any precedent to be said that this is going to be a map that's going to be winnable for Imperial?
Yeah, it's not historically their worst map, but it's not their best also. I think for Cara House, it's a solid pick coming out from them. It's probably their second best map, I would say, overall. I think their Black Widows may be a little bit stronger, but when I think about what Imperial was able to do in that overtime, it just felt like in those key moments, they were the stronger team. And if they can carry that through into the second map, I think they still could take it away.
To be said, though, that both these teams do feel a little bit hot and cold sometimes, right? We see some great rounds out from both, and then they kind of both go a little bit missing in some occasions as well. So hard to make a really honest, genuine prediction that this is going to be an easy one to finish off in a 2-0 fashion. Here's the highlights from that game. Again, a bit back and forth, right? And that is the nature of the beast when you have an overtime win. But I don't know how much that really tells us personally for this series. Of course, Imperial, I guess you could say almost want this a little bit more just because this is like their last chance to stay alive in the group. If they don't win here, then probably they get knocked out. Whereas Cara House will feel like they've got a little bit more time if they do go up against AG later on. Yes, that's a tough game, but if they were to lose here, they still have a chance.
Yeah, I think for them, it's going to be at least getting a map out of this series is really vital for Cara House, because that could ultimately help shape things for them to make it into the playoffs. Even if things somehow go wrong here, they still have that back pocket of, maybe they have a potential where they could pull an upset later on against a team like All Gamers. It's going to be a tough matchup, but with the way they're playing, it seems like they're at least getting better and better each time we see them. So I think there is still a potential upset if they play their cards right, but it's got to start here with a confident swing back in this series.
Yeah, Feifei did get run over a little bit on that A bomb site, but at least in that round in particular, LKK was able to lock it down really cleanly. Very nice nade out there from Ryu Zhao to deny the plant. Honestly, I'm surprised that we don't see more of that, quite frankly. But either way, obviously at the end of the day, Imperial, you'll see, do get themselves the dub on this map. And we'll take a quick look at how the game did play out in just a second. And well, you can see it up there behind us, but we'll get that on your screens hopefully in a sec. Here we go. It is, yeah, look, I mean, a bit of an across-the-board performance from both teams. No real standout individual. Hard to call who might actually get the MVP, but I suppose with the knowledge in mind that Dola got it twice yesterday, I'd probably say he's the prediction for today as well. It does end up actually going to LKK, which is fair enough, but I guess you have to choose from the winning side, so there you go.
Yeah, really good performance from him. I feel like he was one of those vital players, always there, able to trade, make sure the rounds stay with the advantage over to Imperial when they had it. For me, I would say he was very comparable with what we saw from Ryu Zhao as well. Ryu Zhao, big difference from him for me was those crucial 1v1s. He was always that guy who was there as well, making sure those were won. Because if Ryu Zhao doesn't win those 1v1 situations, this could have gone completely in the opposite direction. But these guys under those pressure moments, those 1v1s, that was the Imperial difference in this head-to-head so far. And if they continue that forward, it's going to be a tough one to overcome for Cara House.
Yeah, it is. It is. Well, we'll be eagerly awaiting Compound and to see what is yet to come in this series. How deep into the series are we really going to go? I've still kind of got a bit of faith in Cara House. I thought they looked good enough there on sub base to... If they would have even won sub base, I would be thinking, yeah, it's probably a 2-0 angle right here, given the fact that, you know, you move into your own map choice and you, in theory, should feel a little bit more comfortable about that. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, it's just such a hard one to call when you don't get to see that much of a history between these two teams. I mean, yeah, Cara House has found those wins against Imperial in the past, so I think that's obviously a tick in their book, and hasn't started well here, but every single game we've seen between these two teams has been a 3-mapper, and it has been a Cara House victory. So that would say to me that maybe we're still angling for the 2-1 victory, the reverse sweep for Cara House.
It seems like the potential is there. I think the big thing I'm looking forward to in this next map is how is Imperial going to deal with the multi-OM setup? They haven't faced that challenge yet, and for me, that's going to be one of the big ones. I want to see how Goken's going to deal with those positions, because 3 OM's a lot more different to deal with than just the one we saw on this first map.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an interesting conversation that we haven't had to have on sub-base, but as we move into Compound, it is something that we'll keep an eye on, and I think that Imperial, you know, obviously they had the opportunity yesterday to kind of watch what Cara House was doing, so they should have a bit of an idea that that might be on the cards, and they'll be hopefully prepared for it. But it is time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away. Map 2 is coming up next.
Championship point, all gamers will be That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
It's time for compound between Imperial and Cutter House as we head into the second map of the second series of the day. OT in map 1, Kyle. It was a pretty tight affair, but Cutter House this time, they don't manage to make that reverse sweep sort of into the OT and then win the OT. They do drop it to Imperial. Some unfortunate circumstances for them now, but benefit is they are heading into their own map choice, obviously compound. Their choice, we'll get to show you how that pick and ban phase did work out in just a second. But how are you feeling about their chances? Obviously, you did predict for Cutter House. Has that map changed your opinion at all?
No, not really. I think when I look at the overall pool, I think the second and third map play a lot more into the style they like to bring to the server. Both of these maps coming up are maps that they can play that triple OM setup if they want to. It gives them the versatility they like to have, whereas sub-base, it's a lot more close quarters. And even then, they didn't look super comfortable on it, still kept it in a competitive series. I still have a lot of faith they're going to come back swinging in the second map, just in having that ability to play the game the way they want to play it.
Yeah, indeed. Compound, the choice for Cutter House. Haven't seen it yet from them at this event. They picked Black Widow yesterday against Pacific Makta, which was the map that they went into OT on, and it is also the tiebreaker map for this series. But we'll see if we have to get there first. It is time for map 2, a must-win for Cutter House. And off we go into compound. Imperial will be feeling confident about their chances of a win in this series, but it will largely be dictated on how this map starts off. Already a very different play style than what we saw yesterday from BaiSha up against GV. Much more aggression on the B side of the map from the defensive side, and not as much presence in toward mid.
Yeah, I like this call, though. The forward pressure is going to make it more difficult for these OMs to be impactful. And here comes the collision. Dola runs into trouble. Adrian gets the double kill. They're looking for the follow-up for the triple as well. Rambo able to find one. Rambo somehow steals the double kill, and we're back to a 3-on-3. What a response there from Rambo. I'm not sure how he got away with that.
I have no idea. I feel like Feifei and ADRF, you just got to be, in that situation, happy with the 2-for-0 and back up and play it a little bit more reserved rather than continuing that spray down, trying to take the fight against the next guy. You've already got what you wanted. LKK does a good job of dealing with a couple in mid, just easy as you like. Very strange how this round ended up playing out. Imperial, I mean, it looked like they were a shoe-in, and then it looked like it was going to be close, and then they ended up being a shoe-in again. So, bit of a weird one. You know, maybe just shaking off a bit of that rust there for Cutter House. It's been a little bit of a break. But need to see a little bit more discipline from Imperial. If you go up 2-0 in a round like that, there's no need to continue hunting and looking for that third frag.
A lot of utility, though, being thrown, but Gokun, this is a huge risk to try and go for this. Goes for the boost. He's going to be overwhelmed from above. Shady finds one. Ryuzao able to trade out with a kill of his own, but somehow Ryuzao hasn't been taken down yet. Rambo does get that late follow-up. Lucas able to get another as well. And things are working out much better this time around for Cutter House.
Yeah, I mean, Gokun just doesn't hit his shots there, right? And that's the big difference maker. If he hits his shots on that peak, then maybe the trades are a little bit more effective and a little bit more one-for-one-esque. But Cutter House had far superior positioning over Imperial, and so make it look pretty easy in the end. ADRF is on the other side of the map. It's going to take him a bit of time to get back over to A. And he'll have to go past Rambo in doing so.
There you have it. Rambo starting to come to life on the second map. Already 5-1 in the opening couple of rounds. 2 and 3 kills back to back. And now it's going to be up to Cara House to get that momentum on their side. This is their map, so it's one they need to win to have that confidence to try and take the series back into their control. Imperial, though, this time, again, going for that B aggression. It did work out in that opening round pretty well until Rambo picked them apart, but they actually have the right idea this time, easing into that angle and making sure they're set up for the trade. Cara House just playing kind of spread out, not fully committing into them yet.
Yeah, Imperial do like to play aggressive on B, don't they? And as a result, they've been able to set Gokun up for a peek into mid. First shot does not connect, but Feifei's position as of yet unknown. It's the bait and switch setup. In an ideal world for Imperial, Gokun gets the kill, but if not, Feifei can swing on the contact. He hasn't yet. It wouldn't be the worst of choices if Rambo takes a shot at Gokun for Feifei to just swing. But Feifei being very stoic on the corner right now. LKK has gone down trying to contest middle. Rambo's playing a dangerous game though.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Feifei hasn't taken the bait yet. Very patient on this off angle, waiting to see if that comes through. Rambo, he could run into trouble if he goes for the full peek, but he's just trying to bait it out as well. Maybe he knows somebody's here. It's Feifei, though, who gets the first. He's able to get out with his life as well, so that's a big victory in the exchange for Imperial. They still don't have any control towards mid, but they're not really going to need it. They can go to the 2-2 anchor now, wait for that push pressure to build on the side of Cara House, and the time is ticking to make their play. 40 seconds on the clock, and they've got to go through mid soon.
Yeah, I think you can even almost gamble an extra player back off of B and into mid or over toward A here. If you're Imperial, you know that you had control all the way outside of B. You still do. And yet, Feifei's going to push around the backside, so instead of trying to stack their sights, they're going to try to go for more of a flanking opportunity. Gokun does a good job on that first shot. Now really under pressure, though, and I don't know that he's going to be able to buy much more time. Good shot onto LDX somehow. Gokun's found 2. That's put Imperial in a good spot here with 10 seconds left. Cara House basically go into a 1-on-3 as that plan is occurring, but Imperial don't take advantage of the fact that there is someone putting the bomb on the floor. And they will, in the end, have to play out the 3-on-2. But Dollar and Lucas haven't been able to get off the site.
Yeah, they are stuck here in the pit position. Imperial's going to know it. All they've got to do is trade, but if they get a bit too risky or if they don't check Dola's position, it could be a brutal awakening for them on this retake. But Ryuzao, he's already found one. Dola, he is stuck, nowhere to go. And it will be Imperial getting it done to take the lead right back. And a 2-1 start here, very solid from them, only getting really punished on that counter-aggressive play in mid, but on the passive holds, they've looked really good.
Yeah, what is the change-up going to look like here from Imperial, right? It feels like they've been the ones kind of dictating how a lot of these early rounds have actually played out. Are they going to play as aggressively towards B and as aggressively towards mid as they have in those previous 3 rounds? Well, based on the positioning of those individuals, it seems like the answer is yes. They are really not prepared to let Cara House get anything for free. Big nade stack into mid this time. Does a decent chunk of damage, but nothing too substantial. And actually, in hindsight now, it is going to be one of the more passive rounds we've seen from Imperial.
Yeah, I like the call here from Imperial, getting that nade stack out, kind of faking the aggression, getting some decent damage onto Lucas from it, but they back off into a 3-2 setup and leave that mid completely exposed, almost creating a bit of an illusion that there could be an aggressive mid hold there, when in fact they've got nobody directly contesting the mid position, and it's forced Cara House into thinking they need to go for a play on one of the sites. This time it's going to be that pressure building towards the B tunnels. They've got 3 players ready to go in this position, but they're slowly backing out of it. They don't want to full commit. They know now that there could be that opening towards the mid section of the map. They have no presence there for Imperial to really fake them out with either, and this could be a good read, but they're still emphasizing that push onto B.
Well, Feifei takes the duel. Doesn't really manage to land any damage, though. Still, I mean, this is time that's being taken away from Cara House. As long as you're trading evenly or not even at all, it's actually a win for Imperial. as time starts to become a bit more of a factor for Cara House. Sub 1 minute now on the clock available to them, and they've still got a lot of map territory to work through if they are to get into the B site, which it appears is the avenue of attack. Rambo spotted a player who has since moved on.
Nice headshot there from ADRF, make it a double kill. Shady looking for the follow-up. He's going to be able to find it, but it's almost a little bit too late because Goken's taken down LDX on the opposite side of the map. Rambo and Shady both arms in hand trying to clutch this one out, but there's no time to work with. They've got to get in quickly and plant this bomb. Goken shuts it down. Lukum finds another, and it's another Imperial round, and the spray there just tells the story, huh? I mean, they feel the confidence across this server completely.
Yeah, definitely, and they want to try and get into the heads of their Vietnamese counterparts on Cara House. Don't think that's a bad thing to do at this point. A lot of pressure on Cara House here. They are the team that is the fan favorite for sure. And if they disappoint in front of the crowd, the home crowd, then it's going to be a bad feeling tonight when you go to bed. Right now they are disappointing. They lost the first map. They're down 1 and 3 on their map choice. And Imperial are kind of going from strength to strength in these rounds. They're looking a little bit more confident as the game plays out.
Yeah, Imperial here. They've got a nice 3-2 setup again. Not that eager to contest into the mid position. They haven't needed to, though. Their solid anchors have been performing quite well. Lukum gets the opening frag. LDX goes down. The pinch starts to happen back onto this A bomb site. Lukum, though, through the smoke, gets a second kill, takes down Rambo, and now it's up to Dola to find the entries. He's able to find the first, trades down. Goken whiffs the shot as well. Feifei finds the push through to get at least one in this situation, but Lucas and Dola, they have full control over the A bomb site, and they'll get the plant down. But look at the backstab. Ryuzao trying to shoot the hands of Lucas as the plant goes down. Lucas escapes with just under 10 HP. This is a tough spot to be in, but Dola is helping him hold on for dear life here as he finds himself a second entry.
Yeah, Ryuzao's position is the big problem, isn't it? He's the anchor on A that is kind of denying this plant for the moment. Sooner or later, it's going to have to go down for Cara House. Lucas is very worried about it. I'm surprised that ADRF is still anchoring over toward B at this point. I think, again, generally want to play toward the same bomb site when you're in these 2v2 situations. Ryuzao, though, just gets that timing onto Lucas. And so now we're going to see ADRF start to work his way across. He's pretty confident that the C4 is going to be over toward this site. Ryuzao, though, has it on lock. And that is 4-1 for Imperial. No surprises that there's going to be a tactical pause coming through here for Cara House. They got a lot of talking to do. They got a lot of thinking to do. This is starting to look a bit awkward.
Yeah, not what I was expecting out of them on this map at all, but on the day, their blacklist sides have not looked very good, and this could just be a situation where they haven't found out how they want to approach things correctly on this side of the map. But you also have Imperial. You can tell they're just feeling a lot better in their position right now. They're just playing with so much aggression, so much fearlessness in this situation that I don't think Cara House is ready to handle it, and they're almost crumbling a little bit under the pressure. You can even see it in the looks on their faces here, almost a bit distraught with how this is going, but rightfully so. I mean, 4-1 down on your map pick is not an easy thing to bounce back from in this level of competition.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, not only that, but it also gives time over to Imperial to think. Not that they really need too much time to do that. They're just going to keep going along with the tried and true, I'd say. And continuing to sort of try to unsettle Cara House as they work through the map. There's been good aggression in mid towards B as well from Imperial. Well, let's see what Cara House can do after that tack timeout.
The heat is on now. It's going to be Imperial looking to keep this streak rolling. The Cara House looking for their shot at redemption as this map continues forward, and they certainly need it. It hasn't been the best of looks for them so far on map number 2. It's going to be a quick execution this time, though, as they go through mid. Goken going to be caught off guard. Dola shuts him down, and now they fully control this A bomb site just mere seconds into the start of round. Ryuzao, though, this is the player who shut them down before, and he's already starting to do it again. He takes down Rambo, and he can stall the plant as well. Ryuzao looking for more. They're going to go ahead and triple swing him. A smart call. He's down and out now. It's 3v4, but Adrian, he's going to be caught as well. Dola finds himself a nice frag there, and it's down to the 2v4.
Yeah, pretty tough one to win from here for Imperial. Feifei, though, starts it nicely, but immediately traded out, and Lucas will finish it off for Cara House. A bit of a change of pace that catches Imperial off guard, but you have to think what a different round that might be had Goken hit that shot, right? It gives him a little bit more space. Maybe he gets out alive. Maybe it's 4-on-5. Sometimes it's those little things, but nice pace change from Cara House gets themselves a second round. They'll still need more out of this first half.
Yeah, they've got to get things moving forward here on out. Otherwise, it is still going to be Imperial in the driver's seat of where this map is heading. They've done a good job up until that last round of dictating the pace of the second map. But Cara House, if they can keep up this aggression of throwing some nice surprises the way of Imperial, this could easily be their map to bring back as well. The GR side slightly more favorable on this map, but not by a very huge margin as we've seen. Cara House, though, they want to put that attention back towards this A bomb site. They really want to make sure Ryuzao can't be a late round threat, so this time they're going to challenge him immediately over towards this A long angle. It is going to be a 3-for-1 fight in his direction. He gets the early spot, though. No shots being had just yet, but that's a lot of information as he spots 2 players on A long.
You can kind of get the sense that LKK wants to make something happen here into mid. In fact, it'll be Feifei who takes that first point of contact. A very isolated fight for him. Does give Imperial a bit of info, but now it's really on to ADRF, who also falls at the hands of Shady. Not ideal from Imperial. It started so well, but now Cara House is kind of back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, good position for them to be in. Ryuzao, though, trying to make a little bit of a cheeky play here, sneaking under the mid tower, catches Rambo off guard, and this is where they could flip the script, but not if Dola is going to hit shots like that and takes down Lucum. Ryuzao quickly to follow. Now Goken left here 1 versus 4, trying to find that opportunity to carve a path back into this round, but there is just no way he's going to be able to safely approach this doorway into sight. There's 3 players just fixed on this position. They know it's going to be where he's coming from at this point. He's going to be spotted out already. And with this bomb on halftime already, he has to go in guns blazing and just kind of hope for the best in this position. But Shady just spots him out. That'll be the round. Cara House 2 in a row now after their pause.
Yeah, so does Imperial look to change something up now? Go back to a bit more of an aggressive style on this defense, maybe. Oh, it's going to be a nade stack on both sides. Neither really connecting with any damage, though. But Goken has set himself up with a really aggressive position here, and he is not shying away from the fights. My goodness, that is ridiculous. And the fact that he's able to get out alive as well. Sure, for the trade of LKK, but you'll take that every day of the week if you are Imperial.
Yeah, that's a massive play from Goken. Almost a little bit sour to see Lucum go down in the process. He didn't really need to peek there. He wanted to be that support system for Goken to try and get out. Unfortunately, almost allowing for that equalizer there, but Goken getting out with half HP means he can still provide a little bit of value for the remainder of this one. And he's going to get a 3rd kill already, looking for a 4th. Spots them, trying to move into sight. Shady Going to be spotted out, gets the follow-up kill on to Goken. Ryuzao, though, he's already here to try and find that follow-up himself, but has a little bit of trouble at first, but not for long. The double kill gets it done, and Imperial remain out in front 5-3.
Yeah, a bit touch and go for a moment, for sure. But it's looking pretty good for Imperial at the moment. What would you say is the pass score on this map? Is it 6-3? If Imperial get that, are they in a good spot?
Yeah, I feel like for them, 6 is actually even more than enough. It's generally a 5-4 over to the GR standard kind of map. So a 6th round here for Imperial would definitely make it feel like this is their map to take home, and rightfully so. They've been playing so well so far, especially Ryuzao really stepping up after kind of an underwhelming performance, I'd say, in his first matchup today versus Kara House. He's just looked so much better.
Yeah, let's see what they can bring to the table then. Kara House will default back over toward the B side of the map. ADRF and Feifei trying to hold there. Nicely timed smoke. Looks like Kara House wants to go straight through it. Counter utils out there as well. And, well, they get through the smoke okay, but they decide not to go any further. LKK has come swinging across for Imperial as well, so it's a 3-pronged defense on this side of the map.
Some nice flashbangs, though. Stall them out, and they're going to go ahead and second-guess this push. It's going to be Feifei who finds the only player, and LDX trying to lurk. And the rest of the team forced now to rotate away. They want that follow-up trade so badly, but they're just so late to it.
Shady
Feifei can play it.
Needs to be very careful holding on to the C4 right here, taking these kinds of duels. Giving away a bit much information. I don't know about this one for Kara House. Time is really running down. It's not looking fantastic unless someone finds a quick pick right here. Not going to be Rambo, because Goken is all over that one, and he's good for another as well. Goken, he senses the opportunity for a highlight play, and he goes for it. Grabs 3. ADRF will finish it off. 6-3 at the end of the half. Imperial are stamping their foot down onto Kara House. And Compound is looking like a difficult prospect for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, really rough first half for them on their own map pick. It's going to be up to them to show us what they can do as they move to the defense, but there's definitely some amplification needed from this team, most notably LDX. 0 kills in the first half. Surprising, after he was one of the ones I was looking at in that first map as a key in some of those crucial rounds. So I'm hoping we can see a lot more out of him in this second half, because they certainly need it here to try and redeem themselves in this series. Otherwise, it's already just 4 rounds away from Imperial making this a 2-0 win for themselves, which would be a huge boost back after their 2-0 loss to AG.
Imperial take that control in mid, and they just leave Goken there to his own devices. That's fair enough. Hold on to that point of the map, and everyone else regrouping over toward A. C4, though, has been left back towards spawn. Imperial really making full usage of the time as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, it almost seems like they're looking to maybe execute without the C4 in hand. A bit of an interesting call here if that's what happens. It might be a bit of a misplay. Rambo is going to be naded out of position. He's got 3 HP. He's taken down right away. And Imperial, they've already got a nice advantage. The C4 is going to be scooped up as well by Lucum, and now they can pretty much do what they want to as they regroup for the full push in mid. Lucas does slide into the corner pocket position, so he's got a nice bit of space to work with that he can maybe use to capitalize, but that flash over the top is going to make his positioning very, very tough to hold on to. Ryuzao takes him down. It's a 5-on-3, and Imperial are just steamrolling their way towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, I love this setup for Imperial. You've still even got one player in mid. That's Feifei to shut down any rotation. That is about as clean and clinical as you can hope for from a round on Blacklist. And Imperial are looking great on this second map. They were a little bit disappointed perhaps by the fact that they let the first go so close and go into the overtime, that they're now trying to make amends for that. Close this map out quickly. 7-3 scoreline. It's a great spot to be in.
A lot of forward pressure this time from Cara House. A good change of pace to maybe catch them off guard, but we'll see if they're prepared for it. Imperial seem to be reading the situation decently. They've posted up as if there is someone right on the other side of this smoke, but Cara House, even though they had the forward pressure, they're going to back off, giving that control back over to Imperial. It's done a good job at the very least of exhausting some of the utility on both sides, but Imperial, they still have a decent amount to work with on this execution when they come through with it. There's no mid hold now as well from Cara House, which could cause some trouble considering Imperial. They do like to go for these late executions out of mid towards that A bomb site, but they're kind of relying on that pressure B to work out for them for Cara House.
Mid control being given over to Imperial for free. Cara House seem to be playing a little bit more of a standard setup on the defense. They're not probing too much, not trying to be aggressive. But obviously as a result of that, you do allow Imperial to work their way through the map without using too much util. And as a result, they have a little bit more once they get up in your face on the sights. There's one of the smokes down. Rambo. Okay. Gets a nice timing through that smoke to catch LKK. And we'll see if Imperial have a way to negotiate this 4-on-5. Doesn't seem like it at the moment. That double orm setup is being put to good use in this round for Cara House.
Yeah, that's going to be it. They get a much needed round, but it's still a long climb back into this map for Cara House if they want to make it happen. And this is where we see if they can do what they did in that match against Pacific, pull it back, take it all the way, and put themselves in a position where maybe a third map is an option for them. Imperial, they've looked so strong on this map, but this is where they had trouble in the first. They got a big lead, they got a little overconfident, and then they started letting those rounds slip away from them. And I'm hoping in this situation they don't allow that to happen, because they've looked like the better team by a long shot on this map up until this point.
So much time available to these players in these rounds that they don't have to do anything really too quickly. And Imperial taking full advantage of that fact. Oh, ADRF has just popped his head up. He's spotted Shady. There's a really good opportunity for a double swing right here for Imperial, but here we go. Let's see. It's not even just a double, a triple swing. I think if you're Shady there, you kind of have to recognize that that is a possibility and maybe just fall back, because Imperial read him like a book and have shut him down.
Now the smokes will come down from Cara House as they try to hold on in the 4v5. Rambo going to be playing posted up on the edge of mid here, but Goken through that little sliver, able to take him down. And that is another massive pick going the way of Imperial. 5-on-3 as they work their way towards B. It's going to be all up to LDX in this round to fight off that pressure. Ryuzao trying to get these lurkers as well. Dola going to be spotted out. Ryuzao finds himself one. Now it's all about just steamrolling onto this B bomb site, and LDX, he just walks off of it, and now it's just free completely. He tries to get back in. It's just not going to be enough on the timing to make it happen. Lucas able to find one, but a 1v5, surely not at this point.
No, you'd have to say that's probably a little bit too much to deal with, particularly with the util getting tossed in his direction. But Goken, again, you know, caught wanting for that kill. He's going to give up at least that 1v1. Feifei as well, playing with a bit of fire. Lucas under too much pressure, though, will eventually fall. A couple of rounds away now for Imperial, and securing the 2-0. This was supposed to be one of the closer matches that we were going to get in the group stage, but I mean, outside of that first match, this second map is really not looking that close.
Yeah, it really hasn't, and I'm hoping Carahouse can do something here to try and make a statement and bring this one back in their favor, but Imperial, they're just on another level, it seems, on this map. Adrian able to find one. The trade does come through from Dola, holding on to the upper mid tower. It is going to be a really tough round ahead if Imperial can't find their footing soon, though. There's so much forward control from Carahouse, but at the same time, they don't want to make the mistakes of giving up these individualized fights, so they're going to go ahead and back off here, play it a little bit safer, and wait to see what Imperial will do. But I'm worried for Carahouse because they have a bad habit when they're in this situation, whether it be a 5-on-5, 4-on-4, and the pace is slow. This is when they start to peak alone, and Imperial, they're really good at setting up these traps where they have 2 or 3 ready to go and counter peak right back at you.
Carahouse do have the stack on the correct side of the map, though. Just a matter of who's going to win the duels on the entry. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to at this point. A little bit of util still to play with for Imperial. A few flashes over the top might pay dividends, but it's a tough site to entry into on even numbers. Dola is playing somewhat of a isolated angle here, though. If he gets his head ripped off straight away, it's not really an easy trade until Imperial start to filter into the site. Rambo's just tucked in the sandwich. Here we go. Dola, what can you do? 40 seconds on the clock here. Imperial really biding their time, and you can even see that extra rotator coming across. This is a good situation for Carahouse, unless that happens. I mean, they had the players where they needed to. They really did, but they've just been obliterated. And it should be Imperial's round from here.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they had everything they needed to try and stall that push, but Imperial, the firepower, gets it done, and more importantly, takes them to a match point opportunity. They're going to have 5 in a row to try and close this one out in regulation. You'd have to think they're able to at least get one of those out of it, but Carahouse, when they need to tie, they've found a way there every time so far.
So far, that streak has to break, surely. 5 in a row now. Look, they did 3 in a row, they did 2 in a row, but you're asking a little bit much of them, I think, at this point, if we're expecting to see that OT again from Carahouse. This would be a real punishing blow for their chances of making it through to the playoffs. But Imperial do still have to cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure they finish that sentence off. It is not done yet.
Yeah, certainly not, but I'm sure in the back of Carahouse minds now is knowing if they go down here, it's going to have to be a win over all gamers to make it out of their group, which would be an insane way to move forward for them, but it may be their only hope if they can't find a way to win 5 in a row and somehow steal this map back. But Imperial, this is the Imperial I was hoping to see in day 1. I mean, this looks like a team that could tackle the best of them, even the 2 Chinese powerhouses in this event, and I'm loving the improvements from day 1 to day 2 from this lineup.
100%. Again, Imperial leaving that timer down quite late. 1 minute left on the clock. This time they don't have a player advantage. They haven't split the bomb sites all that much. 5 players to defend, 50 seconds left. This will be a tough entry from Imperial. They're making a lot of noise. That, though, is a fantastic grenade. Onto the head of Lucas and Shady, and there's another one blooming in their face with that smoke. Feifei and ADRF combining for the initial kill to secure the damage that LKK did with the nade. ADRF, it's looking like it's all over. Imperial are just dominating Carahouse at this point. A 1-on-5 for Rambo, and I'm sorry, doesn't matter how good you are. A 1-on-5, I just don't see it happening right here at all, and it is Feifei to finish it off, and they are absolutely pumped. You can see them jumping up and down in the booth after that one. Imperial have dominated on map 2. Look at them.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance. They go from a shaky first map overtime win to just complete dominance in map number 2, and now they're in a really good position to swing all the way back and take that second place in the group at the end of this one. And it puts all of the pressure now onto a team like Cara House moving forward to see what they can do to fight for their lives. And they'll have to do it against all gamers of all teams to be in that position against. It's a rough one, but Imperial, they're keeping your predictions strong. You know, you're undefeated here, 5-0, and
yeah,
it's all 2-0s behind them as well still.
Yeah, 100%. I think Cara House looking a little bit stunned there. It seems like everyone in the arena really is a little bit stunned by that one as well. No one expecting it to be that one-sided on map 2. I wasn't even really. I was still a bit, going into that map, I was thinking, this could very easily be a really long series, but not the case. And Imperial 2-0 again to kind of maintain that streak. We're on for a pretty good run of 2-0s actually, considering our next matchup is BaiSha and Ranking, and we saw BaiSha look so strong yesterday afternoon as well, that we're probably expecting similar results from them tonight, but obviously a discussion to get into in a little bit. But I mean, yeah, look, you've got to be disappointed with Cara House, right? If that's the performance that they're going to bring out, and it significantly hampers their chances of making it into the playoffs, there might be a world where we don't see a Vietnamese team on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Yeah, it is looking more and more likely that it could be Brazil and China taking both sides of these groups and taking all the way those top 4 positions from anyone else. So as we take a look at the highlights here, we'll see how it all played out.
Well, that is very much how it played out, and as you could see, obviously Imperial getting a pretty solid dub. I would almost even make the argument that that was one of the most one-sided maps that we've seen so far in the competition. I know it's, obviously you look at the 10-2 that BaiSha got yesterday on sub-base, and I think probably the 10-5 that they got on compound as well are probably up there in terms of just the way that it felt. Like, I'm not even necessarily talking about the scoreline. Scoreline's one thing, but the way that the rounds sort of feel like they played out, a lot of those really didn't even come down to the wire. There wasn't that many clutches or anything like that. It was pretty much just good old-fashioned steamroll coming through from Imperial.
Yeah, it felt like just in the second map, especially in the second half, they lost so much steam on their side for Cara House that, moving forward, I feel like they have to find a way to bounce back a little bit faster. More importantly, just get that team chemistry a little bit more in place. It felt like they were just trying to rely on these individuals to open up a round and maybe turn things back around, but the downside in this matchup was there wasn't any individual moments where they made that happen, so it made it so much harder when you compare that against the team play we saw from Imperial. They were always going in, setting up the trades together, making sure on the executions things looked almost flawless, and even when you had these even number collisions, Imperial, they just looked so much stronger.
Yeah, so obviously the situation now for Imperial is that it does come down to that match against Pacific Makta. we look at that and we would say, well, for Pacific Makta, it's a last-ditch attempt to potentially even stay involved in this discussion. If they were to beat Imperial and then Cara House were to beat All Gamers, you know, maybe there's something there with a three-way tie, something like that. You know, we're looking at a point now where probably what happens is Imperial beats Pacific Makta. They take 2-1 in the group. AG beats Cara House. There we go, got it in the end. And they end up winning the group. So, you know, it's still a little bit to sort of talk about, I guess, in that context as to how the rest of this group might play out. But it certainly looks pretty good there for Imperial as they do get the 2-0 over Cara House. And, I mean, yeah, I mean, Ryu's out, 2.4 KD there. He had a hugely impactful round. That solo hold on the site kind of swings things even further in the direction of Imperial. Probably gets my vote as far as the MVP is concerned.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the case. I mean, throughout the day as well, just such a strong positional player that really capitalized on so many situations that was able to put Imperial up in that leadership position throughout this matchup. So the other big note here I would just say is Feifei J as the IGL putting up a 1.7 as well. Yeah. Not easy to do, but a huge step up from him in this matchup.
LDX went completely missing as well. 0.18 is just not the number that you want to be seeing. He got, you know, 0.14 kills a round. You're basically waiting almost, you know, 7 or 8 rounds to actually get yourself a kill there. It's not ideal at all. So, in a sense, you know, Cara House kind of playing a 4-on-5 in a way. It could be argued there on compound, and lots to do, lots to really think about going into their next matchup, which is going to be against All Gamers. It is not impossible for Cara House to still make it out of this group, but it would require them most likely beating All Gamers, and you have to say that that seems like a fairly unlikely task at this point. They are benefited by the fact that they were able to beat Pacific Makta yesterday, so they do have some points on the board in regard to the group standings overall, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough ask. It's a real uphill battle now for Cara House at this point.
Yeah, they're almost going to be hoping that Pacific can get the win against Imperial. Then they have at least a chance if they can have a strong fight, even if they lose against All Gamers, because it could come down at the end of the day to round differential and how they play against All Gamers. But we are going to take a look at our MVP here for the match. It's going to be Gouken. No surprise here, other than maybe in the KD department. I think Ryuzao was a little bit stronger on the day, but Gouken, in terms of impact,
he had a lot of
when you look at those rounds, especially in how he held the midsection of that map, he made it almost impossible for anyone to break through.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really argue against this one either, now that I think about it a little bit more, right? His impact on both halves as well. Like, he was more than happy on Blacklist to sort of be that one to lead the charge and make the magic happen. But I thought on Global Risk in particular, right, the way that he controlled middle and was able to find some really ridiculous rounds actually was a big talking point for Gouken. But just to reinforce again the match result for you, it was 2-0 today for Imperial over Cara House. We got a 13-10 in the first map. That was an interesting one. Imperial, they let it slip back into the tiebreaker, but once it got into the OT, they won it from there anyway, and then 10-4 in map 2. Very dominant display. One of the more dominant maps we've seen at the event at the CFS Summer Champs so far. That's not the only match we've got for you tonight. We've still got one more to go, so plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, now we'll look to the future here. We do have one match left in the day. It's going to be BaiSha and Ranking, who we actually haven't seen take the stage yet. I'm excited to see Ranking for the first time. And, you know, after a match like that, maybe they'll surprise us and give the crowd something a little bit more cheerful. But when BaiSha's your opponent, it's just, it's a tough one to go up against, especially when you think about 9 the first day, 27 kills in one map. That's got to be a scary thing to know you're going up against.
Yeah, they certainly have a bit of work to do, don't they, right? They've got to find a way to follow on after seeing this kind of a result. That can't have been easy to watch if you're watching your counterparts losing quite substantially, and obviously knowing that you're going into a game against BaiSha. Never going to be too easy. Take a quick look at the group standings here before we move on. BaiSha and Ranking still yet to play a game, but as of yet, you'd have to say BaiSha definitely looks like the top dogs in this group. GV, unfortunately, look like they're probably out of the discussion now, having lost to VASCO and BaiSha as well. So they would need some real shenanigans to occur in this group if they were to somehow make their way through to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the only GV method of winning is if ranking actually beats BaiSha, which probably won't happen as we take a look at Group B, though. A pretty competitive fight now for Imperial. They go from 4th to 2nd, evening out their overall round differential as well to be just a net neutral, so not a bad position to be in moving forward. Cara House going to fall down into that 3rd position, but all said and done, only a -2 round differential, so if a tie did come onto the table, they're not in the worst position out of these 3 teams, but it's going to be heavily reliant on Pacific to beat Imperial, which, after what we just saw, I wouldn't say is too likely.
Yeah, look, 2-0s everywhere, and it seems like, again, 2-0s is going to be on the cards in this next matchup. I have a lot of faith in the Chinese teams. From my personal perspective, what we watched yesterday, they were easily the best teams. Just in a mechanical sense, they looked a lot sharper than anybody else that we watched yesterday, and they did have that cohesion down pat. So just across the board, they were far and away a much better looking team. So we'll see what BaiSha can do. We'll see what ranking can do. I guess the jury's out. We haven't seen ranking just yet, but based on my feelings and my general sentiment, based on how these regions generally look, I'm probably looking forward to a 2-0 here from BaiSha. If they don't get that, I'm going to be a bit disappointed in BaiSha, actually. And I think that would obviously be a fantastic result for ranking, just in terms of their ability to maybe make it through to the playoffs, but that's a discussion to be had in just a moment. We have an interview on the stage ready for you, and then our next match right after this.
Và xin quý vị hãy cùng dành một tràng vỗ tay để cùng chúc mừng cho phần trình diễn xuất sắc từ Imperial trong ngày hôm nay ạ. Và thưa quý vị, ngay lúc này tại khu vực sân khấu của chúng tôi, đó chính là nhân vật mà rất là quen thuộc với chúng ta, Ryu Zhao. Và ngày hôm nay thì mình sẽ cùng trò chuyện cùng với Ryu Zhao trong ít phút để xem là cảm nhận của Ryu Zhao cũng như là của tất cả thành viên trong đội của mình như thế nào sau khi thi đấu xong cùng với Cara House Last Legend. Trước hết thì xin chào bạn và có thể gửi một vài lời chào đến với khán giả ngày hôm nay được không ạ?
Olá, podes falar, podes dar uma honrada aí para os clientes de hoje, os
só tenho que agradecer a todo mundo que torceu pela gente. Ontem não foi dia muito bom, mas deu tudo certo na vitória de hoje.
Xin chào mọi người và hôm qua là một trận đấu không tốt lắm nên là hôm nay chúng tôi đã làm được tốt hơn.
Dạ, và ngày hôm nay sau khi thi đấu xong á, thì mình đánh giá ra sao về không những là phần trình diễn của Ryu Zhao nói riêng mà còn là phần trình diễn và thể hiện của cả đội ngày hôm nay, có thực sự là như mình mong đợi hay không ạ?
O que você acha do time que fazem hoje não é só do você, é do todo time, o trabalho do time, do time.
Foi muito bom porque a derrota de ontem serviu para que a gente possa estudar a equipe que jogamos contra e a gente está muito feliz com o resultado.
Hôm nay các bạn ấy đã, sau cái thất bại ngày hôm qua thì các bạn đã rút ra nhiều kinh nghiệm và từ những cái đối thủ đối diện, và bây giờ hôm nay thì cái đội đã tập trung hơn và làm tốt hơn.
Và bạn cũng chia sẻ rằng là mình đã rút ra được nhiều kinh nghiệm. Thế thì cho Hà được hỏi rõ hơn là bạn nhìn nhận thế nào về đối thủ của mình là Cara House Last Legends, không chỉ là ở trận đấu này đâu mà còn là ở giải đấu phía trước là CFS Grand Final 2023 ạ?
O que você achou do Cara House e não é só nesse campeonato, é do próximo do Grand Final House.
Que é time muito bom. Eles ganharam a gente no ano passado e a gente estava com muita vontade de enfrentar eles novamente e deu certo aqui no Vietnã, na casa deles. Mas é uma equipe muito forte, mas estamos felizes.
Bạn ấy cảm thấy là đội Cara House là một đội rất là tốt, tức là bạn ấy nghĩ là đội Cara House sẽ có nhiều chiến thuật và trong cái Grand Final lần này thì các bạn ấy sẽ chiến đấu rất là tốt và rất là vui mừng khi mà lại quay lại nhà của Cara House lần nữa.
Dạ, thế thì bây giờ mình có thể bật mí rõ hơn là trong đội Cara House Last Legend thì đâu là đối thủ bạn đánh giá là đối thủ chủ chốt và nặng ký nhất ạ?
Qual jogador do Cara House você achou que é o melhor para você, o mais importante do time?
de muito tempo já, que eu acho ele muito bom, que é o jogador Lucas. Lucas.
Lucas.
Là Lucas. Và Thu Hòa cũng hỏi thêm một câu cuối cùng thôi, đó là các bạn có tự tin là vào ngày mai chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục giành chiến thắng để có thể giành được tấm vé đi tiếp vào bán kết của CFS Summer Championship hay không ạ?
Você acredita que amanhã vai ganhar o jogo para entrar ao último jogo do CFS Summer?
Com certeza, porque ainda mais depois que dessa vitória, que deu mais expectativa para o meu time para poder vencer.
Điều đó chắc chắn các bạn đang rất là mong đợi cái trận đấu ngày mai.
Dạ, rất là chắc chắn, tự tin đúng không ạ? Thế thì đêm nay mình có muốn là đi ăn mừng ở đâu đó, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh chẳng hạn như là Bùi Viện hay không ạ?
Ainda hoje querem sair fazer uma passeagem aqui para conhecer a cidade?
Então, a gente vai fazer, porém, quando acabar o campeonato.
Các bạn sẽ làm điều đó khi nào mà kết thúc giải ạ?
Dạ, và đó là một tinh thần rất là máu chiến của Imperial, và không những vậy họ cũng rất là yêu những văn hóa đến từ Việt Nam của chúng ta. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Imperial và chúc cho các bạn ấy sẽ tiếp tục giành được chiến thắng ở những trận đấu tiếp theo tại CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Và quý vị cũng đừng quên là chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại sau ít phút. Chúng ta sẽ còn một trận đấu vô cùng gây cấn giữa hai đội. Đội chủ nhà sẽ là Ranking ESPORTS và từ phía Trung Quốc là BaiSha Gaming quý vị nhé. Và đừng quên nán lại tại nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 để cùng nhận quà từ chương trình. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
cái tầm không bài của Imperial đây cả ở đây rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có dần hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Lucas cũng chết từ bóng của mình người gọi là và Shady lên thành này. Cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng cho mạnh. Nào yếu mèo đang bị mù. Đây là một góc một mà phát hiện ra người thứ hai đối với Yomi. Và đó là IQ bắt được Siroka. Nhưng trong phố Nga có người và IQ đang móc một mạng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ đây. Một mạng người IQ đã một kill, yếu mèo vẫn chưa cần.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. In the last episode, Awesome from Lazarus and Golden from Imperial have the high ground by getting early 2 wins. These 2 players will have the privilege to pick the opponents ahead of the others. What choices will they make? Let's find out now. Ready, start.
Silva. Não sei se eles estão pensando que eu sou um adversário fácil, porque nos campeonatos de lá eu sou acostumado a ganhar deles sempre.
Because I thought he's the worst player on the field.
Eu acho que ele me escolheu porque ele viu que eu perdi a última partida, mas ele vai se arrepender.
Round 2.
So guys, Awesome is the first player who proceeds to the final round.
I was very excited because I knew I'm in the final round.
Foi uma experiência boa o campeonato, mas eu fui eliminado e bola pra frente.
Horus, porque ele teve uma chance de me escolher para uma revanche, ele não teve coragem. Aí eu dei essa chance para ele.
أنا كنت أعرف في الحقيقة أنه سوف يختارني للانتقام لصديقه، لكني هذه المرة كنت مستعدا وكنت أعرف أني سوف أنتصر على هذه المباراة.
Round 2.
Tudo bem ele ganhar. Eu jogo sem medo, vou pra cima e ele foi melhor. É isso.
حاولت تنتقم مني وتكسب لكن للأسف خسرت. مين هيشيل خشبتك؟ ادي كده سيلفا خلاص، وادي كده جوكن خلاص، ادي كده البرازيل تحفة.
Bạn rất đen khi bị tôi chọn.
Kaba. Nagulat nung ako yung pinili niya.
Round 2.
Nalungkot, syempre. Babawi na lang next time sa mga susunod na ganong event.
Rubik, sau khi về Philippines, bạn nhớ hãy ăn nhiều cơm và luyện tập nhiều để lần sau chúng ta đối đầu lại nhé.
Hoy, Lucas, babawi ako sa'yo next year.
So it was fun for me to pick the cards because I knew it didn't affect me which players I just chose.
Beva, tôi xứng đáng hơn bạn khi mà tôi đứng ở đây. Goodbye.
ثلاثة عشان كنت متعصب شوية وعشان ما بحبش حد اللي يطلع من التورنمنت، بحب أكمل للآخر.
Ai cũng được, nhưng mà không phải là tôi.
أعتقد أنه إذا وقع علي الاختيار سوف أختار دولة من فوركسل.
Não tava nem aí se eu fosse escolhido. Se eu fosse sorteado, eu conseguiria ganhar.
I felt bad for the other players because I picked Dola and I knew he's a good player, so they have to play against him now.
كنت أشعر في هذه المرحلة أنني سوف أنتصر عليه بسهولة وأنه لم يجب عليه أن يختارني.
Tại vì là mình thấy Howard béo hơn mình, với cả là to hơn mình, thế nên là mình muốn chọn bạn ấy. Howard, tại sao bạn lại to thế?
Round 2.
cảm giác mà em thua nó. Tại vì trận đầu tiên thì em gặp là em thắng nó, nhưng mà trận thứ hai thì em bắn từ 85, thế là trận thứ ba em thua luôn.
لقد توقعت ذلك وتوقعت أني سوف أفوز.
Mất 3.000 đô rồi.
After the fierce battle from the challengers from the first 2 rounds, now we have only 4 survivors left. Now only the final stage remaining. New rules will be applied to determine the final champion of Fight Club Season 2. Unlike the previous rounds where losers or winners select their opponents, the first player to ring the bell on the stage will have the chance to choose his opponent. And the first player to secure the first 2 wins will eventually become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Nếu mà vào vòng bóng đổ, em khi thấy 3 người còn lại thì em đã có suy nghĩ là em sẽ là người nhà vô địch.
Ready, start!
Vì em muốn là người chiến thắng. Vì lúc đó trong người tôi ngọn lửa đang nhân tràn lên và tôi muốn lật đổ tất cả, nên tôi sẽ lật đổ từ người mạnh trước.
I was not so happy about the pick from Lucas because I knew he won the first season of Fight Club 1.
Round 3.
I didn't feel good because it was my first lose of the tournament and yeah, I didn't expect it.
Lúc đấy tôi không có suy nghĩ nào và tôi chỉ muốn đánh thắng người mạnh nhất để tôi đi tiếp. Thật sự thì tôi không biết về điều này. Vì tôi nghĩ anh ta chọn tôi vì anh ta muốn chiến thắng tôi.
I think it wasn't the smartest move because if Gokun loses now to Lucas, Lucas would just won the whole thing.
Porque eu sabia que ele não iria ser escolhido por ninguém e se eu ganhasse dele, eu ganharia de todo mundo.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh thắng anh ta vì năm trước em đã đánh thắng anh ta 2 lần.
O Lucas jogou melhor que eu na última partida e ele mereceu.
Nếu mà như năm 1 á, mà em giành được chức vô địch thì em cảm thấy rất là may mắn cho em. Nhưng còn như mùa 2 này em giành được thêm một chức vô địch thì em nghĩ là đó là bản lĩnh và bản năng của em.
So that's a gift for Awesome for being the first player, winning 3 matches in a row in round number 1. So congrats, Awesome. This is a gift. New GoPro. You deserve it. And for the winner, once again from Vietnam, congrats to Lucas. This is for you and $3,000. Big congrats to you. You deserve it.
Tôi là Lucas. Bạn ấy càng
من غير بوس كده ماشي من غير بوس كده.
Tại sao bạn không nhớ được tên của tôi?
Is his name Pecans? Pecans? No?
Ciao.
Tôi là Lucas. Yeah. Okay. One more.
At the championship point, all gamers will be
Welcome back to the CFS Summer Championship 2023 live from Vietnam. We are into our final game of the day, and it's time for BaiSha to take on ranking. And of course, it'll be the first time we get to see the second squad from Vietnam. And well, BaiSha, they did look pretty good yesterday. So wondering whether or not they're going to have too many difficulties tonight.
Yeah, it's really going to be ranking who has to come in here and showcase us something really special because, I mean, BaiSha, they're the defending world champions here. They've got a lot going for them, whereas ranking, they're a fairly young team. They haven't had any big showings yet. their most notable appearance being at the last CFS where they went down in the group stage. So I feel like for these guys, they're going through a lot of growth here, but this is a good chance to prove what they can do. Before we hop into it though, just taking a look at the matches that have played out so far and what we have to come as well. Of course, we've got BaiSha and Ranking closing out our day, but still 2 more days of the group stage as well to determine who's going to make it through to those playoffs when it's all said and done.
Yeah, look, I mean, halfway through, once we're done with tonight's game, and you are really starting to get a bit of an idea after the first 2 days at that point how the groups might actually look and how they might play out. First one that's going to be important to talk about, I mean, BaiSha, if they were to win this game, as you can see, they're already up 1-0 in terms of the matches that they've played. If they win this, they're guaranteed to go through to playoffs in whatever way, shape, or form, whether that's first or second. They won't be overtaken. VASCO might be able to go and grab potentially a better result than them, but no one else will catch them at that point, you'd say. So same sort of a circumstance for all gamers, depending on how their games go tomorrow. They're really in a good spot. Imperial still have a little bit more work to do. They do need to make sure that they do get over the line against Pacific Magda, but looking like a very solid start to the group for Imperial. Current house, well, they have to play against all gamers, and so that's going to be quite tough indeed for them. Here's the final game for the night. It is going to start just a little bit later than the scheduled time of 8 p.m. You can see there on the graphic, but yeah, very, very shortly, BaiSha and Ranking will be taking to the stage to close out day 2 of the CFS Summer Championship. And Kyle, has to be said that, this sort of, to me, almost feels like a game of David and Goliath.
It really is. I mean, BaiSha, I don't think anybody, when we see the predictions, is going to predict otherwise in this situation. I mean, Ranking, as much as you'd love to see them pull off a win, it just doesn't seem like they're that team that's prepared for an upset of this caliber just yet. But I'd love to see them, at the very least, put up a strong fight on some of these maps, especially maybe on their map choice, going a little bit toe-to-toe here and there. But when you look at that veteran roster of BaiSha, I mean, some of these players have been on the biggest stages and winning them for some time now. It's just such a hard thing to think about overcoming.
Yeah, certainly, and BaiSha have had plenty of time from yesterday to today to focus in on this next matchup. It's not as if they're really doing a huge amount of games in any given day, right? They play 1 game a day, so as long as they're done with their game yesterday, straight away, now they're focusing in on what Ranking is going to be able to bring to the table, and I would say BaiSha are very confident about how they're going to go in today's match against Ranking. But now it is time to welcome BaiSha back to the stage once again here in Vietnam and see how they're looking going into the game.
很高兴又一次代表 CFPL 出征咱们的 CFS 月联邀请赛。然后每一次穿上带有国旗的队服去打比赛都非常的自豪，因为是为国出征。我们对这小组赛的时候，选手就是包括队伍做了一点针对，然后感觉他们都是还是有点实力的。全力争胜，我们会全力以赴为冠军而战的。
Star reinvent.
Well, here they are, BaiSha Gaming, the team that was able to quite easily and swiftly dispatch of GV Esports yesterday night. They managed the 2-0, 10-5 scoreline and a 10-2 scoreline on both of those maps. Key players for this roster look to be 9 and Wu9, at least based on yesterday's results.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Across the board, though, we saw this lineup doing exactly what they needed to, and I would say they're going up against a similar caliber of team. And with the score lines they had yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see that be a similar result in how this one plays out. But like you said, it's kind of that David and Goliath situation. This is really a...
Bảng A được đánh giá là dễ thở hơn, nhưng đã là giải đấu quốc tế thì đội tuyển nào cũng đáng gồm hết, và chúng mình chỉ có một cách là chiến thôi.
Ngoài BaiSha Gaming, đối thủ mà chúng mình đánh giá cao hơn là VASCO ESPORTS. Tuy nhiên bọn mình đã từng đánh bại cụ vương Black Dragon. Vì thế mình tin chúng mình có thể đánh bại người Brazil thêm một lần nữa.
Với bộ khung đội hình chất lượng cùng độ lì, sự quyết tâm chiến đấu đến điểm số cuối cùng
Ranking ESPORTS sẽ cố gắng đi xa hơn tại CFS Summer Championship 2023.
Bước được qua vòng bảng là mục tiêu trước mắt của bọn mình. Cả team sẽ cố gắng hết sức để đạt được danh hiệu cao nhất có thể.
Mọi người thường không để ý một cái tên quá mới như RKE, nhưng sau giải đấu lần này, mình nghĩ mọi người sẽ phải xem xét lại. Vượt qua mọi giới hạn, RKE sẽ viết lên một hành trình đẹp tại CFS Summer Championship 2023.
Star, reinvent.
And here for the first time at the CrossFIRE Stars Summer Championship, it is Ranking Esports walking onto the stage. There are a few fans hanging around in the arena as well to cheer them on. I heard them getting a little bit loud as we heard them getting ready for the walk-ons, and you can maybe hear as well a couple of the cheers coming through from the crowd, hoping to spur their team onto a victory. The fans at the arena unfortunately had to watch VASCO struggling a little bit earlier on today, but they did manage to get that dub over GV. And then I think the big problem for those fans earlier, obviously the Cara House loss against Imperial, probably a little bit of a surprise. And now they're hoping to see their team do well tonight. But look, we've sort of reiterated it a couple of times that Ranking do definitely come into this one as the underdog. And it has to be said that they have a really, really tough task ahead of them. So I suspect that the fans here in the audience are going to have a little bit of a disappointing night ahead of them and potentially going to watch their teams go down 0-2, 0-2 back-to-back.
It's a very real possibility, but as we take a look at the stats here, obviously looking at the regional win percentages, these guys on BaiSha, they're just going to be the team to beat in this situation. I mean, if you can have over a 50% win rate in the CFPL, you can do it just about anywhere. And these guys have proven they're one of the best teams in the world. And so far in this event, there's been no reason to doubt them. Ranking, they're going to come in here and they're going to have to show us something massive if they want to get out of this group. Because at the end of the day, it's just a really tough group stage to be in if you're a team that's not as experienced as some of these veterans they're going to be going up against.
Yeah, definitely. BaiSha across the board looked like a really solid squad. 9, obviously, a bit of a standout for them. Particularly yesterday night, he's got the highest kill game so far in the event, 27 kills in that map of Compound against GV Esports. And I thought Wu9 as well yesterday was a really, really solid factor for them. Yet to maybe see Xiao really have to have much of an impact with that AWP, but he's definitely looking like someone that will be able to hold the torch nicely for them if necessary.
Yeah, looking at the other side of things here, though, with Ranking Esports, these guys, even though they're kind of the underdogs of this group, it's not a team that I would completely underestimate. They did have a big surprise for me at CFS when I watched them play. Even though they lost to Anubis Gaming, they actually beat Black Dragons at CFS, which is not an easy thing to do and not something we can overlook, because this is a team that knows how to pull off an upset. It's just a lot harder to do in a best of 3.
Yeah, insane numbers being put up there by Ice Cube as well, so we'll keep our eyes peeled to see what he can bring to the table. Humio has been around a little while as well, and he's putting up some pretty good stats still. So it is not as if Ranking is a complete shutout for this game, but yeah, I mean, I've reiterated it time and time again that I think that the Chinese teams do tend to be the massive favorites in pretty much any matchup that they do play. See if they've played against each other before. Does look like they have, and it did end up being a 2-0 for BaiSha on Black Widow and Compound. So if we get either of those maps again, we've already got a bit of a precedent being set. I'm very much leaning towards a 2-0. Very confident in my prediction that BaiSha is going to pick up the dub here today. But that's not necessarily what Ranking needs to be focusing on in this game. I mean, obviously it's nice to get the win, but even getting a map could pay dividends for them in terms of potential tiebreaker for the group overall and making it into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely could, especially considering, I mean, they're a team that's notorious for Brazilian upsets, and VASCO's in their group. That's a team they could potentially take down when they face later on. Looking at the head-to-head, though, of kind of the players to watch from both of these teams, obviously you've got 9 on BaiSha Gaming. We've talked loads about him, but Humio as well. Very good player on the other side of things. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. He's one of the veterans of this Ranking lineup, been around since the boss days, and I'm excited to see if they can actually put up a good fight here, because I think this is going to be a good way for us to gauge how they might do for the rest of their matches, because at the end of the day, it's their first match. They still have to play everyone else in the group as well, and if they can put up a good showing here, it's still an opportunity for them to maybe carve a path into a second place position.
Yeah, almost definitely. That is what they're going to have to be focusing on at this point in time, just at least ensuring they can make it through to the playoffs. And you know, I mean, obviously it would be really nice to make it through to the playoffs in first place, because then you run into a situation where we're looking at probably all gamers to top their group. We're looking probably at BaiSha to top their group. But if one of the other regional teams can topple either, then you force both of the Chinese teams to play against each other on day one of the playoffs. And you give yourself, obviously, a slightly easier opponent. And could potentially see some shenanigans come from that one. But that's probably a discussion for day 4 of the groups. And now it's time for us to take a look at what maps we're going to be getting. Ankara, Compound, and Port. We did see Compound in that last match they played against each other already. That's a bit of a concern maybe for ranking. Ankara as well. You know, you'd expect BaiSha to be pretty much across the entire map pool and very comfortable with these 3.
Yeah, not a bad one at all, and I don't actually think we've seen Port as well yet, so surprising to see that come up, but we might not get there, to be fair. Ankara and Compound is the opening 2. That's a good set of maps for BaiSha. I remember the other day we were taking a glimpse at BaiSha doing some scrims against Pacific Macta on this map, and I believe they 10-0'd them in their scrim. So BaiSha, this is a map they know well, and they're fantastic on it. So looking at the caster predictions, no surprise there. A little bit disappointing, though, that none of the Vietnamese casters gave that promise to their team, but I don't blame them at the same time. It's one of those matches, like I was saying earlier, it's hard to even give them that upset potential here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, at a certain point, we're going to have to see a one-sided prediction across the board from the talent, aren't we? And it might come in this game. I think perhaps all gamers versus Pacific Macta as well. That might be one, although, you know, you've got the Philippines casters in there that might sneak a Pacific Macta vote through. But yeah, obviously, we've both gone the way of BaiSha at this point, and no surprises as to why. That said, you know, ranking home ground territory, hopefully that'll help them out a little bit. In saying that, you know, it's not that far actually for Chinese players to come to Vietnam, right? Time zone's pretty much the exact same, if not the exact same. So it's not as if that's going to be affecting them all that much. And BaiSha's a very experienced squad. They've been here, done that. And they will not necessarily be concerned about where they're having to play their CROSSFIRE. They're just going to get in the server and pretty much do what they have to do.
Yeah, at this point, knowing the map pool, it seems pretty likely BaiSha's going to come out strong in this one, but ranking, I'm hopeful we'll see something unique from them, maybe some close rounds, some good shots here, because you never know. BaiSha could have a bad day. There's always room for an upset, and this is definitely a match where I could see at least a little bit of overconfidence on the side of BaiSha. Maybe there's a chance ranking can come in this first map and take advantage of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, is there ego for BaiSha? You know, is that something that they sort of suffer from? I suppose we'll get to answer that question in a bit when we do get into game. It's good news for ranking that they do get to start on their own map choice at the very least, and that, of course, will be Ankara for map 1. And off we go into map 1. It is going to be Ankara. Fist bumps across the board. Never mind. I've just been told there are some issues, so might be taking a little bit longer to get into game than we had hoped for, which is disappointing. Obviously, the teams, you know, they thought they were going in, right? And that's that big moment where you feel like that pressure release is finally there after having built up throughout the day. But, okay, not too long. Straight in. Don't worry about it. Here we go. And let's see what Ice Cube can do. He's the focal point, definitely, for ranking with that Orm in hand. And he's the high stat player coming into this one. Can he stave off BaiSha?
Not a bad start from him. Gets the opening pick onto 577. The follow-up A little bit slow from BaiSha, not looking to recontest over towards the B tunnels just yet. Now shifting over towards that A bomb site in mid positioning. There's going to be 3 players stacked on it for the side of ranking, so they've got a nice little setup here ready to go, but they've got to know just as well as we do, a 4v5 for BaiSha isn't a scary place to be.
Yeah, yeah. You can see that BaiSha just moves through the map with a little bit more decisiveness than some of the other teams we've got here at the Summer Championship. Not wasting any time. Couple of quick smokes over toward the B site and then rotating back over to A through the vent. Only a couple of players here to defend with, and Nevis will toss his flash nade out. Hyomio does the same. BaiSha just waiting out all of that util.
Nice headshot there from Hyomio. Already a 5-on-3. They're doing exactly what they need to. Getting these players caught alone one at a time, and now they've got a nice advantage to try and close out this first round. They've looked very solid on their defense as well. BaiSha, though, getting a little bit too overzealous on some of these peaks. Getting caught early on is going to be something I hope they correct sooner or later, but Hyomio gets the follow-up shot as well, takes down 9. And this is looking like a really solid start.
Yeah, certainly not a single kill for BaiSha so far, and maybe they won't even get one in this round. That would be exactly the kind of start the ranking is looking for. They drop one player, but you can hear the crowd going a bit crazy in the background, I'm sure. Very happy to see that first round go the way of ranking in such a decisive fashion as well.
Yeah, very one-sided round. BaiSha getting caught left and right. And the shots equally strong on the side of ranking. Hyomio especially impressing me with those opening 2 kills he was able to grab for his team. But now, this is where BaiSha is going to realize what they're up against, and this is where ranking has to be ready. It's not just going to be a situation where they can start easily stringing these rounds together, but IceCube, again, gets the first pick of the round for the side of ranking. He's able to fall off untraded, and BaiSha, they almost look a little bit disjointed here on these pushes, getting caught very early on time and time again. They've got to find a way to correct it.
It's a good sharp shot from IceCube, to be fair, both of them. Starting to get an idea as to why he's the highest rated player on this ranking esports roster. 5-7-7, little bit of a whiff there. Maybe a slow start today for BaiSha, but they do, in the end, get the job done onto Fatcons. He'll drop and bring it back to the 4-on-4, and now BaiSha is able to split the defense. They're right in between a couple of the ranking esports camps. 5-7-7, not making a mistake this time. Headshot to finish off Nevis. And this is a bit more like it from BaiSha. It took them a while to wake up, but now they've arrived. They're not looking like they're going to drop this round.
Yeah, and that's where the early pick isn't going to be a huge advantage against BaiSha. They know how to convert these rounds. IceCube, though, a great follow-up shot, takes down 5-7-7. But that's going to be it. 1-1 on the table now. BaiSha, that aggression through mid, very tough to handle. It looks like we are going to see a pause coming out from the side of BaiSha. A bit of a tech pause on their side of things. Hopefully they can get it resolved soon, but at least a positive start on both ends, I would say. I mean, the opening round, very one-sided for ranking, but the answer right back, pretty much one-sided now on the BaiSha side.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been impressed so far with the shots that IceCube has been hitting. He's got 3 kills so far. Every single one of them looking pretty sharp with that AWP. And, well, he's going to be a key to the success, particularly when they're playing on Global Risk. But first we have to get through this tech pause and sort it out. I haven't yet been informed what the pause is.
Yeah, not sure what the situation is here, but we'll see if ranking can continue to keep this one close. And this is where we do hope to see a little bit more strength coming out of them. The second round is where they have already started to look a little bit shaky. You can see the ranking jerseys in the stands here, though. Definitely some hometown support, hoping they can pull off an incredible upset. And If they were to do this here, it would have to be one of the biggest upsets of all time because BaiSha, they're kind of at their peak right now, ranking a young team. We haven't really seen a team kind of come out of nowhere and take out a team like BaiSha before, but honestly, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, me too. I think it would be pretty hype. Not so sure it's going to happen, though. Looks like their tech pause is going to be done shortly. Everyone's leaving the booth. I saw some thumbs ups going around. So I think we'll be ready to get back into it. Looks like a mic issue for BaiSha was the reason for the pause. Nothing too major. Seems to have been sorted out pretty quick smart.
Yeah, it should be just a matter of moments before we hop in here. It is going to be 1-1 coming out of the pause as we hop back into our first map of the series. Ankara, BaiSha still on that blacklist side, trying to get that early momentum back in their hands. But Tom, nice opening pick, gets the kill. The double sniper setup starting to look pretty good for ranking, consistently netting them that opener at the very least. But this is where they've got to be ready for the follow-up. BaiSha responded nicely, but Ice Cube again gets himself a nice kill. 4 kills for him already in this matchup. BaiSha trying to kind of force the issue towards this A bomb site, but there is still not a whole lot of room to play with. They're going to go back towards the middle section of the map, maybe challenging Fatcons in that direction, but they haven't found any things in terms of picks.
Yeah, BaiSha's going to have to give ranking a little bit more respect than they are at the moment. You can see a lot of dry peeks into those snipers. Just expecting to win the aim duels, and it's obviously not working out quite so easily for them. Mio trying to defend the bomb site. The issue is going to be, though, for ranking, like, yeah, you can get a 2-player advantage, but if you squander it in the same fashion as we've just seen in the last couple of rounds, then maybe it doesn't matter. BaiSha just still seem to have enough to get through these rounds into the 2-on-2 now with that plant going down.
Yeah, it's a really tough position now. Ice Cube and Nevis left on the retake. Nevis, we haven't seen much from him yet. It would be a great time to see this guy come to life in the matchup. The counter flash comes out, but this is a great plant position. They've planted for the GR spawn. The C4 has so much timing they can work with from here that they may just be able to stall the clock and win the round, because look at the time here. They've got to go for the ninja defuse, and are they going to get it here? They still have Nevis on the bomb. The ninja defuse is going to happen. XQ1 has no time to stop it, and ranking steal away the round with less than 10 HP on both remaining players.
Yeah, that's a little bit disappointing for BaiSha. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, or the bomb wasn't planted exactly where it needed to be when you're spamming into that smoke. Sometimes it's an inch that makes the mile. And so ranking do find their second round. Not a super comfortable one by any stretch of the imagination. Double Orm set up again from BaiSha. But again, it's Ice Cube to open the account. This guy is an absolutely nutty player. You can already get that sense from him. 7-1. U9 will go down to Mio. Ranking are bringing out unbridled aggression to this game, and BaiSha just don't really have the answers for it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, right now, ranking, every opening round situation seems to be going their way, which is pretty remarkable to see so far. 9 only on a 1-3 KD, down to half HP in this round as well. 5-7-7, though, trying to turn things back in favor of BaiSha. But look at Nevis on this position. He's going to be caught off guard from XQ1 on the backstab to make this one a 3-on-2. Ice Cube still alive, though, gives us a glimpse of hope they could still win this round.
Yeah, ranking has been good at getting those initial frags, but they haven't been quite so good in the mid-rounds. That is where BaiSha have excelled. Tam's in a nice position to make a difference prior to the plant going down. But even that would only bring it back to a 2-on-2, and now his position is known. BaiSha just going to throw a flurry of frag grenades in that direction. And plant on the floor for BaiSha. Advantage, 3-on-2.
Yeah, now they've got to play retake with 2 arms, which is not ideal to try and make work here. The time's ticking, though. They've only got half the bomb timer left to go. One of them has to take the gamble to try and just go in and take the shot onto 9, holding this off angle. Here comes the double peek. Ice Cube, though, able to find himself one, almost a shot at another. He's going to be taken down by XQ1, but there's no time to grab this defuse. Tom has to go in swinging, and it's just not going to happen. BaiSha tie this one up 2-2.
2 apiece. Impressed nonetheless so far by ranking. How they're taking it to BaiSha at the moment. Haven't really let this one spiral out of control. Early smokes this time now from BaiSha. But once again, I just want to make sure that they're not taking these dry peaks onto the long range angles that the Orms can excel in.
An interesting change, though. 9 going to be bringing out the arm to try and answer the double arm setup on the opposite side of things. It's definitely not something we see too much from him. Usually an AK in his hands, but he's had a tough go of it so far, so I'm not surprised to see a bit of a curveball coming out to maybe get him that confidence on his shot. Neither player connects, though, in the underpass exchange. It's going to be BaiSha now with their eyes set towards the A-bomb site. They've got all 5 players grouping up for it. It's going to be a 2-man hold. Humio, though, last time they came over this direction, was able to hold it off quite nicely. Nevis in there for the support as well now.
Yeah, that's a big stack over towards B, so it's going to take Reiki a long time to get across to A right here. BaiSha straight in off the back of all those flashes, and it's just an utter slaughterhouse right now. The flashes continue to affect Nevis and Humio. It's taken a little while for BaiSha to make inroads, and so the rotation has come across in time, but held at bay by the smoke.
The nades trying to go down onto Woonan. I'm surprised he's still alive in the back of sight. Less than 10 HP to work with. Actually, 3 specifically for the remainder of this one. It's going to be the full push coming through. Ranking going to find one right away, but it's 577 who gets the double, make it a triple kill. The complete and utter shutdown comes through, and that's the BaiSha post-plant situation we come to expect, and that's what you've got to be ready for on the side of Ranking. Only 1 player is all it takes for BaiSha to have an explosive round.
Yeah, can't really be allowing them to get away with something like that. 577 should absolutely have been traded there. That's going to give confidence over to BaiSha. Much better stuff from BaiSha, starting to use their util early outside of A rather than just dry peeking into the Orms. Hasn't kept Ranking at bay though. They've really pushed hard out of A. Nevis on a bit of an off angle here. Might be able to find 1 or 2. 2's good. 2 for 1, you'll take that. These Ranking players are sharp, I will give you that.
Yeah, really doing a good job of holding things off on the GR side. Shao as well runs into trouble, taken down to 20 HP. Ranking, all they've got to do is hold on to the numbers. They'll be in a great spot to close this one out. XQ Lun backing out of that mid-exchange. The C4 down in the B connector. They're going to be working their way now towards the B bomb site. There's actually no defender directly on it for Ranking. This could be a bit of a misread, but XQ Lun, he's going to take this one head on. Shao finds a pick onto Humio, and just like that, it's a very winnable round now for BaiSha. Tom able to get that late trade onto XQ Lun, and it's even things to the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, BaiSha, they suffer losses early on, but Ranking haven't been able to put themselves into winning positions, even though they're getting those opening frags. I would say it's actually a scary sign. You know, it's positive in the sense that they can get the opening frags, but it's really scary if these rounds are still kind of going the way of BaiSha. You have to wonder how hard is it going to be for Ranking to win a round if they don't get the opening frag? Because even when they do, oftentimes they're not winning those rounds. Woonan just shuts down Ice Cube. This is not acceptable for Ranking Esports. If you are given a 2 for 1 at the start of the round, as often as they have been, you can't afford to be down 4 and 2 on your map pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing about how this map's played out so far. I actually think every round except for one, they've had the opening advantage. So giving up so many of those rounds is just a lot of small errors on the side of ranking, but this just shows you the difference between these two teams. BaiSha, regardless of numbers, they convert the rounds. The individuals here can do the heavy lifting all across the board, and you have to be able to answer that if you're ranking. You can't get the numbers lead, feel like you're safe against this team, because we've seen everyone on this BaiSha roster win these clutch situations, and I just don't think ranking is up to snuff here.
Yeah, it's starting to swing the other way now, isn't it? Really has taken a while for BaiSha to wake up, but now that they have, well, Kiyomiya does double down in the vent, but again, there's a trade, and it's still 3-on-3, and in these 3-on-3s, BaiSha have been a little better. Wunan is the trade man today. He's got himself another one there. Do need to find a way to get that plant, and it will be going down. Xiao looking in the right direction with that Orm. Expecting the wrap to come from behind.
Yeah, the time is ticking though. Tom and Fotkons have to work their way in. Xiao gets a sense of what's going on. Wunan gets the first. It's down to the 1v1. Wunan, all he has to do is play that clock here. He's got the time on his side, but here comes the swing from Tom. Is he gonna get it though? Yes, he is, just in time. He's gonna get that defuse with a matter of seconds to spare, and he keeps it a lot closer, 4-3 as we move forward.
Yeah, Wunan needed a bit of help in that round. He was the one that was doing everything. Xiao was fully flashed, couldn't really do much on the entry of those two ranking players. So BaiSha drop another one, 4-3. Scoreline still favoring them.
A lot of early utility being exhausted here towards the A bomb site, but it's actually 9 who gets the opener. Ice Cube no longer that key entry fragger, and this is the situation we were talking about. How are they going to handle now a round where they don't have that early advantage? Because even where they do, it looks still slightly in favor of BaiSha, but now they've got to fight from behind.
Yeah, mid-control for BaiSha seems to be the name of the game in this round. They will work their way through the connector into B. They could just well wrap behind Fatcons, who is certainly not paying any attention to B at the moment. Xiao and Tam potentially poised for a sniper battle in middle, but Tam's caught off guard. They've just completely disregarded that connector ranking, and you know that's sometimes what you have to do when you're down a member, and in this case, BaiSha have been able to find that hole in the defense and take advantage of it.
Yeah, now 1v4 for Humio. Surely no way out of this one. He's going to be spotted out early on here. The collapse is going to come through shortly. Humio, though, at least good for one. The time is ticking, though. There's no time to waste. He has to take the fight. 5-7-7 will find the last kill of the round to make this a 5-3 lead now for BaiSha, but looks like we are going to see another brief pause coming through, but BaiSha in a good position now as we continue forward. It is going to be up to ranking to answer back, but I've got to say, so far it has looked a little bit closer than I initially anticipated.
Yep, I would agree. Got to give credit to ranking for making it as close as they currently are. So once again, a bit of an issue for BaiSha with something. At least there's been a little bit to cheer about for the local crowd. But so far, still very much favoring BaiSha to finish this off. There is a sound delay, apparently, which is the technical issue, so I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue may need to get fixed, but ranking. We'll see if they can close out potential 1 round half difference, which for them would be a really good sign on the side of the map. It is a blacklist-sided map, and the fact that BaiSha hasn't got that big of a momentum swing in their direction could be a good chance for them if they have a good blacklist half planned here to maybe bring this first map back after all, because as much as we've doubted them, they've looked pretty solid in what they can do, but a lot of it's actually come through thanks to Ice Cube. His performance individually has been very impressive to me, and what he's done with that AWM in his hands, and really someone who's surprised me in a pretty big way. And I'm actually looking to him moving forward to kind of lead this team and maybe do even more.
Yeah, certainly. Not going to be the easiest of tasks, obviously, against a squad like BaiSha's, but maybe some of the other teams in this group. VASCO definitely looks like they could be beatable for ranking, I would say. GV as well, you'd probably think that at least the performance that ranking is putting up at the moment, they might be able to get the better of GV ESPORTS too. So seems like a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, I feel like if you're looking at potential likelihood for how things could go, I think there's definitely a world where ranking could beat VASCO, but then GV beats ranking. I think regionally they match up in a way where that could align. In that situation, I don't know who gets the better of it and goes through. Probably GV, the team to go down and out in that situation, just because I would assume they end up being the team out of the 3 that gets the least amount of rounds against BaiSha, considering they already lost pretty handedly and already we're seeing a bit of a stronger fight. But to be fair, this is just the first map. The second map could be a lot more of a one-sided affair, especially if BaiSha gets some momentum and closes out this map. It becomes that much more difficult to respond to BaiSha, I feel like, when they have that confidence and momentum you're up against.
Yeah, well, certainly. We'll wait for this tech pause to get sorted out. Seems like everyone has exited the booth of BaiSha again. So we should be all right. Got the munchies. We'll mind a bit of a snack later on.
Oh, man. It's going to be a tough one. The suspense building, it almost might be a bit of a downer to the early momentum that ranking had, I feel like, as well. They were on a bit of a tear for a bit, getting all of the early entries. They've only had 1 or 2 rounds where they haven't won the entry frags overall, which I think that's been the biggest selling point for how good this team is so far. It's just been disappointing that they can't close them out as often as they obtain those advantages. So hopefully that's something they can sort out moving forward, but it'll be much harder to do when they switch sides as well. Still waiting to resolve this technical pause, though. Hopefully we can get it sorted out in a few short moments for you guys and be back with it. BaiSha just having some technical issues on their side of the field here, but if you guys are just tuning in with us, it's our final match of day 2, just the first map in this series. BaiSha leading at 5-3 at the pause, and presumably on path to take a 2-0. I believe this would make them the first team to lock in for a playoff spot if they win this one 2-0.
Yeah, I'd say you're correct. GV and VASCO, we only have VASCO 1-0, GV 0-2, Imperial Curra House. Imperial's 1-1, Curra House is 1-1 in their group. So, yeah, if BaiSha were to win, they would be the only team to have played 2 and 1-2. But if ranking win, hey, I mean, then anybody's guess as to how that group's going to go.
Yeah, it could be a big curveball, but assuming BaiSha wins here, but you never know what can happen. I guess one thing we could talk about during the pause here is, now that we've seen, a bit of gameplay from both BaiSha and all gamers, and maybe thinking ahead, do you have maybe a front runner in your mind when those 2 teams presumably meet later in the playoff stages?
I mean, if you were to ask me at the end of day 1, I probably would have said I thought BaiSha looked a little bit better, but I think noting that All Gamers played against Imperial, bit of a tougher matchup maybe than what BaiSha has faced so far, and the fact that BaiSha is, I would say, having some difficulty getting the dub here against ranking. I'm going to give it to All Gamers at the moment. So if it does eventuate, maybe that recency bias as well from the more recent results, you could make an argument that All Gamers looks a little better.
Yeah, they do have today off, though. They'll come back, I believe, tomorrow playing against Imperial, which should actually be an interesting one for how that group plays out, because Imperial looked really good today. I think the All Gamers matchup could be the first chance we see at an upset going in that direction. But I think overall, for me, Cara House is the team that's going to be the wild card in the group overall, because after their loss today, they have to just bounce back big time with a win over AG to get out of the group, which would be an insane way to do it, but it doesn't seem too likely. Between BaiSha and All Gamers, though, I think I'd give BaiSha the edge right now. It just seems like in events like this, they adapt to the format a little bit faster. Even though they look shakier map by map, I just feel like they've got that firepower edge over All Gamers. And I believe All Gamers is also a bit of a younger lineup nowadays than what we're used to seeing from their side as well. A lot of the players have been changed out in the last couple of years, but I guess you see a couple new guys on the side of BaiSha as well. Shao, pretty new to the mix. 577, I believe this is only his second year as well, but you do have veterans still like Wunan and Nine who have been around on this team for, I think Nine actually might have been in the very first CROSSFIRE Stars. I'm interested to see if there'll be a player at this year's CFS who's actually made it all 10 years. He might be the one who's been in the first and the 10th anniversary, which would be cool to see someone make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I go back to when I first started casting CROSSFIRE and I look to the 2015 Grand Finals, WQ in particular was one that I remember. He was on HG back then and they won that year. And, well, he's coaching BaiSha this time around, so it'll be a good little helping hand for that team if you're bringing in those newer members. I don't know what's happening with this TAC timeout, by the way, or tech timeout. But at this point, obviously, we're just waiting for the game to get underway. So there's only so much we can really say. Apologies for the delay.
It's almost time. Hopefully, it looks like the teams are starting to get ready to hop back in for this one. You can see the crowd still keeping their energy, hoping that ranking can do something a little bit insane in this one, but you've got to be a little bit crazy to tackle the reigning world champions in pretty close to top form. A little bit shaky around the edges in the early rounds so far, but it's these late round situations where they're going to thrive. But hey, there we go. We are back into it. The final round of our first half on Ankara. BaiSha up 5-3 on their BL side, looking to maybe make this a 6-3 half. Ooh. Ice Cube, he goes down a little bit too early. This time they don't have the advantage. Nine, though, he's working his way in so quickly. 577 finds himself another Tom trying to get out of there, running for dear life. And finally he goes down. It's a 2-on-5 situation. Nevis and Humio trying to find that redemption, but it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that one. It's an almost repeat of BaiSha's very first round of the map, but the difference is Ice Cube did not hit the shot this time, and so BaiSha steamrolled their way into B. Looks like it's going to be a 6-3 at the end of the half. That extended pause. I always like the fast play out of the extended pause. I think that's a great strat to bring to the table. And you can see why it works. It just catches people off guard. They're just not, not quite feeling it the same way they used to. And so 6-3 is the scoreline. And back to the player camps.
Yeah, you love to see it here from BaiSha, really cranking up the heat here in a nice commanding fashion to close out that final round. And this is where You've got to deal with the beast you've awakened now for the side of ranking, because BaiSha, you can tell they're hungry to push this one forward a little bit more assertively than how they started. And now that they're not getting those opening picks, it's so much harder of a situation for ranking to close out, because even when they had the numbers, the rounds were kind of down to a lot of 1v1, 1v2 situations. Now it just seems like they're caught on the back foot time and time again here, and it doesn't seem to be getting any easier, so we'll see what they do.
Yep. Moving into the second half, Xiao, what kind of an impact is he going to have with the sniper once they move on to GR? Is Ice Cube going to be as effective on the attacking side? You know, it's a little bit more difficult traditionally to snipe when you're on the attack. So he may find things a little bit more difficult after the halftime swap.
Yeah, at this point it is going to be a tough one for Ice Cube, I think, to remain consistent to what we saw in those opening 5 or 6 rounds from him. I think really at this point it's going to be up to the guys on BaiSha to keep this steamroller moving forward, because now that they've started to get things going in the early round, they already know they're the team that's better in the late round. It puts that pressure on ranking to really do something spectacular. Otherwise, if they don't bring their best game here, it's just not going to be winnable. That's the tough thing when you're in this position up against the experience of BaiSha Gaming. It's not only an okay or decent game you need to play for ranking to win here. It's probably the best game they've ever played they need to take down a team of this caliber.
Yep. Well, how long do these teams have to wait to go into that second half, and what kind of conversations are they having in the meanwhile? Yeah, a little bit to think about, definitely, when you're down 6-3 on your own map choice. Started really nicely for ranking. Thought that they might be able to cut the mustard against BaiSha, but once again, that experience does reign supreme.
Yeah, right now as we get ready for our second half on Ankara, it's going to be up to ranking to claw this one back, but BaiSha, they're the powerhouses here. They even kind of hinted at it in the video for themselves with ranking. The goal for them was really just to make the top 4, because for them, it would be the first time they make a playoffs on the international stage. And when you look at the rest of the group, at least, I can definitely see that opportunity on the table. But here we go, right back into it, 6-3. BaiSha in the lead as they move to the global risk side to show us what they can do on the defenses. But as we know, this is a team that loves to push forward, grab that early map control on their defensive half, and already they're taking these aim duels. It's going to be 5-7-7, looking for the challenge on A long. Not going to find anything yet. You've got Xiao underneath in the underpass as well, trying to find the early player, but nobody on ranking going too far in here.
Yeah, a little quicker into mid from ranking esports, but once they get there, they stall things up. What do they want to do once they've got that mid control? If you continue forward, you're up against 9, who on the other side of the field is probably the scariest individual in this competition at the moment. Xiao's watching the connector. Gonna have to get a bit of a wriggle on though. Minute 15 on the clock. Ranking will decide that they're gonna head on in. Good nade damage already onto Fatcons. Xulon has spotted out the info, and that's gonna prompt the swing from Wu9, who has more angles to worry about, but he's all good from that side. And looks like BaiSha is more than comfortable with finishing this round off as well. Ice Cube is the last alive. That was really more of a formality than anything else from BaiSha.
Yeah, BaiSha at this point, they've got everything rolling in their direction, and they've just got to keep pushing forward. It's going to be up to ranking to try and put a stop to this, but at this point, they've got to dig deep to make that happen, because BaiSha, they are ready to hit the finish line here in map number 1. If they do it here, it seems pretty likely they can carry this forward into a 2-0 sweep. I thought after the first few rounds, it was going to be a little bit more competitive, but now this is kind of the BaiSha standard. They start to pull away, and they don't really stop here, but Ice Cube, he's trying to be that player who can help pull his team back into this match. Gets the opening pick onto 5-7-7, a good way to get it started. But again, even without the numbers, this is a deadly sight hold to go up against because it's 9 as the anchor.
Yeah, but 9 alone. How much can you really expect from him? Bit of an off angle and dealt with comfortably by Hiomio. You'd look at that and say, well, that pretty much should be the round done and dusted. A-side control completely given up. BaiSha all having to rotate in through the same angle, already smoked off. I wouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt to win this one, even though they are a strong squad. That said, Xulun has gone toward equalizing the numbers, and those are some silly mistakes, silly kills to be giving away for ranking esports. You just don't need to be getting into fights at that point. Now it's gone from a 5-on-3 to a 3-on-3. Flashes up over the top. And BaiSha in with a real chance here. Xiao hits another nice shot, this time onto Nevis. Wu9 will get traded down by Xulun, and Falcons has gone nowhere at all. I just don't understand. It's a 5-on-3, and they're giving up kills like that.
Yeah, that's not a round you can afford to lose. Now it's pretty much the writing on the walls here. That map 1 should be done and dusted in favor of BaiSha because there's just no cohesion on these post plants. I mean, you have everything you need there to get such an ideal round and keep this one a little bit closer. It could have been a 7-4 game, something at least swingable back in their direction, but now BaiSha, they're in full control here. Falcons as well getting pressured from Wunan. Xiao gets the opening pick. Ice Cube as well. He's down and out. Not who you want to see fall early for the side of ranking, but this could unfortunately spell the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. I mean, I feel as though this game has been a little bit closer than the scoreline actually shows. It's just that ranking hasn't actually converted the rounds they should have. And it's a bit disappointing that that has been the case, because they have looked quite the prospect. But at the end of the day, if you don't win the rounds, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how decent you look. Winon's on the push here. Ooh, might just have found that timing to allow Hiomio out, and that is going to be to his detriment. So it will be brought back to the 4-on-4.
They've got a chance now. The push, though, not going to be going in towards that B bomb site yet. It's actually going to be the bomb sitting in the back of B connector, slowly now rotating towards that A bomb site where 5-7-7 waits alone. He does have the support now of 9 on the rotation. BaiSha seem to have caught on to where this rotation is coming from. But with the time ticking, they've got to move in pretty quickly here to make this one happen. 5-7-7 and 9, they're going to be that first point of contact, trying to hold this one off as the push comes through. You can see the nice little fake there towards the B bomb side as well. I like the effort coming out from Hiomio, but it is going to be ranking. We're going for this A push. Tom actually finds the first. 5-7-7 goes down. 9 left alone to hold on to the site. He's going to be flashed and naded into this back corner pocket position. He's taken down by Tom as well. And now it's going to be a 2-on-4. Make it a 1-on-4. Hiomio gets it done in ranking. That is a huge round going their way.
Yeah, you really need 5-7-7 to be able to grab at least a frag there. Once it's 9 solo and he's stuck at that back box, there's really not a whole lot he can do, right? He doesn't have a lot of agency from that position. He can take the peak, but, you know, like, they know exactly where he is. They're tossing utility in his direction. They're flashing him out. They're nading him out. And they're all keeping their guns trained in that direction. As soon as he swings, he's done for. So not really much for him, unfortunately, to be done there. Couple of unfortunate rounds for 9, to be quite honest, in this half, where he's had to sort of try to solo hold the bomb site, and that's never easy.
Certainly isn't, but ranking, they fire back strong for that 4th round, but it's so much work to do to even bring this to a tie at this point. You'd have to think it's almost impossible, but BaiSha, they're going to be playing this one still pretty safe. A 2-on-2 setup across the board. waiting and seeing what ranking might do. Nevis here, you can tell he's hungry to challenge onto the mid windows in the GR spawn. Humio as well, along with Fotcons, working their way underneath in the B tunnel, trying to find their way through the underpass, but ranking, they still have this hesitation in going for the forward control. That could be tough to go up against. Xiao, though, misses the initial shot here. It's going to be an opportunity to work their way in, but they actually don't capitalize on it. They back off, they reset, and now they work their way back towards long.
Look, I mean, if I was ranking at the moment, I'd say actually I think A site has been where they've found a lot of their success, and that would probably be where I'd be looking to default back to after taking control on the other side of the map. But in this case, they want to pressure on B and mid. Tam has found 9. That is in mid. But still 3 members of BaiSha over toward B right here. It's going to make that a difficult bomb site to break open. Especially with little time. They're really waiting this timer down. 577's gone hunting for info, and that might actually draw the rotation back from ranking. They know they've killed one of the B players. Oh, sorry, one of the A players late in the round. Rotations on all sides from BaiSha. This could still actually devolve into a really chaotic round with only 20 seconds left right here. Xiao and Wunan are in with a chance. Surely not ranking. They have not left this one too late. Thank God. They get those final couple of kills. It was scary, though.
It really was, especially the bomb going in first, getting down there by Wunan. Almost spelled disaster, but ranking, they get 2 in a row now. They're back in the fight, at least for now. In this round, a lot of early pressure towards the A-long control. It's going to be 4 players on ranking, making the early move over here, just leaving it to Tom to hold off this mid-aggression right now. We do see BaiSha continuing to play fairly passive, which is actually a big surprise to me here. I thought after the first half ending they might be a little bit more assertive and play a little bit more forward, but they're just kind of reluctant to go for any forward aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in this round is that they've actually stacked 3 players over toward A, so there's an extra member there. 577, no! Ice Cube missed the shot, and so once his teammate Humio goes down, it's quite an easy routine spray transfer for 577 there. The Orm just can't fire that fast to find the trade. Bad news for ranking in this round.
Bad news indeed. The bomb going to be stuck in a connector here as they try and work their way back towards a mid push. The rotations going to be pretty solid from BaiSha, moving back to the 2-1-2 setup, leaving 9 as that player in the GR spawn to try and call them out as they push through. It is going to be the sneak across attempt here into the tower. I'm not sure if they spotted Fotcons here sneaking his way up. They're not going to see him too soon. He doesn't hit that shot, though, onto Wunan, and now his position's been compromised. The nades come down, but he is kind of stuck here in the tower. Tom somehow steals away the pick onto Xiao, and now they've got a fighting chance here.
Yeah, but 4 on 3 doesn't really fill me with a whole lot of confidence for ranking. Got numbers over on this side of the map as well from BaiSha, and 9 headshot onto Nevis. Tam spotted out the player on the bomb site, needs to do a little bit more than that. 9 is on a tear in this round. He's been quiet so far on this map. Trade should be in there, and it is. So that is the 9th on the board now for BaiSha. It's been a very long map, obviously, with the tech pauses involved. But we are getting to the end of it, and it looks like it is going to be BaiSha pretty comfortably. Maybe another 10-5 on the cards.
Could very well be at this point. They're approaching the finish line on map number 1, but ranking, they want to take this challenge right to them. Wunan, big double kill, opens up the round, gets the triple kill as well. That's going to be a devastating blow to the already tough-looking morale on the side of ranking. Tom and Ice Cube, the 2 sniper mains for this team, left alone. Ice Cube, though, does have an M4 in this 2-on-4 situation.
They've got bomb. BaiSha has got the bomb. Are they aware of that? If they are, why are they not rotating 577 across? He's just anchoring over toward A. And even now, you're kind of seeing 9 like watching mid, but doesn't matter. Xiao will have it locked down. There's another one there for BaiSha. Oh, and it's all over. There we go. So, easy as you like. BaiSha done and dusted. As we said, 10-5 on the cards, was on the cards, is done, and lock it in. Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately for ranking, it felt like they had a lot of opportunity, especially earlier on in the opening half here, to capitalize a bit more. But BaiSha just doing what they do best, converting rounds, big clutches, big individual plays to keep them in those rounds, even when they didn't have the advantages, and that's what puts this team ahead of the rest. It doesn't matter the situation, they find the way out time and time again, and that's why they're going to be leading this series, and more importantly, looking at a potential 2-0 again, which would put them through as that first team to guarantee themselves at the very least a playoff spot. But this is a team that's earned it every single time. Even though they have these moments where they start a little bit shaky, they always come to a strong close.
Yeah, so once again, good win for BaiSha. 3 maps down in their belt so far at this event, and looking for that final one, which is, again, their map choice of Compound, and they really did have a pretty good performance yesterday on Compound against GV Esports, so can't imagine this is going to be a super difficult one for them. But before we get there, got to go through the post-match. Well, as you can see, a dominant display from BaiSha once again. No real surprises that they do come into this tournament as one of the top seeded. Top seeded, maybe not fair to say, but the expectations necessarily were quite high for them, and so it's good to see them putting on a good performance once again. 10-5, and moving into Compound as the next map in this series, we'll expect to see BaiSha really dominating there as well, and looking to close out the 2-0.
Yeah, I think moving forward, ranking, they looked decently solid. Maybe they can make some notes from the first match they saw with GV, where they did look a little bit shaky on the side of BaiSha. There was moments, at least in that matchup, where it felt winnable for GV, and ranking, I'd say, at least so far, looks a little bit stronger than what we've seen out of GV. So I think there is some potential to make this a bit of a close map, but it's just such a hard team to completely take down, because it feels like even if they have a bad start, they never have a bad finish.
Well, I mean, that's very representative of the way the rounds played out for BaiSha, right? When the round started with like even a double kill coming through from Ice Cube, for example, you're down 5 on 3, you think this round's surely over. End of the day, BaiSha still finds a way to come back in those rounds. They've got this sort of never say die attitude, and ultimately that proved to be a little bit too much up against ranking. Here is how things did end up playing out. XQLun 2KD, not a shabby shout from him. Backcons did go a little bit missing for ranking esports, and even despite the heroics of Ice Cube with a lot of those opening kills, and maybe even Nevis, for example, had that 2-for-1 in one of the rounds. couldn't find themselves the dub. So we'll take a look here at the MVP for that one. And tell you what, it won't be 9 this time around. It won't be Wu 9 either. It will be XQLun. Hard to go past a KD like that.
Yeah, really an impressive performance from him. I really enjoyed what he was able to do, especially because a lot of the key players on this team were shut down by ranking. If you look at Nine's performance, he was having a tough time, even at times trying to pick up that OM to try and make a difference. But XQLun, this guy was very present along with Xiao to make sure this one went so well in their direction. And now they could move forward, heads held high, and try and do it completely again here on this next map. And maybe find themselves 4-0 in the event so far.
Yeah, I would suspect that that's going to be the case. Compound obviously is going to be the map coming up next. Key factor there is obviously that is BaiSha's map choice. It was a map that they were able to beat GV Esports on yesterday. Granted, GV Esports, they had a couple of decent rounds. So as you said, maybe there's something to be looked at there for ranking esport that they can maybe try to take advantage on. But the form in which BaiSha is coming into this match, it looks a little bit tough for them. So either way, we'll see how that goes when we do come back from the break. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in a sec.
championship point. All gamers will be
Welcome back to the CFS Summer Championship 2023. It is our third and final game of the day, but we're not sure whether or not this is going to be our final map. That largely, I think, is up to Ranking Esports. If they can find a way to deliver on Compound, then they can force this one through to a third. But BaiSha looking a bit unstoppable there on the first map of Ankara. I mean, granted, it actually took them a little while to get rolling. They did feel like, you know, maybe a little bit slow to start, gave up a little bit too much, maybe underestimated their opponents. Do you think that's safe to say, or fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I think that first half they were caught off guard. I think specifically by Ice Cube. I mean, this guy was hitting some nasty shots in the opening half, really made it hard for them to feel like they could get that opening advantage. As we look at the overall pool, though, it is going to be Ankara, Compound, and if it comes to it, Port here. So Compound, the second map. It is going to be Ranking starting on the GR side this time around. BaiSha on that blacklist side. So it seems to be for them. They do prefer the GR side on the side of BaiSha from what we've seen so far. Ranking, though, this is going to be a tough one for them, just considering BaiSha's already been through the ringer once on this map. In this event alone, they had a rough start against GV on it, where at one point that game was a 5-5 game, but then BaiSha just ran away with it, and that's kind of what they like to do. When they get that comfortability, where they're just starting to stack those rounds together, it gets harder and harder to stop these guys. And Ranking, as much as they've looked solid at some points, I just don't know if they've got what it takes here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I think Ranking showed that they do have some really solid individuals, and they have good ability to contest in this series, but I don't know if they have the ability to actually beat BaiSha. If they show some inconsistencies here and there. Ice Cube was hitting some cracker shots, but he ended up falling off in the latter stages when they moved over onto Blacklist. So that's a conversation to be had as well. If they're starting again on GR here on Compound, I want to see them do a pretty good job in building those rounds up before they swap over to the second half, because I think it will be a lot more difficult for them once that side swap comes into effect. But obviously we'll have to wait until we do get there first and see what we're going to get out of Compound.
Yeah, Ranking, I haven't seen too much out of this map. I believe, though, if I remember correctly, this was the map that they lost to Anubis on at CFS. So I'm wondering if they learned a lot from that experience and maybe have some differences in what they're able to bring to the table after it being a tough map for them at CFS, having some losses on it. So could be a good learning lesson, but so could this match, to be honest. I mean, for them, the big benefit they have here is this is the first match they're playing in the group stage. This is kind of just getting their feet wet. They still have 2 other opportunities against teams where they arguably have a much better chance, but let's hop into map number 2.
And here we are on to map number 2. It is BaiSha to start off on Blacklist. So like I was saying, I think for Ranking on Global Risk, they really do want to get out the gate strong here. Ice Cube seemed like a key difference maker for them. First half of Ankara. And much the same is going to be expected of him here on Compound as well.
Yeah, starting this one off. A lot of mid control coming out from BaiSha, not working either of the long angles just yet. You've got Nevis along with Tom posted on the B tunnels. Humio solo holding both sides of mid from the lower A vent. But Nevis, he's going to play first contact here. Spots 577, but there's the swing right on the other side of it from Unan to make sure they get the opening pick. Now they're going to start to put even more pressure towards this B bomb site. The rotation does come through. It's going to be Humio working his way onto the B bomb site, but there's still not a lot to hold this push off.
Yeah, meanwhile, Xiao just watching for those rotations in middle is going to make it tough for anyone to get past. And there you go, Fatcons instantly loses his life as he just peeks around the corner and has a little bit of a look. So immediately the sites start to get more and more isolated as Ranking know that it's pretty much impossible to get over to the other side of the map at this point in time. Now it is just onto Ice Cube to try to defend the A site. Quick out the window. Nice sharp shot onto 9, but that is not going to stop BaiSha from getting into the site. That's the benefit that they gain from having such a numbers advantage.
Yeah, double on the retake as well. Not an easy thing to pull off for Ranking. They really have to play the timing to pure perfection if they want this one. It's going to be a couple players trying to force their way into the vent, but they're kind of just stuck here underneath. There's no clean way to re-execute. XQ1 able to find one. 577 gets the trade onto Ice Cube, and Humio, he is stuck here, and Xiao is just toying with him. Counter flashes him to stall the clock. Goes for the peak, but there's just no time to make this happen. Even if he hits the shots, there's no defuse coming through, but Wunan gets it done anyways, and BaiSha kick off map number 2 on the right foot.
Yep, solid first round from the Chinese squad. Straight away back into round 2. Was a double Orm setup for Ranking on the defense last round. We'll have a look and see what they've opted to go for again. It is Ice Cube and Tam rolling out with the scope in hand. This time Ice Cube's able to strike onto 9. Very nearly loses his life down to a sliver of HP, but has struck first and found that advantage.
Yeah, nice one to work with. Pretty consistent factor, though, throughout this matchup has been 9. Very, very quiet here, getting shut down left and right from Ranking. The rest of the team, though, on BaiSha, dealing with them quite well. Ice Cube on 1 HP. Has to be really careful of what position he plays as well. 1 HP for the remainder of the round. He's going to be tucked away on the back of that A-bomb site. BaiSha using this to their advantage, knowing there could be an opening in this mid lane, and they're going to find it, working their way all the way towards the GR spawn. But Nevis, he's going to stall it out, able to find one. Humio finds another to make sure they remain out on top. Fatcon's on the flank, able to get one. Xiao, now the last alive, and it's a 1-on-3. He does have the 1 HP player in front of him on the bomb site, but it's not going to matter. Ice Cube gets it done anyways, and Ranking take the round.
Yeah, Ranking just moving very quickly through the map there. You can see the confidence that that initial kill gives them. Really does feel like they sort of live and die by getting the opening frag in any given round. If they do get it, they're a chance in the round. If they don't, it seems like BaiSha kind of walks all over them. Back to square one, though, as we head into round 3.
Nice opening trade here. It's going to be BaiSha getting the double kill. Nevis replies with one of his own, but it's not going to matter. The BaiSha Steamroller works its way through the B tunnels comfortably to grab the 4-on-2 advantage. Ice Cube trying to do his best to convert this round. Gets himself another kill onto XQ1. And now in the 2v3, they look hopeful for the retake.
Well, they're a long way from making that retake a reality at this point. Miles away from the site. Got a couple of smokes getting tossed toward mid from BaiSha, but the real offensive is coming from a different direction. And Ice Cube catches Xiao just napping a little bit. Nine's going to tuck himself in the corner to try to make it a little bit more difficult. Let's see what the pre-fire looks like. In fact, Nine just jiggle peeking that corner and is going to lock both those kills down. Wasn't quite cleared. So Ranking Esports, that's not a mistake they're going to make again.
Yeah, BaiSha on these post plants just so good at locking things down. Ranking, they've got to be ready to respond to that. Ice Cube, though, still looking good, I'd say, on the second map. He's 6-2. It's the rest of the team on the side of Ranking, having trouble kind of keeping that pace alongside him. But Ice Cube, he's going all alone here, challenging B long. There's 4 players waiting for him. He still gets the opening anyways, but that will be it. 9 gets the trade, and now BaiSha have a big advantage. Not only is it a 4-on-4, they've gotten Ice Cube out of the picture with only a single frag.
Yeah, I'd say that's what you want. Ice Cube has always been the star for this roster. We've been talking about him all night. 7-3 on this map. He's the one that's been sort of putting up that defense for Ranking Esports. And if he's out of the picture, then yeah, their defense starts to look a little bit more crumbly. Like some feta cheese. A few holes in it. Crumbles at pressure. Seems like a good analogy to me.
BaiSha, though, playing very slow. Almost a bit surprising to see, considering they do have the better shots when they go toe-to-toe the majority of the time. FotCons trying to get that info play here in mid. Could run into trouble, has to back off onto the B bomb site. The rest of BaiSha creeping their way towards A long, leaving Shao in the tower position to help them if things get a little bit dicey. It's going to be both players on site here, Tom and Humio, holding for that long angle push. 5-7-7, ready to lead into it though. 40 seconds on the clock. They've got to make their move, and Humio, he's the one who's going to play contact on this angle. He's going to be shut down immediately. Tom able to find one, but it's not going to be him living for too much longer. He's traded down by XQ Lund. FotCons and Nevis trying to work their magic on the retake. Not going to find anything just yet though. Nevis has to back off and wait for the support, but the time is ticking.
Indeed. It's ticking against Ranking Esports. XQ Lund, perfect position to catch Nevis as he tries to go around that corner. Now FatCon's alone, and he's going to suffer much the same fate. You would think this is too big of a crossfire to break. Iron on one side, XQ Lund right underneath him. Short work for BaiSha, 2-1 the lead, doing what they need to do.
Yeah, right now they're just keeping the ball rolling in their direction, and you love to see it. This is the BaiSha that is ready to take themselves into the playoffs and maybe make that final once again. 5-7-7, some early aggression going to be met head on here, but Ranking decides quickly they want nothing to do with it. They're going to back off, immediately reset this fight, and get out of town here, leaving Nevis in the corner pocket underneath the mid tower. Humio playing the lurk in this smoke on the lower vent on the A bomb site. BaiSha going to toy with the pick over towards B, wondering if they're going to find maybe Ice Cube in this direction. He is here, just playing a much safer angle this time around. FotCon's on the off angle in the window, but Ice Cube, this is the player to keep your eyes on here. He's got that off angle. Shao thinks about taking that peek, but he's not going to fully commit to it.
Well, there's the shot from Ice Cube. Has not been able to strike with it. And Shao on the other side, with the arm of his own, is able to open the account. Another rough looking round ahead here for Ranking, considering they're down another member, and BaiSha's just running them all over the map, back and forth, keeping them guessing. Making good use of all of that time available to them, really trying to split the defense as much as possible. And it seems like at this point, Ranking doesn't really have an answer for what BaiSha is bringing on this Blacklist side.
9, he really wants to take this fight. It's going to be Nevis looking for the challenge. He almost gets baited into a really tough fight. He somehow manages to stay alive, at least for now, in this mid position, but he's going to be going into a disaster. If he gets too overzealous, he's going to be taken down. 9 hits the shot. Now it's going to be a 5-on-3 as they push into the A bomb site. Wudon takes down another. Ice Cube and Tom left on the retake, but it's double arms again from this position, and there's almost no way they're going to be able to get back in.
Yep. It's looking pretty rough here for Ranking Esports on BaiSha's map choice. To be expected. I mean, how do you even begin to think about retaking this site with double orm setup? seems like an impossibility, and this is why you're just getting completely cut out of the sight. It's another one for BaiSha, and it starts to feel like a formality at this point.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for ranking, but they're just not looking like they've got any momentum on their side. The second map, things just are not working out consistently for them, and hoping they can find a way to maybe change that pacing, but so far it's going to be a mid-push to try and counteract what's gone wrong, but BaiSha, they're ready and waiting for it. 9 gets the double kill. IceCube at least able to get one of his own onto 577, but the damage has been done here. BaiSha looking for a third kill. Humio has to get out of here. He doesn't really want to take this risk any further. They've already lost 2 players and only gained a kill onto 577 out of this mid-exchange, and now they've got to find a way to fight back from behind.
Yeah. Just a rough spot to be in general. Doesn't seem to matter what ranking tries. They've tried to go aggressive, they try to play passive, they try to play both sides, and BaiSha just going one better every single time. This time, BaiSha clearing out the B halls and moving their way back into mid toward A. Skylon setting himself up a smoke for the A side of the map. Deny a little bit of that rotation ability for ranking esports through mid, but unlikely they were going to take that route anyway. And now it is just the one player on that A site once again, Humio, who you have to look to really multi-frag here. I mean, not even, like, 2 kills is not even going to be enough here. He's going to need 3 before he gets traded down. There's no movement from the other players on ranking esports. No rotation coming across from their side. Humio, it's not a position where you can really find too many frags from. Good trade in the end from 9, and XQLearn watching for the rotation. BaiSha reading ranking esports like a book at the moment. There's just no way back into this map for ranking so far.
Yeah, it's just so tough. The executions from BaiSha almost perfect in how they push through. And there they have it, 5-1, halfway to victory already in the second map. And this is the BaiSha dominance we've talked about. This is a team that looks like their eyes are set on that finals prize, not even looking at this team as a threat on the side of ranking. It's going to be up to these guys to do anything they can to put a stop to it, but at this point, I just don't see anything going their way with how BaiSha is approaching their map choice. Everything they want to do, they don't have any problem doing it. There's nobody who's really gone toe-to-toe with them on the ranking side, aside from IceCube. The rest of these players, they just can't find a way to win any of these aim duels, and it's going to be IceCube who opens it up, but he's almost got to do it all here in order to win these rounds.
Yeah, it can't be a one-man army, and the fact that they know that pretty much he's isolated on this side of the map isn't really going to help him out all that much. You'd expect that he should get traded down here. Spacing wasn't so good from BaiSha. But eventually they do get their way into A, and for the first time in a while it feels like ranking have actually got the numbers advantage. That is largely thanks to IceCube. But I'm still not really feeling confident about their chances of retaking this site, right? Even in a 3-on-4, you almost back BaiSha.
Yeah, it's not a bad call to back them here in this situation, especially with IceCube already out. Xiao, though, misses an important shot. It's not going to matter. 9's there to make sure it happens. BaiSha take them all out except for Humio on the back of site. There is just no time to make this happen, though. Xiao, look at him. He's just hiding behind the wall and playing this timer perfectly. BaiSha doing what they need to. They get themselves another round, 6-1. The numbers don't matter. When they're stacked against them, they still hold that plant, and this is where things are really going to have to change for ranking gaming. You see IceCube putting in these efforts time and time again. You can tell how vital he is for them, but the rest of the team, they haven't been able to make anything happen in this half. I mean, you have 10 kills on IceCube. Yeah. The rest of the team doesn't even have 10 combined.
That's a fairly damning statistic, isn't it? 1-7, 1-8 even for Fatcons, 1-6 for Tam. And And Evas has been able to at least chime in with one, but need to see more than that. And now that Ice Cube is down, it feels like the waterfall is going over the edge. BaiSha start to accelerate in the round again. A big battle over the B tunnels, but look how it ends up, 3-on-1. I feel like a broken record at this point. I don't know what more there really is to say about this matchup. It is super duper one-sided. Okay, Tam's getting a little bit lucky there with the fact that Xiao misses the first shot, but he won't make the same mistake twice. And 7-1 now. I don't know. If I was ranking, I'd probably be thinking about going back to bed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it just seems like there's nothing they're going to be able to do to stop this. BaiSha, everything they want is theirs for the taking in this map, and they're only 3 away from making this one their own.
VATCON's with 22 ADR as well so far in this half. 22 damage around is just not enough at this level of competition. Tam instantly run over by 577. Ice Cube knows he has to push forward to try to continue to fight for this positioning, but eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. And man, this is child's play really for BaiSha at this point.
Yeah, there's just nothing that can be done about it. I mean, Ice Cube, he's trying his best. The rest of these guys, though, it's just purely being outclassed on this map, shot for shot. They just can't hold their feet to the fire. Humio left in a 2v5. They have both their players on the site where the bomb is going, to say the least, but look at the stack. Humio, they know someone's probably going to be there, and Xiao comes through on the flank, gets them both, nail in the coffin there, and BaiSha, the writing is definitely on the walls here. It's their match to take. It's theirs to close out in ranking. They'd have to almost pull a miracle at this point to stop it.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in miracles. And I'm not sure that ranking esports are either. 8-1. I mean, you're really looking at a 10-1 right now, the way things are going. Ranking, it seems like they were lucky to even get that one round right now. BaiSha on the defense, lots of damage already from the util, and 9 picks up where they left off on the attack. Wunan is there to help out as well. It is just completely over for ranking. They are not having any success on this map at all, and teams are going to have to take note of this. It's now 2 games in a row for BaiSha on compound that have been decisive victories. First was a 10-5 against GV. This one looked like it was going to be really easy for BaiSha, but Ice Cube has been given a couple of 1v1s, 577, just a lack of discipline there. Gives up his life as well.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit too much for not enough on the other side, though. Ice Cube, he may be getting kills, but he's the only one here. 1-on-3, he has to do it all to win the round. He's already got the only other 2 kills in this circumstance. Now BaiSha, they know exactly where he is. They can just pinch her, and it's going to be done. There you have it, 9. Final kill on the board for this round, and now they are on to match point 9-1 on the road to the most decisive victory we've seen so far in the Summer Championship, and the only other one up to this point also done by them.
Yeah. Let's see if they can beat it. Let's see if they can beat that 10-2 scoreline. It's headed in that direction with the initial exchanges. It seems like BaiSha's just not messing around. They want to take that fight into mid and pretty much shut it down right here and now. And I think fair enough.
Yeah, this should be the beginning of the end here, ranking. It's all up to FotCon's Ice Cube and Humio to try and keep this one alive, but even if they somehow win this round, 8 in a row is something we haven't seen hardly ever happen. It's a rare occasion. Teams even pull 3 or 4 in a row to take it into overtime, let alone a perfect half situation. But at this point, it's almost a master class coming out from BaiSha on how to play compound this week so far. A lot of teams are going to be looking to them to how they might re-strategize and rethink as they move forward in this tournament, because anybody who's still alive here has to take note of what this team is doing. 4-on-2 situation, 5-7-7 gets the opener here that they need to keep things rolling. Ice Cube and Fotcons, a last glimmer of hope in their eyes, but maybe not for long.
Yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for Ice Cube. He's doing everything he possibly can. 14-9, another good shot, this time onto 5-7-7. But he is getting absolutely no assistance. 1 kill for Fatcons. 3 for Nevis, 2 for Tam, and 4 for Hiomio. Not a pretty picture. You could double the frags that everyone has on this ranking roster, and they still wouldn't have as much as Ice Cube, and now he's out of the picture. Xiao is going to make it look easy. That is a 10-1 for BaiSha Gaming. Dominance is being displayed on Compound tonight, and that's the end of the series, 2-0.
Yeah, it started off looking like at the beginning of this series we might see a much stronger fight from ranking, but overall it ends up being the most one-sided series we've seen so far in the tournament. But this is why you saw it in the predictions. Everybody expected BaiSha Gaming to win this one. And this is why this team can just fire on all cylinders on any map they're going to be playing here in the group stages. And the only team that could stand in their way, they might not even see until the playoff picture at this point, because right now their group is looking unstoppable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Port totally unrequired at that point. Every single series we've had so far at the CFS Summer Championship has been a 2-0. That is the end of the day's play again for us here on day 2. So, yeah, dominance really across the board. But some games are made less equal than others, and this one was, I suppose, the most one-sided game of the night, which was sort of what we expected, right? We came into that one thinking BaiSha looks like they'll probably have the best matchup against ranking. You know, I mean, I want to sort of touch back on that conversation that we were having in the first map there on Ankara, where we were saying, okay, you know, ranking looks like they might be all right to kind of make it through this group, even in second. But after having seen that, how do we now feel about ranking going up against VASCO, ranking going up against GV? I mean, is there much to really read into just yet from that? Because we sort of had, I thought, a degree of hope after seeing Ankara, at least especially the early stages of Ankara, but now I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I feel like VASCO still in my mind after this one sits in that number 2 spot, but I feel like GV versus ranking could be pretty close because they had fairly similar results in how they matched up against this BaiSha roster. The only unanswered question now is what could VASCO maybe do against this lineup? But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the highlights here.
So that is how it all played out, and as you can see, BaiSha very much dominating on map 2 in the series. They really did dominate on both maps. Took them a little while to really get rolling in the first map. It felt like maybe they did underestimate Ice Cube in particular a little bit on Ankara, but once they sort of figured out that he was going to be the big talking point for for the side of ranking esports, then they were very much able to sort of sweep that aside. And it didn't really seem like, even though he was able to cause them some trouble on compound, that actually translated into rounds, right? Ice Cube, you have to give credit to him. He was the one man, almost unstoppable force for ranking that continued to put in the effort, but ultimately, you can't win a game in a 5v5 type format where one person is essentially playing the game, because really almost everybody else on ranking, particularly on compound, just went absolutely missing.
Yeah, that was the big problem for them throughout this matchup was Ice Cube. He had all of these good openings. Even in map 1, you had multiple people getting good openings, but in the late round, this team just looked disjointed. They looked lost, not sure what to do on those retake situations. And BaiSha, they're the type of team, if you allow them an opening, they'll take it full force against you. And we saw it time and time again go against them on this matchup, but ranking, I'm hoping moving forward we see a little bit more from them in the other teams they're going to face in this group, because they still have some strong potential, especially if they can find ways to capitalize on these rounds that Ice Cube can open up for them, and I'm hopeful they'll have at least a good showing in their next 2 matchups.
Yeah, and that said, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking back at that matchup today and feeling that they probably do need to try to find a way to sort of deal with that, right? They're all going to be looking at Ice Cube and saying, okay, this guy's a bit of a superstar. What do we do to sort of negotiate that? We know that he's going to be the sniper. He's going to be taking the ormans pretty much every single round. So how do we play around and try to negate some of his impact? Do we pick towards maps where maybe you're not going to have as much impact with the orm? Or are you going to be, trying to look at what positions he likes to play? Is he the kind of guy that, tends to call his own game and decide where he wants to go based on his spawn, or how he's thinking about things, how he's feeling, or is he sort of static in one position? If he's on global risk, for example, almost always trying to stay from the same bomb site, or is he on blacklist taking the same peaks almost all the time on the attack to try to open the account? These are things that you have to look at as a team and try to figure out what can we actually do to maybe isolate him, or even just make sure that he's a bit of a non-factor in these upcoming games, because it does feel like if you take him out of the picture, then yeah, definitely ranking esports sort of knocked back down a peg. I think VASCO, yeah, I mean, out of this group now that we've sort of seen every single team play, is maybe the one for me that looks like they might be able to take that second place. Obviously, you've got BaiSha very much confirmed in first now with that 2-0 advantage that they found themselves. And then from there on out, where do we go for the rest?
Yeah, there's still a couple wildcard games, I'd say, coming up, but in majority, it seems like the Chinese teams are going to take those #1 places. All gamers, though, they've only actually had 1 game, so I'm interested to see what they'll do in these next 2 games, but you've got to believe they've got a pretty good opportunity to win that group. And then the question becomes, can anyone take out the Brazilians for the #2 spots? And so far, we haven't seen anyone hold their feet to that fire as well. So I think it's going to be really up to those kind of last-minute chances that a couple of these teams might have to take down a team and maybe change the conversation for those second-place positions. But right now, those #1s are slowly getting locked in, it seems.
Yeah, slowly but surely. I suppose what we're also waiting for in that respect is going to be all gamers coming into tomorrow and seeing what they'll be able to do, and again, whether or not Imperial can actually lock down that game against Pacific Marketer is going to be another big question mark. That'll be a big talking point when we get to that matchup. For now, obviously, just sort of waiting to go through the statistics for that last game and close out the day, but that is it. We don't have any more games for you until tomorrow. It'll be same time, though, of course. If you want to see some more CROSSFIRE, make sure you do come back tomorrow to tune in. Not sure off the top of my head what those games are going to be, but some fairly important ones still for a couple of teams. But yeah, we are starting to get an idea as to where some of these groups will play out. Here are the stats for the last map, and don't look if you're a fan of Vietnam.
Unless you're looking at Ice Cube. He actually did okay here. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Still over 1 kill per round. The rest of the team, though, the numbers aren't great.
No.
But at least hopefully it's a good learning experience from them. BaiSha, one of those teams you kind of just get thrown to the wolves against and have to try your best to stay alive. And we'll see if they've got anything better in store for us. They'll be taking on VASCO and GV still in the group stage. So the #2 still up for grabs. And technically, if they were to win both of those games 2-0, that #2 spot still could be theirs. But the performance we saw today doesn't indicate a team that's going to have a very good time throughout this group stage if they keep playing in this way. But on the other side of things, you had 9 there with a 5.6 KED. Wouldn't be surprised. And there you go. He is going to be the MVP of this one, continuously putting in some solid effort. But I feel like across the board, BaiSha's just been playing really well, and I'm eager to see a team actually contest them in a lot more positive way in some of these later rounds, because right now it seems like they haven't really got that true test just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that team is going to be. Maybe it's going to have to be All Gamers once we do get into playoffs to actually make that contest an interesting one. Back-to-back MVPs for 9 on Compound. It seems like just his map, whatever the situation is. 27 kills in the last, in the first game against GV, and then obviously we've seen another really incredible performance from him today. Just to reiterate the match results: 10-5 in map 1 and 10-1 in map number 2. There's not really much more to be said about it. BaiSha did dominate. And they'll be going into day 3 and 4 of the playoffs feeling pretty chill. I mean, look, they've got one more game to play, but it's one that doesn't really look like it's going to be a particularly difficult one for them, having now played against GV and against Ranking. I mean, the result of the game against VASCO, even if they were to lose, it sort of feels largely irrelevant for BaiSha, though I'm quite confident that they're going to be doing their best to win it regardless and make sure they get that 3-0 in the group.
Yeah, at this point for me, the only question lingering is when are we going to see a match that's not a 2-0 finish? Every single match has felt fairly one-sided. I think the Pacific one was probably the closest we've had so far, but even then, still a 2-0 finish. So we'll see how things actually play out as we move forward. But again, you see it 2-0s across the day to close us out. And we have now reached our halfway point of the group stage. A lot of teams starting to solidify their position, but still many with a lot left to prove. And now we have to wait and see what's going to happen in the next 2 days of our group stage play and see if there's going to be any surprises, because so far it feels like there hasn't really been any just yet. I mean, your predictions have been spot on throughout. The only one I was off on is that what we thought might be a 50-50 matchup, but Imperial impressing me, I'd say, the most out of all these games on the day.
Yeah, definitely. Look, like we said about the Imperial and Cara House match, that really did feel like a 50-50 going in. And to be fair, I do sort of wonder what would have happened had Cara House been able to finish off the win on sub-base and gone into Compound with a little bit more momentum. Maybe there was a different story to be had there, but as of yet, yeah, look, 6 games down, 6 more to go in the regular matches. In the group stage until we get into the playoffs. But right now, yeah, we can pretty much book BaiSha's ticket. We're fairly confident on Imperial's behalf after having watched 2 matches, but there's still more to be said about the groups over days 3 and 4. No one is locked in just yet. 100%. Look, we can probably say BaiSha's 99.99%, but let's just see how the rest of these games do end up playing on out. Whether or not maybe there's some funny business going on there, I'm not even sure. If this can work out against them, I suppose VASCO still do have to play against BaiSha. So if there's a world where VASCO beats BaiSha and then maybe we see some more shenanigans come through there between GV and Ranking, we'll have to sort of play things out as they do. But yeah, more to obviously be said about Group B as well. This is a group that we haven't really got an idea of just yet quite so much. It feels like it could still maybe go the way of Cara or Imperial, depending on how some of those results do go. But Cara with the task of having to play up against All Gamers is a pretty tough ask, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I feel like that group, they're almost hoping Pacific can take down Imperial. It seems like the best chance for Cara House to make it through at this point, but you know what? Anything can still happen. Maybe there are some surprises on the way still.
Yeah, indeed. But that is the end of the day for us here on the desk. We do look forward to catching you again tomorrow for the CFS Summer Championship. Before we do close the day out, though, make sure to stick around because in just a second we are going to be having an interview. As you can see on the stage behind me, that is getting set up. It is with our winners, BaiSha Gaming, who very much dominated the local side. So maybe there's not too many fans left in the arena. But either way, time for the interview. We'll see you tomorrow.
Và thưa quý vị, không nằm ngoài dự đoán ngày hôm nay BaiSha Gaming vẫn đang giữ được phong độ rất tốt. Và ngay lúc này trên sân khấu là sự xuất hiện của MVP ngày hôm nay, N9 từ BaiSha Gaming. Và trước hết xin được mời N9 có thể gửi lời chào đến tất cả những cổ động viên và fan hâm mộ tại trường quay được không ạ?
打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是白沙恩奈。
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là N9 đến từ BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah. Và ngày hôm nay thì chúng tôi rất là tò mò muốn bạn bật mí rằng là không biết đâu là chiến lược khiến cho đội của bạn giành được chiến thắng ở những trận đấu lần này ạ?
我们想问一下，你们今天如何打败了他们？
我们今天状态还不错，然后加上赛前对他们有一定的了解。
Hôm nay trạng thái của chúng tôi rất tốt và đã tìm hiểu qua hết các thành viên của đội của họ.
Dạ, phải công nhận rằng là BaiSha Gaming lúc nào cũng giữ được một tinh thần rất là thoải mái. Và chắc Thúy được hỏi rằng là liệu rằng tinh thần thoải mái ấy có phải đến từ việc là các bạn nghĩ rằng là đối thủ của mình cũng khá là nhẹ nhàng hay không? Bạn đánh giá ra sao về đối thủ của mình trong vòng bảng lần này ạ?
你对你们的小组赛的对手怎么样？如何？实力？
我们对这个小组赛的实力，我觉得最强的还是巴西吧，就是那个巴西那个 SV。
Tôi nghĩ thực lực trong bảng của chúng tôi mạnh nhất có thể là team đến từ Brazil.
Như vậy thì bạn có tự tin rằng là BaiSha Gaming và bạn sẽ giành được vị trí đầu bảng không ạ?
你们知不知信你们的队伍会占第一名？
我们很有信心拿小组赛第一名。
Chúng tôi rất là tự tin có thể đạt được vị trí đầu bảng trong vòng loại lần này.
Dạ, một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho BaiSha Gaming và cảm ơn N9 rất nhiều. Chúc mừng các bạn đã giành được tấm vé đi tiếp tại CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Và thưa quý vị, vừa rồi là phần trò chuyện đến từ N9 cũng như là BaiSha Gaming. Cảm ơn bạn rất nhiều và cảm ơn phần hỗ trợ chuyện ngữ của chúng tôi ạ. Thưa quý vị, như vậy thì mình cũng được lắng nghe phần chia sẻ đến từ những game thủ ngày hôm nay. Và quý vị cũng đừng quên hãy tiếp tục đón xem chúng tôi trong những trận đấu tiếp theo trong khuôn khổ của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Chúng ta sẽ còn diễn ra thêm nhiều ngày nữa tại nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Và thưa quý vị, chúng ta hãy cùng sẵn sàng để chúng ta đón xem những trận đấu tiếp theo vào ngày mai. Và như thường lệ thì mỗi ngày chúng tôi sẽ có 3 trận đấu trong hai bảng là bảng A và bảng B. Và ngay bây giờ xin mời quý vị, tất cả quý vị đang có mặt ở đây cũng như quý vị đang theo dõi thông qua màn ảnh thì chúng ta hãy cùng nhau theo dõi về lịch trình trận đấu ngày mai ạ. Xin mời ạ. Vâng thưa quý vị, và ở lịch trình trận đấu trong ngày mai chúng ta sẽ có đầu tiên ở bảng B sẽ là phần thi đấu giữa Imperial và Pacific Magta. Và ở trận đấu thứ hai sẽ là phần thi đấu trong bảng A giữa Ranking ESPORTS cũng như là VASCO ESPORTS. Xin lỗi ạ, mình sẽ có phần thi đấu giữa VASCO ESPORTS. Đúng rồi, Ranking Sport. Và tiếp theo chúng ta ở bảng B, trận 3 cuối cùng thì mình sẽ có phần thi đấu giữa hai đội là All Gamers và Cara House Last Legion. Thưa quý vị, và hãy nhớ ghi lại lịch trình thi đấu ngày mai quý vị nha, với 3 trận đấu vừa rồi. Và thưa quý vị, vừa rồi cũng là phần chia sẻ đến từ chúng tôi, ban tổ chức về lịch trình thi đấu ngày mai. Đến đây chúng tôi cũng xin phép được gửi lời cảm ơn đến quý vị đã cùng đồng hành cùng với CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Cảm ơn quý vị đã luôn luôn ủng hộ, theo dõi. Và quý vị nhớ là chúng ta hãy luôn luôn đồng hành cùng với đội tuyển mà mình yêu thích quý vị nhé. Cũng đừng quên là xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến với Smilegate Entertainment và VTC Online đã hỗ trợ thực hiện chương trình này. Còn bây giờ thì xin cảm ơn, xin chào và hẹn gặp lại ạ.